stick to the facts when you won't
Hold on a second there.
Believe nothing.
Shorty. Hold on, Shorty.
You're right, Scotty, but you know, we're like saying the Epstein stuff and just like taking stabs at him. We're better than that. Let's just stick to our
stick
I'm not better than that. I don't care. I think he's in the Epstein files.
Let's stick to the Netanyahu. I want to teach Jesse about the Hasbara. It's okay that we funded Hamas as Jews and as Israelis. It's perfectly fine. Netanyahu thought he was doing the right thing. We had a BLO problem. That was resolved. And now there's a Hamas problem, and that's getting resolved. It's perfectly okay. You know, that Netanyahu funded Hamas. I think Hillary Clinton admitted that America funded Hamas too. It's perfectly okay. We can own this as Jews and carry on and still maintain our integrity, our legacy, and our dignity. It was a good move.
Hey, what's going on, dear Prince? Are you alright, bro?
Yeah, I'm good. Hello, Prince. This is Alex.
So, Jesse, you know, I was suggested to look into a lot of these facts. I mean, you know, and the recent news came out that the Lieberman charged, right? That's in the Knesset. He said we didn't know Netanyahu was giving weapons to ISIS, Abu Shabaab. That's been stealing the aid from Palestinians and selling the aid for triple the cost. It was reported in the Times of Israel. You know?
Yeah, Victor Lieberman. ISIS is not an enemy of Israel, Amir. This is what, listen, I got you, Jesse. I got this. ISIS is not an enemy of Israel. ISIS is an enemy of Palestine. So it's fine. That's a convenient partnership for Israel to be partners with ISIS. You know, you're always haranguing us in this room. Everything Israel does.
I have a question.
Sure.
Jesse, are you there?
I'm here.
So I'm reading your bio, and you're a healthcare executive, credentials, post-acute care. So you're in the medical field. How do you feel about all the nurses and the doctors and the paramedics who've been assassinated by the IDF? And this is not, just to be clear, it's not the testimony of the Gazan government, it's the testimonies of European and American practitioners in Gaza.
I know that they put the weapons of destruction into hospitals, and they're cowards because they put missiles in hospitals, and they shoot it off in hospitals.
Jesse, I can bring you multiple testimonies of American and European practitioners.
Just what kind of brain damage do you two have exactly?
Yeah, the IDF marked every single hospital in Gaza. There's probably only half a hospital function.
I'm just asking a question. What kind of brain damage do you two have?
Shut up. What about the paramedics that they killed and they lied? They said,
Hold on, Prince. I have to help you.
they didn't kill them and then they killed them.
No. We have to correct the Hasbara, Jesse. Hamas doesn't have missiles. They only have rockets, buddy. Come on, you got to get these pieces right. You said missiles in the hospital. They only have rockets.
I'm sorry about that.
Actually, there was a 14-hour footage of a paramedic group in Gaza that were massacred by the IDF. And after the video came out, the people found the phones of the paramedics after the massacre. They posted the videos, and the Israeli lied. The IDF lied. They killed them, and they denied killing them. And then when the footage came out, we can clearly see that there was the IDF that killed them.
And are you talking about where they buried the ambulances?
Yeah, that's how you call it.
And it was checked by the New York Times, wasn't it, to approve it, make sure it was legit.
That's
Nothing, just.
And by the way, just to add to what Prince said, all of the testimonies from these doctors, if there were Hamas members within the hospitals, I'm pretty sure they would have said in their testimonies, yeah, Hamas were there, Hamas were firing rockets from the hospitals. But guess what? None of them did.
Hamas will kill them if they say that.
No, they're in America now, dumb. They're back home in their countries giving testimony to what's been happening in Gaza. They would have said there was Hamas there. They would have, and they obviously didn't. So it's not true.
Jesse, say that Hamas.
Use your logic, bro. Use your brain. Just use logic.
Sleeper agents, Jesse. Go to the sleeper agents.
Just because you see one so-called Hamas member firing a missile or a rocket or shit out of a hospital, that means they're all there. They're all in every single hospital. Yeah.
Jesse, you got to be faster on the draw here. Really
I think Jesse is learning.
I'm just absorbing. I've never been in this audience before. I know, I want to learn, but I don't think that this is, I have to confirm my sources, but I saw what happened in the news. I saw what happened. Hamas put many rockets into Israel, terrorizing the people. And then we have October the 7th. And October the 7th made my mind crystal clear of, destruction and hate and raping women and total destruction. So, and Israel's now cleaning up Hamas to free the Palestinian people.
Yeah, that's not true, dude.
Jesse, do you know that before, real quick, do you know that before October 7th, more Israelis died from peanut allergies than they did from Hamas, quote-unquote, Hamas rockets?
I think that's ridiculous. I think that's...
No, go look it up. Look it up. I don't have...
It's true, Jesse. They make it seem like it's, all these rockets are going in and killing people, thousands of rockets, but they're mostly caught by the Iron Dome system, and the ones that aren't fall in, areas that are not populated by anybody. So you can look this up. The statistics are available from Israel and from the U.S., from the European Union, and they confirm this. Regarding the, you said it makes it crystal clear to you. You've gone through the mainstream media, but we're giving you legitimate facts that you can research yourself and see if there's a different narrative, and see if the mainstream media narrative lines up with facts that are verifiable, not just claims that are being made. And you're in the healthcare industry, right? So you could make a claim, but verifying that claim is what makes it a fact. You know the difference. So take what we're telling you and verify them and see if they're facts, and then make your mind up. Figure out why Hamas.
I'm happy to do that.
Especially with what Prince mentioned about the ambulances. They buried those ambulances with the people, with the EMT workers in the ambulances. They buried them. They buried the evidence.
Where are the hostages? What's going on?
Well, you gotta ask. I mean, does Israel want the deal? They've been offered multiple times. Hamas has offered to exchange the hostages multiple times, and Netanyahu said no.
They've given hostages back.
And they have, yeah. But Netanyahu is saying, the hostages are not really our priority right now. And this is something you could look up to.
And if they didn't want to give them back, they wouldn't have given them back. They would have just killed them, right? Or they would have just not told anyone about it.
They killed a third of them. Israel killed a third of them.
No, I'm saying Hamas. Hamas would have just killed them or not told anyone about it. But they gave some of them back.
And they were in better condition under siege and under war than the Palestinians that came out of the Israeli prisons. Yeah, you could look at these videos and see the Palestinians and what shape they were in. It looks like they were starved, while the hostages in Israel they were released.
That is not correct.
They were fed.
That's,
No,
you
go
know
look it up.
that's not true. Come on.
It is true.
This
The only
is where
time
you're getting your sources from, but you know.
Can you play what I
this
sent you?
is video. It's on video.
Dad, can you play what I sent you?
Me?
On the back channel, no, Teddy.
Okay. It was a pleasure being here. I enjoyed the attention and the conversation.
Wait, 30 seconds. Jesse. 30 seconds.
Prince, send it to me. Prince, send it to me.
Okay, I'll put it in the chat.
Thanks.
Dad, wait.
Come on, Jesse, let's see what this.
No, you ran away.
It's on your
It's okay. There's no point. Leave it.
What did you say?
There's a lot of testimonies out there from the doctors and nurses and whatnot.
Doctors.
They don't care.
Going back to what I said earlier, they don't care. They're not interested. They do whatever they shit.
He's a liar. He's a liar.
Let's see if he does his research. You know, I think people that listen to me here.
It's not gonna change.
No, but what I mean is like someone that's educated, you know, they're not just gonna listen to CNN or Fox News or some shit.
He doesn't care, guys. He doesn't care.
Exactly, they don't care enough to look into it. Yeah.
For being idiots.
Yeah, but
So to have
Yeah,
a
by the
people
way-
protest in Tel Aviv and you think you change the world.
Those crazy women earlier, I've got all those to brand and stuff like that.
Do you want to talk to Thais? Let's bring her up if you want to come.
the mainstream media is pretty powerful still.
She left.
Oh, you did? Okay, alright. She's got.
I'll put her Instagram in the chat, I think.
Who?
Some Brazilian Jew, I don't know, she's...
Brazilian Jew.
Prince is like, wait a minute, it's a little sexy right now.
No.
She's a Sephardic
Brazilian.
Black rabbis down there.
Oh, you should have heard what Black Rabbi said earlier. I had to leave the room.
What did he say?
Edward, I got him, got the clip and then I moved it down. I didn't even bring him up anymore.
What did he say?
Okay, you know, remember
Peace of us, you were in here, remember?
I didn't hear him say it, but I heard that. I thought it was something else.
No, he said it.
Yeah, you said it was shocking. What are you talking about? You said you were shocked.
No, I said I didn't hear him say it, but I mean, I remember talking about. I thought he said something else.
I don't know what you're talking about, Chucky.
You just said that you can't believe what Black Rabbi did. You had to leave the room, and then I came off the mic and said, "What did he do?" I didn't know you guys were referring to what he said about.
Oh, I see what you're
I
saying.
thought he did something else.
Okay, I got you. I thought you meant like you didn't, you weren't a part of him saying it about the prophet. I'm like, wait, you were here.
No, I thought he had said something else, because I left shortly after that too.
I mean, that is, and he said, well, that's how we are right now in Israel. That's how everybody is in Israel. And we'll make up our own religion. You know, it's pretty sick. I could say, honestly, I've never heard any Jew in real life or on this app.
He definitely said we'll make up our own group.
No, he did. He also said the thing, what he said about the prophet also. Prophet Moses.
He's a first.
I could say I've honestly never heard any Jew ever say something like that about the prophet.
Never.
Never, ever, never. This is why
you should see some of the content on these women's Instagrams. The two that came in earlier, that Andre or whatever, and the other one, you should see they've got on their Instagram. One of them's actually quite popular.
Is it?
are they half
Put
naked?
the link in the chat. Maybe we can invite her back, where she's copied her. Because I like these new punching bags. I'm tired of freaking same old Zionist fucks on this app.
Yeah, one of them's she's got 35.
I need some new ones. I asked Sam to see if he can bring somebody on here. And let's see if we can entertain some of these new Zionists. Man. Do you have the where's it? Where's the Instagram?
I'm gonna put it in.
Is it the Andrea or the other one? Thais.
Yeah, both of them. I got both of them.
Okay, send it to me on Telegram or something, and because I need some new Zionists. I'm tired of this old one, man. And the Black Rabbi, I think I probably might end up blocking him in the future.
Maybe we need to have our own Instagram page, tailored for Zionists to bring them in.
Therapy room for Zionists, therapy space for Zionists. We need to give them therapy. What happened on 7th of October, how it's sad and it's bad, and then you switch on within 2 minutes.
Black Rabbi loves you though, Mayor. What is he gonna do?
But Lozen, did you hear what he said? You missed out. I have the. I'm gonna put it up on YouTube. I have this clip. This idiot literally said Brother Fayaz made a comment about even if Prophet Moses, peace and blessing upon him, was to come to them and tell them that you're spreading corruption on the land, you're killing civilian babies and whatnot. They would even put shut him down or whatever. The guy goes, yeah, we'll shoot it in the head. Disgusting. Stuff.
I mean, that's almost kind of what happened the first time, so it's not surprising.
That's blasphemous, and it takes him out of all of Judaism.
Wasn't even at the full limits of that car, and it slid me right up on out of there. You don't need that much horsepower. I be trying to tell my cousin that he like a Hellcat person, and I be like, you don't need. I'm like, get the what's the one with the bee on it? The Bumblebee. Is that the 3?
That's a scat pack.
Yeah, I'm like, just get that one. You don't even need that. He like, nah, I need the I want the supercharged. I'm like, you ain't gonna do nothing but purchase.
Gave us the religion, but we can change it. He gave it to us to change and to do with what we please. And he says everybody in Israel is like this now. Something's going on in Israel. This is why we need the big wall. The Adrian wall. This is what we need.
Adrian's wall.
Wall.
Adrian. Oh, wait.
Adrian. You said Adrian, right?
Adrian with an A.
Adrian
with a Florian, Edward.
Oh, Adrian, okay.
No, it's Adrian with a H.
I'm a Jewish.
A H. Adrian's wall.
David's here. David, that's a good Jewish name. Are you a Jew, David?
Nothing.
What's that?
That's a different David. That's a different David. I think last time I spoke to David, and David said he morally supports Israel. Right,
Looks
David?
like someone that, but he's got a lot of flags in his bio, and usually international people are big supporters of Israel. Right, David?
Cuban American.
Ah, like Alejandro Mayorkas, a good Jew.
It was my New York buddy said to me when I first met him. He's a music guy. Asked about my background. And I said, well, my father's from Cuba. He goes, Dave, I know a lot of Cubans in New York. So I said, well, I'm not a Cuban Jew, but I appreciate the compliment.
Wait, that's a compliment?
The Cubans had a reputation. The Cubans had a reputation that they were called the Jews of the Caribbean because they were very intelligent, right culture, industrious.
That's how the Jews are like.
As far as
They have their own country for 80 years and they're still using American weaponry. It's not very industrious.
That's a new.
It's the only country in the Caribbean to give a black eye to the American imperialists and get away with it. So
Israel did that.
What does that tell you?
But Israel's in a different part of the world. We did that in 1967.
How's that been working out there?
I agree. It has worked out horribly.
Yeah, how
for the Cuban people. It's turned out horribly.
There you go.
David, do you still support Israel morally, or you change your position?
Well, that's a kind of a loaded question because I support Israel's right to exist. Now, whether or not the policies are necessarily something I support or not support, I mean, I think I side with a lot of the Israeli citizens that. So
Why
I think
can't
that,
they not dismantle Israel and they can live together, coexist with each other? Why can't they not do that?
Well, how good is that working out for you?
So the reason why I ask you this, if you agree on this, right? If you agree on right to exist, or do you agree on how it was created by annihilating and genociding Palestinians and ethnically cleansing them and killing them, butchering them, slaughtering them, raping little of their children as well? According to Tentura, they did the Deir Yassin massacre. That's a famous one. They killed 100 people in one of the villages. Do you agree on all of this? Because look, as soon as you say right to exist, which means you are vouching for all of this that took place at when they created the state called Israel.
Look, I'm an American citizen. There's a lot of things that have been done in my country's name, with our vote.
Yeah, but we condemn that. We as an American, we condemn it.
Oh, I mean, I don't. Who condemn what?
We all condemn what happened to the Native Americans, how they were butchered and slaughtered and genocided, millions and millions of.
Yeah, I mean, but there's more modern examples of America's overreach.
Yeah, but the indigenous people are allowed to zoom around the streets of America. They can go around by properties.
But Amir, to be fair, no one's asking us to give back our land. I mean, I don't support Israel and what's happening, but all I'm saying is...
Do you support the Raza Pahlavi, Nima? Do you support Raza Pahlavi?
All I'm saying is...
Do you support Raza Pahlavi? Do you support Raza Pahlavi?
Somewhat.
No, not somewhat. You have a flag. You support Reza Pahlavi. Just calm your tits down.
I'm going
to talk to David. Yeah, I'm going to talk to David. He's an American. I don't want to talk to Iranian right now. When I open up Reza Pahlavi rooms, I'll make sure to have you. And I actually look at him as a terrorist.
I'm actually an American.
It doesn't matter. You live in Los Angeles and you fucking booty clap for the Reza Pahlavi that literally fucking sided with Netanyahu that has killed over 900 people in Iran and killed over 50 children in Iran. Yeah, just shut your fucking mouth. There's no point. Just shut your mouth. I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to an American. David is American. Somebody that's actually an American, not a fucking traitor to his country. So David, going back to you.
If you shut the fuck up for a second,
bro, just shut up. Shut your fucking mouth.
This flag
shut your fucking mouth. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your fucking Reza Pahlavi. Go shove that flag up your asshole.
You're a fucking idiot.
Shove that Reza Pahlavi flag up your asshole.
This is not a Reza Pahlavi.
Yeah, fucking Reza Pahlavi, you bitch. He was a dictator. He was a terrorist motherfucker. And this guy wants to booty clap for it. They butchered and slaughtered over 900 people in Iran. And, I've killed about 50 children over there. You support the fucking killing of children in Iran.
No, you
Son of a bitch. People like you, you're a disgrace to the fucking this whole cause. Shut your fucking mouth. Yeah, Pahlavi. Just shut your fucking mouth.
You're such a fucking moron.
Yeah, shut your fucking mouth. Fucking bitch. Yeah, shut your fucking mouth, the Pahlavi supporter. Go suck your Pahlavi's dick. Go suck Pahlavi's dick. Go suck your Pahlavi's dick. Go suck your Pahlavi's dick.
Fucking Indian guy with a...
It doesn't matter. I don't give two fucks about India or Pakistan. I don't give two fucks. People like you should slap yourself in the fucking face for supporting Reza Pahlavi.
You should slap yourself in the fucking dick.
No point.
How about that?
I want to talk to David now. So David, going back to you.
Why are we picking on me, man? I mean, I'd rather.
No. See, I want to touch on some things because
every time I jump into your room, you fixate on me.
No, because I want to see if you change your position.
Not educated. This is an Iranian flag.
This Iranian, oh my God, they like to hijack my room. These Iranian Reza Pahlavi supporters for some reason. The Pahlavi supporters are a fucking disease to the human society.
You're the only
right?
fucking hijacker in
They're
this
fucking,
room.
they're fucking disease. They're disease. They're scum of this earth. They live in Los Angeles, and they're booty clap for Netanyahu because Netanyahu came up with a statement. We support your cause. How oppressed you are. You're into fucking LGBTQ bullshit. You're mini dress, mini skirts.
You ask me about
I don't care. I don't care about your stance. You're Reza Pahlavi supporter. That's it.
Why
That's
don't you
it.
ask me first? Why don't you ask me?
I don't care. I don't care.
No, if you ask me, you're gonna change your mind.
Oh my god. Stop hijacking my fucking room into Iranian. I don't give two fucks about Iranian right now.
What I'm saying is you never asked me my opinion on what's going on.
Okay, what is your opinion? What is your opinion on Israel?
I absolutely don't support what Israel's doing. I absolutely
Okay,
don't.
does it have the right to exist?
I support a two-state solution, yes.
Does Israel have the right to exist?
Not with the current situation and current border.
So which border are you talking about?
The 1967 borders, which the world agreed on, which the international community agreed on, that's a reasonable two-state solution. But with the current situation, no, absolutely not.
Netanyahu back in 2015, he turned it down. 2023, prior to 7.
Yeah, I'm with you, dude. I'm with you on that.
So there's no point of freaking having the two-state. It's a myth. And the Hasbara book that was published in 2009, and the Israelis, they shut down the Hasbara book project in 2012 that was based out of Israel. It literally says
right now it's ethnic cleansing. I'm totally with you.
I'm not talking about right now. I'm talking about. Hold on. Let me finish. And the Hasbara book said was 2009. They literally said blame Hamas. Anywhere you get stuck, blame Hamas or Iran. That's it. Put the blame on Hamas or Iran every time. And this was mentioned in the Hasbara book. But the issue here is this was never a plan. The two-state is just like a myth. I don't think it's ever going to happen. And the countries that are coming out are going to recognize. I don't think it's going to happen.
I'm totally with you. It's an atrocity, but I was just referring to that example you used. The United States, which I'm a citizen of, also established a country on stolen land at the time, right? All I'm saying is, if we look at it logically, all the Jews are not going to leave Israel, right? So that's not an option. So what is an option? An option is to pressure Israel into accepting some sort of two-state solution. That's the only play that you have, right? You don't have another play. That's all I'm saying. It's a very pragmatic way of looking at it. I'm not glorifying Israel and saying, yeah, they're doing the right thing. They should blast all the Palestinians. No, I'm with you. I'm saying this is ethnic cleansing. It's absolutely horrific. It's disgusting that it's happening in front of our eyes. But what is your practical solution? You can't just say, oh, okay, now all the second, third generation Jews pack up and leave, go back to Poland. That's never going to happen.
Nobody's saying that. Did you not hear what I said?
I wasn't here from the beginning of the room.
Why can they not coexist instead of having a fucking right to exist?
Absolutely, a binational state like Canada.
That's what I was trying to ask. That's what I was trying to ask David until I was rudely interrupted by Reza Pahlavi supporter. You see what I'm saying?
There you go again, being disrespectful and not even.
Reza Pahlavi supporter is rather disrespectful. You don't support Reza Pahlavi.
For the fifth time, this flag was here. At least 600 years ago. This is the national Iranian flag. I don't know which part of this you don't get.
Do you support Reza Pahlavi?
I told you the answer somewhat, not everything, no.
Okay. Somewhat meaning, yeah, 50%, right?
Somewhat, yeah. I somewhat support some of the policies, but no, I thought it was a mistake going to Israel. I absolutely do. And I got booted off the Reza Pahlavi rooms. It's funny, I got cursed by them too, by my own fellow Iranians because of that. And it's funny now you're saying this stuff. So I'm kind of in no man's land politically, which is totally fine. That's my comfort zone. But what I'm telling you is first you got to ask people what their opinion is on issues, then you can attack them.
But why would you side with the Hitler?
Who do you mean Hitler? Reza Pahlavi?
Okay, Reza Pahlavi literally fucking sided with Netanyahu, and he supported the attack on Israel.
That was a tactical mistake. I told you very clearly.
Hold on. No, that wasn't a tactical mistake. People that live in Los Angeles, especially the Reza Pahlavi supporters, live in America. They all supported this fucking thing to attack the Zionist criminal, Zionist entity.
Not all. Don't use the word all.
Majority of them. Have you been on Twitter Spaces? Go check on Twitter Spaces. I've been on Twitter Spaces.
Is that all of the Iranian community in Los Angeles? It's not. They're a smart guy. I don't know why.
They're a minority, but they make a lot of noise. Okay?
Okay, there you go. There you go.
Hold on. Raja Pahlavi a minority, but they make a lot of fucking noise on social media, on social audio apps.
You don't understand the intrinsic factor in the Iranian political diaspora. You don't get it because you're not Iranian. It's fine. But you can't just open the mic and attack people about something you don't understand.
If I talk about you sided with Hitler, right? It makes you Hitler.
There you go again, man.
I just told you. You support 50% of the things that he does. He literally stood with Netanyahu to do the attack inside Iran that ended up killing, almost more than 900 people? Amongst them were 50 children? And do you know...
Reza Pahlavi killed all the children. Is that what you're trying to say? Yeah.
No. Reza Pahlavi supported Netanyahu doing the attack on Iranian soil. That's a sovereign nation. Do you not understand that?
Show me the statement on that. Post it over here.
Okay. Do you support Israel attacking Iran? To topple IRGC?
You don't know what he was doing. He was cheerleading the whole time for the whole 12 days. He was trying to overthrow the government. He was trying to make people rise up in Iran. Nobody rose up, thankfully. But he was trying to get people to rise up and do...
Listen, Lee, I understand what you're saying. Okay, I see the fucked upness of this situation. I get it. Okay, there are some Iranians who are cheering the attack of...
No, Reza Pahlavi himself was doing this.
Listen, Lee, hear me out.
He's acting like he's ignorant. He doesn't know. He acts like he's innocent.
No, I'm telling you a straight answer. I'm giving you a very straight answer, okay? These are intrinsic factors in the Iranian diaspora, in the political discourse of Iranians.
Then why are you lying?
It's very complex, and it's very hard for you to understand.
No, it's not hard to understand.
That's what I'm saying.
It's not hard to understand. If he says he stands with Netanyahu, and Netanyahu did the attack, and a lot of your Pahlavi supporters...
He didn't say that. He absolutely didn't say that.
Hold on. When I opened the room, when Iran was getting attacked for 12 days, I opened the room every day talking about Iran. I had a lot of people come to this room, but it went up to 100 people, mixed Iranians, non-Iranian. I had Pahlavi supporters. Do you know they would come in and they would justify the killing of kids in Iran just because they're from IRGC?
That's disgusting. I could never. That's it.
This is why I hate the Reza Pahlavi. You see what I'm saying? This is why I hate the supporters.
I'm telling you, the entire opposition to the regime is not a unicorn. They don't all think the same. I've been trying to tell you guys this for the last 10 minutes, but you don't want to.
About Reza Pahlavi himself. He's not
you lied about Reza Pahlavi.
Reza Pahlavi himself didn't. The crown prince himself didn't say that I want Israel to attack my country. He never said that.
Yes, he did.
Show it to me.
Yes, he did. Do you follow him on Twitter?
No, post it. Post a tweet.
No, just answer the question. Do you follow him or not?
I don't have Twitter, but
Okay. This is a very common thing. The whole time, every single day, he was posting videos.
I want to see it. I want to get educated. Post it. I want to get educated.
You will get educated. Just be patient.
Yep. Anyways, so David, what I was saying to you about the indigenous people, they're allowed to move around, right? They're allowed to move around in America. They can do everything. They can buy properties and do whatever. But the people that are indigenous to that land, they can't come back inside. Even the UN resolution says this. So that was what I was trying to do, right? Now, when we say right to exist, you're pretty much supporting the Zionist entity. You could probably make it clear that, look, we can do two-state solution, but what they're doing, it is a fucking genocidal shit that they've done. I mean, look at how in bed we are with the Zionist sympathy. Trump literally gave threat to the FEMA. We're going to take away $1.9 billion if Canada, if they boycott Israel in any shape or form. He gave threats to Canada. If Canada recognized Palestine as a state, we're going to have a tariff war. This is how we're in bed. You should be asking, are you a MAGA, David? Are you a MAGA supporter?
No, I'm not.
But you voted for Trump, right?
No, I did not vote for Trump.
Okay. But we should all be asking this question: what's in this Epstein file that's so connected to Israel and freaking America? Like, what's in it?
Well, I don't know. I'm not. I can. There's a lot of smoking guns, and we can all kind of, we can all kind of divine what's going on with that. And I don't think this evidence is going to see the light of day, if you ask me. I don't think it's going anywhere unless the Congress can get together and act on this. We saw what Mike Johnson did. He punted. He closed the office down, said everybody go home, take an early vacation. There's nothing to see here. But as we know, the podcasts, the influencers, the MAGA right, they want to see what's in there because Trump campaigned on this. He campaigned on this, the whole QAnon connection, the Hillary Pizzagate. So we finally have something that's real with real teeth to it. And the main culprit that's sitting in prison alive gets moved to a minimum security prison in Texas. So what does that tell you? She's cutting a sweetheart deal. The prison she's at there's a policy where they're not allowed to sex traffickers or sex offenders in this prison. So how are they getting around that? So anyway, look, it'd be bad for Trump if he was in those files and those saw the light of day. It would, he would have to be impeached. And, I don't know.
He has already been impeached like multiple times, right?
I know, but he wasn't removed from office. There's being impeached, there's being removed from office, so.
Did you support, the Democratic Party, or, did you support Kamala?
Well, I didn't always support Kamala either, but see, I live in California, where we're bordering on a failed state with policies that are just all over the map. A homeless problem, the Democratic Party siphoned off billions without any answer to where the money's going. Meanwhile, all the homeless around my area is still percolating and not being handled. We have the World Cup coming next year, and then we have the Olympics after that. So my city's got a lot of work to do to fix what's happening here. And
you're in Los Angeles, right?
Yeah, in LA.
Yeah, I'm in Los Angeles.
So am I.
Yeah,
we can all go have beer sometime.
No, I'm good. Thank you. I don't support your position respectfully. I actually hate, from the bottom of my, bottom of my heart, I hate Raza Pahlavi supporters.
But you hate Trump supporters too.
I hate, the MAGA supporters, MAGA supporters are questioning everything now. They're questioning the Epstein files. He's getting a lot of smoke from the MAGA supporters.
Of course,
they're questioning a lot of shit that Trump is doing right now. And when he said about the FEMA, they started questioning him on the FEMA thing as well. How the fuck are you going to take away the funding from FEMA?
Look, Trump's.
I get it. Listen, I voted for Trump, but I get it. A lot of the things are not cool. Yeah, absolutely. If we talk, you'll see that we actually agree on a lot of stuff. But when you shut down communication by labeling and attacking the other side, you're not going to get to any resolutions, because that's what this platform is for. So we can talk and kind of learn about each other's.
I get it. But I didn't vote for Trump or Kamala, and even for Green Party I didn't vote because she wasn't gonna win anyways. But you finish, David, what you were gonna say, and then
well, I'm just saying I mean, look, we either care about the rule of law, we care about the railroading of little children and the trafficking when we don't. And we're not even believing the victims. I mean, the victims know what happened. Why is the Queen of England cutting a big check to exonerate her son, right? And the woman who received those monies ends up committing suicide. She got $10, $11 million. She commits suicide. So, anyway, it's just a bad look. It's just a bad look. And, Trump's going to be 80 years old. This would be a horrible legacy that he would leave. This would crush everything that he's been trying to do in a second term. And I don't think the MAGA faithful want to see it happen. As much as there are those on the right that want to find out the truth, because they don't think he's in there. So.
But the DOJ said he's on it. He's in this.
Yeah, in what capacity? Right? Are there photographs? Are there actual witnesses saying I was with Trump and I was 15 years old and I was on that plane with him? I mean, what's in there, right? And they've already redacted a bunch of stuff. And in Bondi, this is Trump's private law firm. This is the Department of Justice is basically doing his bidding. And if she had any balls and was following the Constitution, she would go where the evidence takes her. This is what a lawyer does. They don't find out the evidence and they crush it and suppress it. That'll get you disbarred in any court of law in America, right? But Trump has all the power as the executive, and he's got a Supreme Court in his back pocket that backstops his behavior. So he's kind of got a huge immunity blanket hanging over him right now. And why do you think he's going after Clinton? Why do you think he's going after Oprah? He's going after all these personalities. He's trying to take everybody off the scent here. So it's not going to work, I don't think. I don't think it's going to work at all. I think when Congress reconvenes...
Think about the Russian hoax all over again. We remember the Russian hoax, right?
There was no Russian hoax. Russia influenced our election.
Evidence that's now coming out that the Obama administration was planting stuff. What about all the evidence coming out? How do you know this is not one of those witch hunts? I'm just asking. I don't know. I'm just asking. Like, how do you know this is not more of those Trump witch hunts that we're so used to?
Well, I don't know if you guys have seen the memes that are coming out, the history of Trump and his relationship with Epstein. He was on Howard Stern, and Howard Stern exposed him in an interview about how he's a predator. And he was joking about it. And
his daughter?
I don't think his daughter was on the show in this particular case.
No, it was the same time. He said, you definitely know something about that because you're a predator. And he was laughs it off, and his daughter laughs it off.
Yeah, he owns a pageant, teenage pageant in Russia. And they said that he would just walk into the dressing room unannounced and walk around the girls like it was no big deal.
Yeah, there's a audio clip of himself saying that.
Yeah, I mean,
when you're famous, you can just do stuff like.
So let me ask you this. Look at how they eviscerated Obama. They started out by trying to eviscerate him, saying he wasn't born in this country. They took him down for wearing a tan suit. If Obama had even 1 ounce of it, you think he would have lasted? They would have ran him out of town. So I think there's a double standard here.
Well, you think they haven't tried to run Trump out of town? You think
Trump was the one paying to get front page news about Obama not being born in America. That was Trump funding it.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's what lit the fuse for him to sow the Look, let me tell you something. Amir was talking about how this was stolen land. Well, who stole this land from the Indians? It wasn't George Washington and the founding fathers. They were all sitting fat on their farms. It was the white Catholic Protestant immigrant that came here fleeing Europe that did that. They got on the horses. They went west. They took their guns. They fought the battles. and they used those people to basically do their bidding. And then we started a nasty little war with Mexico to take the rest of it. And so the descendants of these people are the Trump supporters. What does a Trump supporter have in common with a billionaire? I don't know. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of commonality there. When the South fought the North in the Civil War, those soldiers didn't own land. They weren't slaveholders. And yet they were defending an institution that was competing with their wages. Free labor versus paid labor. Right? So, and then we saw the formation of the Ku Klux Klan after that, how Reconstruction basically didn't go anywhere. And then we had Jim Crow. And then we had the Supreme Court finally saying, hey, segregation's illegal. And so these same people are marinating in all these states in our country, still having these thoughts and ideas about what it means to be a white American. And so when Trump came along and blew the dog whistles, that's what got him the votes, right? And all he did was give tax cuts to the rich, cut it down to nothing. He's enriched himself with all this crypto bullshit, forming big deals. He's using these tariffs just to cut deals. He's leveraging our economy to cut outsized deals with the Middle East, Japan, Vietnam. Who knows? Who knows what else he's getting out of all this? So we're all paying that price, unfortunately.
Yeah, by the way, Nima, I think the videos are put in the top.
He also got them to invest billions, records, trillions of dollars in the U.S. economy. And he also rearranged all the horrible trade deals we had with everyone. I mean, there are multiple sides to each story. I mean, if we want to go one-sided
They said
about
they're
everything.
going to invest, they promised to invest. And it was the Middle East and I think Japan, Taiwan.
Securing investments, yeah. So, I mean, I get it. Listen, I get it. There's a lot of letdown, on the MAGA movement. There are a lot of things that aren't clear, especially when it comes to the America First movement. I mean, I'm frustrated too at times. I don't think we should support Israel tooth and nail. I think there should be a fine line. Like, there should be a line in the sand. I mean, like, American interest comes first, and whenever Israel's interest does not align with our
We need to
interests.
part ways with Israel. We need to part ways with Israel.
Yeah, absolutely. If the interest doesn't align, absolutely.
So until 2018, the aid package that we were giving them, only Israel was able to use that money in cash for their own personal expenses or whatever. Only Israel. But other countries, they get treated like shit. And Israel is the one that gets the most money. And that's disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's even a law in the books. Don't quote me on this, but we have some policies or some laws in the books that forbid us providing aid to countries that have nukes or considered nuclear powers. So we've always pretended or looked the other way, or haven't really elevated the knowledge of Israel's stockpiled nukes. We don't know how many they have. Some say we do, but I think there's a policy in our Congress that was written to address that. So, but let's face it, look, Israel wants unchecked power in the Middle East. They want to be the hegemonic power in that region, and they've picked apart and taken apart all of Iran's proxies, and Iran's next. If Iran doesn't get its act together and somehow, get their nuclear program, exposed and brought to the fore, Iran's running away with they know what they know. Unless they get a nuke, they're going to continue to be, targeted the way they were. So I don't know how you answer that. There's 90 million.
Let me ask you something, David, or I'll ask the panel in the room. Do you think the Islamic Republic has helped the Palestinian cause in the past 46 years? It hasn't.
Which Islamic Republic? Because there's 4 of them. Which one are you talking about?
Islamic Republic of Iran. Do you think they've actually helped the cause? Like, where has the last 46 years of the IRGC policies, where has it led to? Like, think about
It
that.
led to them not being wiped out.
Who not being?
Well, the Palestinians.
Well, what's happening right now is this.
They're still not wiped out.
Yeah, here's the. Who was that guy? Not Sinvar, the other guy. Who was the other? Hania. Hania got assassinated in north of Tehran, dude. North of freaking Tehran. Hania got assassinated.
The RGC generals got assassinated.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
got assassinated.
Yeah, but
everyone does.
Everybody got assassinated, exactly. Everybody close to the Islamic Republic of Iran in the past 2 years got wiped out, got assassinated. Where has this led the Palestinian cause?
It doesn't mean it's a victory for Israel.
It doesn't mean it's a victory for Palestine either. It doesn't.
No. You're looking at it in a very.
Show me the right way to look at it.
Yes, you're looking at it very simplistically. These people, they signed up for these roles, right? They're not going into these roles saying, I'm never going to be assassinated. They're going into these roles knowing there's a very high possibility that they will be assassinated because there's people before them that were assassinated. Even the leaders of Hamas, I think the one that was in the wheelchair, I forgot what's his name, I think Sheikh Yassin or something like that, he was assassinated. He was in a wheelchair, right? The Israelis, they keep assassinating their leaders, and new leaders take their place over and over and over again.
Fair enough. No, totally fair. But what has this done for the cause? Tell me about the cause.
The cause is still alive. The cause is still alive. 77 years after.
Is it better? Are Palestinians better off than they were 10 years ago? And honest answer, are they?
Yeah, 10 years ago, nobody cared about Palestinians. So this is what I'm saying. You're asking very.
Okay, so you're saying the global awareness is a win. That's what you're saying. You're saying the awareness. I get it. You're saying that
just 1 second. You can't just answer. You can't just ask a question and then
go on. Go ahead. You're right.
The question you're asking is their situation better than it was, right? You're acting like they're just ordering food at a drive-through, right? You're asking for your rights as a human being from people that don't believe in equal rights for all humans. Okay, these are supremacist people. So you're asking, is their situation better? 10 years ago, nobody cared. Nobody outside of Palestine, for the most part, cared about Palestinians. Okay, the only reason they care about it now is because they see the reality of the Israelis. The Israelis, they believe in Jewish supremacy, right? They believe in killing as many people as you want. They believe in the Dahiyya doctrine, which was they tested it in Lebanon, and then they did it in Gaza, and then in any other war they do the same thing. In Syria, they do it in even in Iran. This is why people know about Palestine now, and the new generation of Westerners, they hate Israel, they hate Zionism, and this would have never happened 10 years ago.
I'm absolutely with you. So there's more awareness in America and around the world. Absolutely, the public opinion is shifting, and that's all very good. I'm totally with you on that. Okay, and I'm totally with you on the whole. The leaders didn't sign up for this to, live comfortable lives. They signed up for this knowing that there's a chance they're going to get assassinated and lose everything. Totally with you on that. I totally get all of that. But what I'm saying is, on the ground, for Palestinians, for statehood, for independence, for them to have the right to self-determination and all of that stuff that they rightfully deserve, by the way, which I support that, has the situation gotten better on the ground? I'm not talking about leadership or positions of power. I'm just talking about the average Palestinians and the right to statehood and self-determination.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's no country in the world that just, just by protesting and, doing everything peacefully, they got their right to exist or, became a country. Everyone had to fight for that right. For example, Algeria, for 135 years, they were under French occupation. They even became part of the French state. And the French people, the French soldiers, what were they doing? They were stripping women alive, getting them naked, hijabi women, people that, women that love their modesty, they would strip them naked. They would kill the men, take their skulls, take it to France, and put it in a museum. For 135 years. So, saying like, oh, your situation now is worse than it was, 5 years ago, 10 years ago. It's a very simplistic way of looking at it. It's like a person that's overweight. He starts going to the gym and he's running. He's very stressed and tired. You're like, oh, look at your situation. You're very stressed and your body hurts. Wouldn't it be better for you to be on your couch, eating chips and drinking soda?
So any freedom movement you see throughout the world, there's always casualties. Always casualties. Algeria, about 1.5 million people have lost their lives. Look at India. Lost a lot of people over there as well, millions of people, right? Even during partition plan, whatever. Look at how the black folks were enslaved in America. They've lost lives as well. They did violent attacks and whatnot. Where else? In Canada there was freedom.
Every country in Africa too. Congo, 10 million people were killed by Leopold.
Yeah.
Namibia, the Germans, they practiced their genocide in Namibia before they did it in Germany and Poland. All of these countries, people had to suffer. But, thinking like, oh, let's just sit comfortably while you can even look at the West Bank. The West Bank is not fighting the way that Gaza is fighting, right? Where every day they're taking more and more land, kicking people out, taking their houses, every single day in the West Bank.
But Lee, I totally get it, but what you're, from my understanding, what you guys are saying is this is a transitional point, okay? This is part of the struggle. The struggle is alive, it's moving, and this is a transitional phase. But what I'm saying is you're looking at all the cases of struggles against an imperial power which have prevailed at the end. What about the cases that haven't prevailed? What about all the cases where they struggled, they fought, but because of bad strategy or bad backers in this case, you might disagree with this, but I don't see the Islamic Republic of Iran as an honest
but this is a decision that they made for themselves, right? We're talking from outsiders, but they themselves made this decision, right? The last election they had was in 2005, but they still elected Hamas to represent them. After October 7th, the number of people that supported Hamas in the West Bank increased. So the Palestinian people by themselves chose resistance. Even just being alive inside Palestine, this is considered resistance. Because the Israelis want to kill them, they want to kick them out. So, we're just saying like, oh, this is not doing anything. This is the decision they made for themselves. They said even if all of them have to die for one Palestinian to live free, they're willing to do it. So you can't just be like, oh, just sit in your current situation and let the Israelis keep stealing your houses. Nobody's gonna agree to that.
But is there any chance that the Islamic Republic of Iran has a different dark agenda that doesn't necessarily mean freeing Palestine? Is that a possibility, or do you completely have faith in a regime that brutalizes its own people for the past 46 years, has the highest rate of execution, highest rate of political prisoners, highest rate of...
So if there's spies out there, should they not be executed anymore?
What was the question again, Amir?
In Iran, if there's spies out there...
No, I'm not talking about spies. If you're if you're a dissident in college, dude, I'm from there. This is what I'm saying. There's a lot of stuff.
There's not many spies in Iran? They're not the college students?
No, of course there's spies. There's spies everywhere. But what I'm saying is you don't have political freedom to even criticize your own government. You don't have that. You don't have that luxury. If you talk freely, there are people on this app.
Can you criticize here on anti-Semitism? Can you say anything against the Jews?
You can. The blowback might be horrible. You might lose your job and career.
No. People getting arrested at the college universities, literally getting deported.
Yeah. Now, that's horrible.
No, but that's from the federal government, nothing to do with the university.
True, absolutely, and that's shameful. I don't support.
No. You made a claim that you don't have the. If you say anything hold on, Nima. Anything you say anti-Islam in America, he doesn't. Nothing happens to you. You say anti-Christian, nothing happens to you. As soon as you say anti-Jew, you have a problem.
Absolutely true.
You see the difference there?
Yes.
So respectfully, we don't have freedom of speech in America either.
Absolutely, you're right. 100%.
Yeah, so then why would you say that the freedom of speech criticizes the government?
I'll explain it. Absolutely, I agree with you. The Jews are a protected class in America, 100%. There are things you can't say against Jews and Zionism that you can't say against Christians or even America or wherever. You're okay to say that, but against Jews, yes, they're a protected class, and that's a long discussion why. We can talk about that some other time. But what I'm saying is the amount of repression inside Iran, okay, for the Iranian citizens, the lack of leadership. Right now, the water and electricity goes off for 4 or 5 hours in most of the provinces, okay? The lack of misuse of funds.
Not because of the sanction that have been already put on Iran for the last 40 years.
Let me finish this point. That's a good. We can talk about that, Z. But let me finish this point real quick. The amount of misuse of funds, corruption, political repression, okay, that happens inside Iran. This is what I'm trying to explain. That it's not all rainbows and butterflies.
Nobody said it's a rainbow and butterflies.
It doesn't happen in America.
Yeah,
it doesn't happen in America. Their funding is. So there's no comparison. There's no comparison. We gave $66 billion to Israel. Did I agree on it as an American?
Absolutely not. I didn't agree either. Absolutely.
Did you agree on it? Okay, so you don't see that as a corruption?
There's absolute corruption here. There are a lot of problems. And
I don't understand with these Reza Pahlavi supporters, man. I seriously don't get it with the Reza Pahlavi supporters.
No, it's not Reza Pahlavi. Listen, hear me out.
No, this is your mentality, right? When you look at America, you live in the West, right? Because of certain things, you've been privileged, whatever. You want to talk shit about your own country, but if you know the comparison, they're both in the similar basket, by the way.
No, but hear me out. I'm not saying anything bad. I love my country and I want it to be free and I want to go visit. But all I'm saying is the situation.
Free like what? Can you give us an example of a country now that it's considered free from your own point of view?
No, but see.
That doesn't have a corruption or doesn't have an elite class that is protected?
You're absolutely right. I'm not saying every other country is like a paradise and Iran is hell. I'm not making that claim. What I'm saying is for you to understand why so many of the people inside Iran are disenfranchised, why they support what they support, is because of the dire situation inside Iran. And until you live that, you're not going to understand it.
We live that. We are from all over the freaking world that we have to deal with the same problems with different faces. The only difference between Iran is that in the face of the world is say no to the Israeli. What was the condition when Iran and Turkey was the allies 40 years ago?
See, I'll tell you why. See the sanctions you mentioned? Why does a country, even if you want to destroy, even if you have these crazy apocalyptic ideas, okay? Let's put ideology aside. Why would you chant it? Why would you bring people to the street, burning flags and saying what you want? Why would you show your cards? Why would you be like, so of course they're going to sanction you. Of course they're going to starve you. Of course they're going to humiliate you.
They control the cars that they can control, which is the economy, is from the outside. But the strength of Iran,
that's
when
what
it
I'm
comes
saying.
to providing,
They're giving them the
just
fuel.
a moment. Yeah. The fuel has to be when Iran was bending over to the foreign governments, when they were under the Pahlavi, and there was an alliance between the Turkeys and the Irans and the Israeli, and the first people to promote Israeli statehood was the Iranian. It was the best friend of the foreign. It was cool, but all the money went into the freaking Shah, and the rest of the population was eating shit and getting tortured in the prison.
That's not true. That's not true.
Really? So the prison system that was under torture for anybody against the Shah.
Yeah,
remember?
I'll explain it to you. There's an interview with the Shah and Mike Wallace. And he talks about the Israel lobby, literally point blank. YouTube it right now. Mike Wallace and
Got it. It's just like the king in Egypt, the Farouk, They were all
He talks
being
about
paid.
it. Listen, he talks about it. The Shah was not a bend over backwards supporter of Israel. He actually did pay money to the Palestinian resistance. Look this stuff up. I'm not making any of this up. Look this stuff up. Okay, the Shah had a very balanced. Excuse me. The Shah had a very balanced approach to the region. Okay, he was.
It wasn't balanced. It was just like the rest of the region for the most part, like the seas.
But look at it today.
Like
Look
the
at it
Gulf
today.
area.
Where is the resistance right now?
Was it
What do
planted
you mean?
by
The
the
resistance
U.S.?
exists.
Was it planted by the U.S. By the West, Lima?
What
The
was
Shah?
planted?
The Shah?
Absolutely not. His father was the king. He became the king legally. Absolutely not. What do you?
By the West.
No, his father was the king. His father was the king. In the constitutional monarchy law, the son, the eldest son, becomes heir to the throne. The father was the king. He became the king. There's no.
So he wasn't a dictator. He never killed anybody. Nobody got assassinated. Nobody got executed.
At the time,
Didn't they kick out Mossadegh? Didn't they kick out Mossadegh? Democratically elected.
I'll tell you the Mossadegh debacle. Legally, the Shah had the constitutional powers to remove the prime minister. So the Shah signed the paper to remove Mossadegh. He refused to leave. He ordered the parliament to be dissolved, which he didn't have the constitutional right to do, and that's where this whole debacle is. And then the military legally removed Mossadegh, and they didn't even kill him. He was under house arrest and didn't even execute him. So no, that was not a coup d'état because he was the legal head of state.
It was a time for revolutionary at the time in the whole region. So you had the king in Egypt, the big state like Iran and Iraq and Egypt and Sudan, like all of those big population countries in the region, they went into the idea of being a republic and not a monarchy. That's why you only have the monarchy in the Arabian Peninsula, pretty much it, and Morocco. The rest of that was turning to a republic. The people wanted the change at the time to transition into the nation-state ideology. It was a time of craziness, and we're still suffering from that. We're still in transition. Because the nation-state idea is foreign. It's been put on us, and it's been put up on us by the colonizer that they put the way of governance that pretty much control the systems. And if you control the system, you control the people. Would you rather being under a monarchy and like treated like the peasant for the rest of your life, knowingly that this is not the Islamic way, this is not the human right way even, because you don't have rights regardless.
See, what has happened in Iran has been very detrimental to Islam, actually, sadly. And I say this very sadly.
Nothing is detrimental to Islam.
Because detrimental to people's belief in Islam, I said, in Iran. Because there's no social justices. People are treated worse than peasants for the most part. 60% is below the poverty line in one of the most resource-rich nations on earth. Corruption is absolutely out of this world. Inefficiency in the leadership is just on another level. Like, you guys gotta look at, you guys gotta call a spade a spade.
I'm not. American sanctions. We talk about these.
I told you, Ace, why are the sanctions in place? When you tell the world you want to destroy, when you burn a flag and say death to America.
No, that's not true, because Egypt, for example, Egypt is under craziness of like pulling out money from the IMF, and it's 66% under poverty, while it kissing on Netanyahu's feet, pretty much. So at the end of the day, the colonizer, the way that they try to oppress the East to stay in their lane, they're gonna keep using the tools that they structured, engineered to keep you subjugated.
See, that's what the opposition says about the Islamic Republic. They say they were put there by the colonizers.
It could be. There is a possibility.
Do you
but
know
the
there are
face,
people who believe behind the scenes the Islamic Republic is an agent of Zion? Do you know that theory?
Some people think
Yeah,
that theory, but I still, at the end of
there's
the
people
day,
that think that the Earth is flat.
No,
Yes.
because I'll tell you why, Lee. How can a foreign government infiltrate, okay, an enemy country to a point where they know like what every leader in that country had for breakfast that day? They know exactly their whereabouts.
They have spies. They
because
have
we live
spies.
in a globalized world too. Like
Yeah, there's
everything
spies.
is
There's people that there's one guy that got
Or the
assassinated.
government's
or not assassinated,
compromised. Why
that
can't
was
you accept
executed
the
today.
government's compromised? Everybody's
That's what I
accepting
said. They have spies. So the thing is, there's a guy that was executed yesterday. He was a nuclear scientist, and he was giving information about other nuclear scientists and got other people killed. And there was even a French Jewish lady. They said she went into
Shakhtar,
Iran.
you're talking about Catherine Shakhtar.
Yeah. They said she spied on everybody.
She
It's
slept
just
with
friends with all of the
120
officials.
of the senior military command.
Yeah, so there's a possibility there.
So
So
the government, so the regime,
Just 1 second,
there you
bro.
go, we agree. So the government's compromised. So what
Bro,
are we
just hold
talking
on.
about?
Take turns. Come on.
I apologize.
It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be a conspiracy where Iran and Israel, they're working on the same team. It could just be that they were infiltrated. They're spies. So it's a very possible thing. They don't have to be on the same side conspiring against the Muslims, conspiring against Palestine. This kind of stuff. That's just.
But all I'm saying, let me just say one quick point, Z. All I'm saying is, even if they're legitimately working for the Palestinian cause, for the greater Islamic cause, okay, for the Ummah, so to say, even if they genuinely are, they've been compromised to a point where they have absolutely lost this war up until now. They haven't achieved a single thing they said they're going to achieve. Look, it's been 46 years, okay? They've spent a lot of the Iranian treasure. They've embezzled most of it. Let's not forget that. But the people in Iran are not happy with the status quo. The Palestinians have not achieved statehood, okay? Lebanon has just lost its resistance arm, right? The Hezbollah is not what it was. We can all agree on that. So things are not, if you're the resistance right now, things are not going too well. Okay, and I know what you're going to say. You're going to say,
why was
this is part of the struggle, it's going to take some time.
Why was Hezbollah created?
It was created by the Islamic Republic, yeah.
No. Why was it? What was the main reason for Hezbollah being created?
They wanted to kick out the United States from...
No. It was created in 1982 to kick out the Israelis. They were occupying the fucking southern Lebanon.
Well, the U.S. was there too, the barricades and everything.
Yeah, but look into it. It was because of Israelis. These Israeli motherfuckers, they're always going to steal other people's land. You should look into it.
No, I'm saying
Why was Hamas funded?
You're right, but
and the funding that you talk about, that all the Iranians talk about, that the money is not coming in, staying inside Iran, it's given to the proxies. If Israel is America's proxy, and America is Israel's bitch, where America has given them $66 billion from 7th of October up to now. All right. Now, can you imagine if Iran gives that money to the proxy? You guys all cry about it.
they have.
This is the big problem. Do you know that more than 400,000 kids go missing in America every year? All right. They go missing every year. Do you know the amount of rape cases here that takes place in America? We have fucking a whole bunch of states. We have, 2 or 4 states. They don't even have any laws against bestiality in America. You should look into it. And what else was it? There's a lot of these problematic shit that's going on. And I know people always bring up these points. But I want to give you the heads up. I think you should go pay a visit to. You called me. You're from India. You said I'm from India, right? I want you to go pay a visit to India. What is their number one problem? Just Google it. You know what their number one problem is? Is a toilet problem. But when they come into the pro-pally spaces, right? They never cry about their fucking, how the people might oppress and suppress. Go look into the Indian problem. That's a third world country. Right? Do you know that they actually gang raped a pregnant goat over there in India? 6 or 7 guys. right? And they even fucking gang rape a whole bunch of women over there. It's not even a safe place for women inside India, right? And how Muslims are being, not just Muslims, Christians, Muslims, and a whole bunch of minorities getting oppressed and suppressed in India. But the issue with the Pahlavi supporters is always number one. We have a problem. We're always crying, motherfucker. They have to. Iran needs protection from all over the place. It's a fucking country that has a whole bunch of sanctions on it. Do you know I lived in Saudi Arabia for 10 years? You talk about your Iranian, how oppressed and suppressed you are, right? Do you know when I lived in fucking Saudi Arabia, the women couldn't even drive. They weren't allowed to drive. According to Saudi scholars, they did not allow women to drive. At one point, they didn't even allow women to fucking work. There's a lot of these different types of rules and regulations in Saudi Arabia.
What about now?
Do you know, as about 6 or 7 year old, me walking to a fucking store, I had to carry a residency permit in my fucking pocket. And I actually got pulled over by the cops over there in Saudi Arabia. They're like, where's the Iqama? Iqama means a residency. So I would suggest you, before you cry about your fucking, Iranian problems, look into the other Muslim nations and other non-Muslim nations. What kind of problems that they're going through, what kind of suffering they're going through, how oppressed and suppressed. I understand you're into mini skirts and this and that. You want the LGBTQ to come back, just like the Tel Aviv. They have the fucking largest LGBTQ bullshit in the heart of Middle East. Like, motherfucker, why would you have LGBTQ bullshit? Homosexuals running around in Tel Aviv.
I don't.
1/3 of the population homosexuals. Well, if you don't, and the amount of complaints you have that these they're executing. Bro, let them execute because there are people that are spying on your country. You should be proud that some of these people have been spying on fucking Iran.
We're not spies, though. That's what I'm.
How do you know that? You don't even live in Iran?
How do you know they are spies? I have relatives.
How do you know they're not spies? Go and tell me.
I've lived there. I've lived there before, and
I lived in a whole bunch of countries. If the country says it's a spy, what do I do?
If
By the way,
has
that
been lying to you,
American government lies to us all the time. What do we do about that?
They even use Afghans to spy, so there are
American government. Yeah, American government lies to us all the time.
Afghans, they came in illegally, and they're big part of the problem. Absolutely.
No, they're not a big part of the problem, Nima.
They are. They are. They came. They saw. They conquered. They just came millions.
What do you mean conquer, dude? Like it will
conquer what? So, if you know the history of Iran and Persians, it was Afghanistan, Nima.
No, it wasn't.
So if anyone conquered, you guys conquered.
No, you're not Persian. You're different. You just.
Oh, you're Persian. So what? You are descendant of Kisra?
I'm not saying we're better or worse. I'm just saying we're different. So
what does that mean? It's different how? You have wings?
No, we have a right to have a homeland just like
What's a homeland? That sounds very Zionist stuff, yeah?
It's not Zionist. Everybody deserves
it is. It is. What
differentiates you? Going back to the topic, right? So, Nima, I think you should go live in Saudi Arabia, live in UAE, right? I've been to, and I've actually
UAE I've been to. It's a freaking paradise. What are you talking about?
Okay. It's a paradise, but it wasn't a
paradise. Planet. What are you talking about?
Before it wasn't a paradise. Now it's a paradise for people that are pedophiles that move from Israel to over there.
That's okay? It is. There's disgusting.
And do you know? Hang on, Z. Do you know that a lot of terrorists live over there? Do you know anybody that kicks out of a country, a politician, UAE takes them in? Can you believe it?
A bunch of trafficking, sex trafficking.
And human trafficking.
That's why it's paradise for the Zionists. It's paradise.
But listen, the Islamic Republic couldn't.
Money laundering-based economy.
But Z,
are you serious? Is this paradise? This is paradise for Satan.
Okay, it's hell. It's not.
For Zionists, they sell their moms and sisters to paradise.
Okay, that's okay, but listen, the Islamic Republic couldn't protect itself. Millions of Afghans came in, millions upon millions. Okay, took a lot of space, took a lot of jobs.
Who planted those borders? Who put these borders in? Who drew the borders?
They weren't secured. They weren't protected. And now
what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Who drove those
But now the
borders?
same regime you're supporting
Who made
is trying to kick them out. So do you support them kicking them out?
They're not kicking them out. They are leaving.
They already kicked out 1 million of them. What are you
Okay, even if they did, because now we have an Islamic Emirates.
Please support that. I got
Yes, thank God America left. Thank God we have Islamic Emirates in Afghanistan. That's why people want to go back to their country.
So why don't they all go back to the Islamic Emirates?
And they are. They're in the process. You know, it's the Tajiks, the ones that you guys influence, the ones you guys influence don't want to.
All the power to them. All the power to them.
Me.
Iran should be left for Iranians. Iran should be for Iranians.
What's Iranians? Again, are they having like some different specific ways?
Iranians clean their own toilets, Nina.
Oh, Iranians are fancy too? Like the
Yeah, they can't clean toilets because it's like looked down upon. So they use the Afghans. They like starve the Afghans. They beat the Afghans.
That's why I want Afghans to leave.
And that's why they're leaving.
Degraded.
Without Afghans, you guys wouldn't have water.
That's why I don't want Afghans, because I don't want them to be degraded. Exactly.
So they used the 20 years of war to subjugate the Afghani people in Iran, like the blacks in America, like the apartheid.
Even Z knows more about Afghans than you know.
And Afghan is the top tier people. They stand resilient in front of the Soviet, in front of the British.
Even go do some research on the Pashtuns. Then you'll start crying.
Afghans are amazing people. All the power to them. I wish them nothing but the best. But Iran is for Iran.
But thank God, it was the Afghans that defeated Israel.
There's no such thing. Is it the Aryan gene, the white gene, being European, being white?
No. Your Tajik Afghans are, not the Pashtun Afghans. Nima, you kind of get the, you know, the...
You have like 60% of Iran is from different...
Is that what you're talking about? The Pashtuns? Is that cool for you?
Yeah, you know, the Pashtuns are way... we'd rather have them than the 20-year government. We'd rather have the Taliban. They have more ghairat. You might know, you might not.
Why aren't you in the U.S. then? Why don't you get a ticket and go?
I was there. I'm only here for a little bit. Then I live in Afghanistan, Nima.
Oh yeah, great.
What's wrong with Afghanistan? They pretty much killed the poppyseed field after they took over in 2 years.
So why don't you oppose the
zero freaking poppyseed. The Shabazi boys are liberated.
See your double standards? See your double
what
standards?
What do you
mean? Now you won't oppose the Islamic Republic?
It was Nima's people that created the Bachabazis. Nima himself supplied a Bachabazis.
The Bachabazi was an Afghan thing.
No, Nima, go do some homework.
You know about Afghanism. You know about it. Afghanism, it's
not the Taliban, no, not the Taliban. Not the Taliban, Nima.
Do you know that they actually banned, child bride? That was under your guys' regime.
No,
that was under
Afghanism,
yes.
Poppy fields, child brides, and Bachabazi.
The child brides and the Bachabazi was from you guys, Nima. I can't talk to ignorant people.
This has to work the first time. No going back. 2,000 degrees, molten glass, one shot, one
You just don't want to embrace your totality.
So we're going to try to get
just
that
want to
all
stick on
nice
one
straight on
thing
there.
and go. She told me Iran.
He wants his mom and sister to live
Iran for the Iranians. It's every liberation or decolonizing systems that they consider themselves European. Same freaking crazy idea, just like the Turks. After Ataturk, we are European, we are white, we're not included in the freaking... I'm just saying. There is no such thing as a homeland. The home is given by Allah to all its people, whomever is created.
Exactly. Reza Shah is not your homeland, Nima. Reza Shah, the Shah, those were all puppets. That's why they're blessed with the current regime. Well, yeah. So you don't know about your Shah? You didn't know that he was like a sitting puppet of America?
Iranians didn't lose the fucking war.
It's just propaganda.
They freaking hit that heads down.
Really? When the Shah himself said it? How's it puppet?
I have a question. He keeps saying Iran for the Iranians. Aren't those Iranians living in Iran?
Half of
Those are like Chinese people.
No, but we have
Okay, so the Iranians, they are Iranians, right?
Like
you see here.
40% million Afghans just came in the border
especially if it appears in both eyes, as they cannot see.
Yeah, but aren't they getting them out?
Are you not aware
They
that
cases, they
got
can
a
lose
million
their eyes
out,
from
but there's
infection or
I don't
ulceration.
know, where is your
Many
head?
do well with medicated eye drops or
You guys went through one little bomb from Israel, you guys all fled to Afghanistan. So
which leads to
imagine
improper sight and inability to hear and breathe for eyes.
Oh really? Do you know how many Persians came to Afghanistan with that couple bombs from
Not know
Israel?
what you're doing, or you do not have the adequate tools to do so.
You know why it's zero? Because you're not allowed to go to Afghanistan. Okay?
What do you mean they're not allowed to?
Iranians are not allowed to travel.
There's so many of them. I don't have the exact numbers, but I can get you
Fortunately,
the
this
exact
guy
numbers.
tolerated the procedure well, almost as if he knew we were helping him. To prevent this issue, you should feed a variety of insects that have been gut-loaded with fresh fruits and vegetables. Include powdered supplements that include multivitamin,
Really? So up there,
Iran is a lot of people like me who are
Once again, before you go, hang on, before you go, so you understand that America has a lot of proxies all over the world? So can Iran, as a sovereign nation, have proxies all around the world as well?
Absolutely true.
So why do I get to hear from the Pahlavi supporter majority of the time?
I'll tell you why.
Proxies.
I tried giving very logical answers, but people don't accept it, okay? The logic is you need to be able to provide for your people the basic needs and necessities to get them on board for your regional projects. Because the Iranian government has failed to do so, people are disenfranchised. They don't have the freedoms that they want inside their homeland. They don't have border security like the Afghan problem. One of them. They don't have the life quality that they want. So they're not going to want to.
What kind of problems are you talking? What kind of freedom do you want, people? Can you tell us?
I just told you one main issue that people have. Okay, 7, 6, 7, 8 million Afghans illegally cross without the jurisdiction.
I'm not talking about border. I'm talking about what kind of thing that
that's one of the issues. You asked about issues, right?
That's border. You're talking about that's border security.
That's a major issue.
What kind of thing that
everybody who's not at the top
because you made another claim before, right before. You said that they don't have what was it? What was it, sir, that he said they don't have the
electricity, water,
the financial aspect of it, and I was
yeah. So
right.
So
the basic Iranians like a higher standard of life because they have the resources.
Yeah, because they have to wear Gucci and Louis Vuitton walking around the streets, right?
No.
They have They have the resources, land resources. They have the human resources.
Why does Cuba not have it? Why does Venezuela not have it? Why does Iran not have it?
That's their problem. I'm talking
why
about
America doesn't have it?
You gotta ask a Cuban about Cuba's problem.
No, how many homeless people? How many homeless people in America? How much is that marginalized people in America? What about the border problem? I don't fucking care with the GDP that it's fake by a fake economy. I'm talking about the real problem for the real people that you just mentioned. It's an American problem as well. While the empire has so many proxies.
Let's talk numbers. Give me GDP per capita income.
I just told you, GDP.
Lima, it's American sanctions. American sanctions. Remember that. Cuba, Venezuela. Listen, Cuba, Venezuela, Iran. These countries are having trouble financially because of American sanctions. If America would drop the sanctions and stay the fuck out of everybody's business, Iran would prosper tomorrow.
You know, the left is a fun bunch. I actually miss this. I appreciate you guys having me here.
Dude, I'm a fucking conservative Republican.
Okay.
The fuck you talking about, stupid?
The left.
I'm a conservative Republican. I vote out of Florida.
Oh, I got you. The left is a...
Yeah. My whole family's fucking Republican, stupid. Yeah, but you're trying to be... But the thing is this. If I lock you away from... Let's say you want to come to Walmart.
and I'd lock you out of Walmart.
You're talking about, so shut
No, listen. Let's say listen. Let's say you want to go to Walmart to provide for your family, but I'd lock you out of Walmart. And then I say, oh, look at your family. Your family's so poor because you can't shop at Walmart.
I'd be like, thank you for not letting me shop.
America's sanctions, dude. If America dropped the sanctions tomorrow, gave Iran back its $600 billion, whatever they froze, they would be doing fantastic. The same with Cuba. The same with Venezuela. America. It comes back to America getting in everybody's business. Yeah.
And then
American sanctions.
Money, dude, it's a bully. Like printing the reserve.
You know what big bullies they are? They would burn Afghans when they go to Iran. They would burn them alive.
So you're against the government?
No. Not the government. I'm telling your people. That's how racist you guys are. The Pahlavi supporters like you guys burned Afghans. Are you not aware of that?
We burn Afghans?
Oh yeah, you guys. Here, let me show you a couple links.
For 40 years, we've been hosting you guys, getting you home.
Actually, no, Nima. You guys use them. If it wasn't for the Afghans, you guys wouldn't have streets. You guys wouldn't have homes. You guys use all the labor.
Palestine, okay? Our treasure has gone to Lebanon. Our treasure has gone to Afghanistan. Everything came from our treasure. What was Iranian people's treasure?
Do you have a genie?
Guys, 1 second, please.
America froze the treasure. America froze your money. America has your treasure. Go ahead.
Sorry, guys. There is a person in another room. Wait a second, please. There is a guy in another room recording you right now. I've picked the guy's room in the chat. This guy, I don't know what he will do with this recording or whatever. I don't know, but I don't know if he's into the government or something. He's recording you. He always has his mouth full of freedom of speech and this and that. But when people express themselves about Palestine-Israel situation, he's recording you. He's reporting you to somebody.
So what have I said? So what?
Tell him to report Marjorie Taylor Greene.
One second. And I hope he's listening to my voice because I know who this guy is and I will ask him something later on. I just want to tell you there's people recording you personally and maybe they're doxing you too. Maybe they're taking your IP address. I just wanted to say this. I'm going to say goodbye, guys. There is people like that.
If he can get past,
Thank you very much.
Rick, before you go, hang on, Rick. Before you go, this new update with the anonymous account. You can't keep these accounts out, right? That's the problem we're having. You see what I'm saying, Rick?
It's so bad. I mean, they constantly talk about freedom of speech, but then when you say something they don't like, and I'm not even expressing what I think about Palestine, Israel. It could be whatever, but you see, they're recording you. It's so bad. All right. So, John, if you're listening to me, because I know you're recording me too, okay, I'm coming for you too. All right. Okay, John. Goodbye, guys.
He's coming for me.
No, that's fine.
Guys,
He's coming for me.
Kick his ass.
Free and safe speech. Don't.
Yeah, AIPAC today, AIPAC said called out Marjorie Taylor Greene. And Marjorie Taylor Greene told them, say, bring it on, bitch. Come on. You want to fuck with me, AIPAC? Come on, bring it on.
I hope there's peace in Palestine. I hope there's peace in Iran, and I just want to say good night to you.
I hope there's peace in Myanmar.
Good night, Nima.
I hope there's peace in Thailand and Cambodia.
Anyways, I think that was the content for today. People always tend to crash out in this room. This is a crash out room. And then we have the terrorist. His name is John Kite something. He's running for the government in the audience. Ace, if you were to send them cease and desist letter, what do you think about that? Do you think it's a good idea? How big of a lawsuit can we file on this guy? His name is John, the guy that's with the Indian account down in the audience.
That guy, we have to first find his address.
Oh no, I have his information. I have his old information.
Do you state that you do not consent to being recorded? Do you say that, Amir?
Yeah.
Do you have that written somewhere? Okay.
I don't have it written, but it's in violation of Clubhouse.
You should have it in your profile. I do not consent to being recorded without my permission.
Yeah, but he doesn't listen. He doesn't listen.
Yeah, but it'll help when you do a civil lawsuit against him. It'll help you in court. If he's got any money, if he's got a car or something the judge will give you. Whatever he owns, he'll give it to you.
I think the small claims court would be enough. I don't even have to take him to big court.
Yeah, it's not.
No, it's civil court. You just go straight to the civil court. Yeah, anything over $500.
Yeah.
Small claims is under $500. And this guy, you want to sue him for at least $1 million. I'm not lying, man. I'm not joking, man. That's how you do it. That's how you teach people a lesson, man.
Do you mean a small loan, zero?
No. It's a small loan.
Isn't he listing it on other spaces?
Just a simple lawsuit.
Yeah, so that's what it is.
He's running a room.
He's benefiting. He's using you and people on the space and on other platforms. So it's out there.
He does it with all the rooms. He's a recorder. He's got about 30 phones. Yeah. But I used your comments, Aya, by the way, with this guy, the mini skirt comment. And I don't know. He said no. The Pahlavi didn't say something. I think Lee posted some links in the chat, and apparently he just he didn't even respond to any of this. And
he was clearly confused. He was clearly so confused that he was just trying to play both sides, you know?
Yeah, and then one thing I realized: what's the difference between the Reza Pahlavi supporters and the Zionists? There's no difference. It's they all sort of like attack women. They hate. They don't like women, right? And they disrespect women, And it's a normal thing for people that are Zionists and people that are Reza Pahlavi supporters.
The same ideology, just different mask, right? But the ideology is right there. They're just like Israelis. That's how they think, but they just kind of like twist their words and they try to be more slick about it.
I'm waiting for ICE to get to them. They got a few of them. He snatched a few of them. Send them back, and then they're going to be sitting there right there in the middle of Tehran going, what the hell happened?
They do have a strong lobby, though.
Yeah, the Cubans thought they had a strong lobby. What happened to them? Back to Cuba.
I mean, Rubio's told on them, pretty much. He wanted to close the door after his family.
Anyway, so that's where we're at. We had the Iranian dude, Black Rabbi, did blasphemy today, so the punishment is moving forward. You can't do that. And just sit in the audience, man. Fucking mentally retarded idiots.
So that's the highlights, huh?
It was actually a few of these. There was the first one was in the morning. I think I kind of cooked somebody, and then there was another crash out. I think this was like the 4th or 5th. What's up, Renex? How you doing, bro? Do you want to say something, Ren? are you there? Zero? Are you there, Zero?
I apologize. My wife was calling me. She's at the market. She needed to call me about something, so I had to take the call. I'm back. Can you hear me?
Good morning, Zero. My name's Andrew. Went to your phone online. Went to you check real quick. I heard you've been in Southeast Asia. I'm going to ask you a question about this life in Southeast Asia. And how was the transition from the United States living in Southeast Asia?
Well, I travel the world, so I mean, it's just one other place. You know, I've been to Europe and I've been to Africa and Asia, but it just so happens that my wife, my second wife that I married back in 2009, she's from Malaysia. She's an Indian. Her family's from India, so she's what they call Mama, or Indian Malay. So that's why we come here, and we stay here only about half the year, though. We don't stay normally the whole year. Then I go back to Florida and New York. I spend time both in Florida and New York. Where are you now? You said you're in the Czech Republic?
Yeah, I moved here about 7 years ago.
From where? From America?
No, I was living in London, so and then I decided to just before COVID, well, actually, the detonator.
The accent is like from Ohio or Indiana or something.
No, it's California originally.
Oh, California.
Moved from California to
It's like, even though people don't seem to be clocking trans men like that at all, like a trans man will go, shave their head and grow a beard or what have you.
I been seeing some trans men that was passing real bad, and I was shocked and appalled at the same time because they really look like actual men. They actually look like men.
Well, I don't know. I just, no shade.
Passing trans men.
No shade to your, dissertation. And I don't know. I just feel like this becomes a slippery slope.
It's a beautiful city. Absolutely stunning. Actually, my wife is going through chemo right now, so one of the reasons why we're also
going through what? Chemo. Chemotherapy.
Yes. Well, one of the best clinics, one of the best clinics in the world is here in Czech Republic. It's called the Congressman Center.
Okay.
We've got that kind of a health issue regarding that, a nasty disease. I highly recommend that you look into the Proton Center, which is one of the best, the most reputed clinics in the world.
Is that one of the reasons why you moved back? Yeah, you chose to go there?
It started, I just wanted to be.
In-state is higher than out-of-state tuition in a lot of places in the country. So you have students. I think the number one destination.
And now she's weak, but she's stable.
So you have students. I think the number one destination for.
Did they give you a stage? What stage?
This prophecy is how they enslave us, how they dominate.
Oh, okay. I have a good friend back home right now that's on morphine. He lost his slave. I understand what you're talking about. Camping and stuff. All that. He's like, I'm pointing the way. There in our prayers.
Do you think you have a chance?
So you were asking about what is it like over here in Asia? Why are you guys thinking about maybe business?
This is my father's Google sickness.
I am proud to even trainees to
Yeah.
And there's an opportunity for, it's a nice little startup, so.
Singapore has good medical too.
medical.
Exactly. So we're considering this shift, and I've lived in Singapore for about 3.5 years in the early '90s, and I don't know whether it's changed or not. I mean,
Oh yeah, it always does, man. It always changes, man. It's like becoming a lot more modern than even in the '90s. Much more modern. You know, even now, like the hospitals have nurse robots. They have robots that are nurses.
Yeah, everything's becoming automated, just like in China.
Yeah. Still can't drive. Can't drive. Because you got the COE. It's very expensive. You have to be a Singaporean to get a license to drive in Singapore. But everything has transportation to get to and from there. I don't know what it was like in the '90s. You can get around pretty well over there. Nice place, man. I know I visit.
Which is weird.
Not more, a lot, 10 times, not 10, but 4 times more expensive than Malaysia. And Malaysia has good hospitals too now. Down in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia's really moving up. It's become a what do you call that? Medical tourism. They do a lot of medical tourism now in Malaysia.
Article 6 of the U.S. Illinois go to John for Congress.
You might want to look into that too. But again, like you say,
just cross over the picture and you're in Malaysia. What is it? 3.5 hours, 4 hours by train.
Well, yeah, it depends upon the traffic, yeah. For sure. Because it's the busiest bridge in the world. Every day, millions of people cross one way, going both ways. It's the busiest bridge in the world. But yeah, it's about 3.5 hour ride to KL from Singapore.
Yeah, another question I wanted to ask you. What do you think about this Bondi bounty on Maduro's Sector 59?
Oh, she put a bounty on Maduro. You mean from Venezuela?
Yeah. Did you hear about that, guys? Did you hear about that?
No.
I read it this.
Is it bounty on who?
Maduro, the leader of Venezuela.
Who did America?
Yeah, Bondi. Friggin' retarded people, man. They're all, none of them understand how to run a government, but they're running this place into the ground. It's funny, man. Maduro. Like what's she gonna do? You know, who's gonna bring her Maduro? You know?
Before it was at 25 mil, now it's up to 50. So she's
50 million.
Up the bounty.
Hey, they're trying to do everything. Look at my PTR. They're trying to do everything they can to get away from release the Epstein files. That's the #1 priority. Everything else is just trying to throw smoke screens. You know, we're going after the Clintons. Obama is this. Just go after Maduro. Hey, President Trump, what the fuck are you doing up on the roof? You see him up on the roof of the White House, walking around?
Yeah,
Look. What you doing up on the roof? He's doing everything he can to get people away from release the Epstein files. Give us some names.
You don't believe there are hackers out there who can actually be able to penetrate the system?
I'm waiting.
Yeah.
Yep, WikiLeaks, man, the old days, the old, Julian Assange days. I'm waiting. Somebody's gonna drop a video or an audio or some pictures, something. Somebody's gonna drop it. I'm just waiting, man. That's gonna be something to see.
You guys are, if you don't mind, I just want.
Yeah. I'll try to follow you back right away. But we wish your wife the best, man, that's for sure. We don't want to hear somebody suffering because cancer is horrible. My father died from cigarettes. He died from cancer. So it was very ugly.
Where are you based right now? Are you back in the States or in Southeast Asia?
No, I'm in Penang. I usually come back around September. I go for Ramadan, which is like March. And I stay like 6 months.
But this year, I've been talking about it with my kids and everything. I'm gonna probably stay. I'm probably gonna have to sell my place anyway because they're building a whole freaking city. They reclaimed out in front of my house. I'm on the beach. Well, I was on the beach. Still on the beach. I can see the ocean. But
Where's
they're
Penang?
building
Is
an
it
entire.
Thailand?
No, Penang is it's in Malaysia.
Malaysia?
It's the second largest city in Malaysia after KL. They're building an entire. I told you that before, Lee. Remember I said Andaman? It's called Andaman Island. It's called Andaman. And they're building an entire city. Yeah, I mean, it's like crazy, man. The noise is insane. I mean, imagine, you know, what, 20, 30,000 more Chinese people living here. You know, it's like, it's insane. So I'm like, I'm going to the other side of the island. So I'm probably going to sell my condo. And I'm going to start looking for a place. So I'm probably going to stay this winter. I usually go back in September, but I'm not going back this year.
Yeah.
Would you ever consider permanently leaving the United States, selling all your assets and moving to Southeast Asia?
Well, my friend, I got a lot of children and a lot of relatives. I got a lot of family, a lot in America. You know.
So, to get on a plane, it's so accessible right now, Tom. Get on a plane, 12, 13, 14 hours. Once you better jump and go to the United States.
17. What do you mean 13 or 14? No, you know, if you fly from where I am in Florida to Penang, in the air, not you know, time in the airports. In the air, it's 24 hours. In the air.
Yeah, that's why we're talking from California. Yeah, it's California. It's probably like 20 hours.
Because I fly from Florida to San Francisco. That's 6 hours. And then I have to take. I like to fly United nonstop. I fly the 787 to Singapore. That's 17 hours in the air. And then from Singapore, then I have to fly another hour to Penang. So 24 hours in the air. So if you have layovers, 3 hours here, 2 hours, you know, whatever, you're looking at a day and a half of travel. It's a lot. It's a hell of a lot to do that. That's why, you know, when you go visit, if you're going to visit somebody like that, you better be ready to go. Like, right now, my next door neighbor, her daughter and her granddaughter are here from Canada. And I think they've been here like 3 weeks already. They're going to stay another couple of weeks or so. And you don't go that far and only stay like for a week. You got to stay for a couple of months. Good place, man. Singapore. If you can go to Singapore, I wouldn't complain. I wouldn't complain at all. Now, if you were going to some place like Philippines or, you know, Thailand, I'd be like, ooh. But Singapore's fine, man.
Yeah, but first things first, you know, lady has to get better. And if she does, then we're going to transition. We're just going to move about 6 months. It's right after Christmas, so that's fun.
Did they tell you, is she taking the white tea pills? White tea? Concentrated white tea pills? She is? Yeah. That helps a lot. I got the friend, he thought he was going to die like, I don't know, friggin' like 15 years ago, I think it is. He used to work on my computers, you know, when back then, you know, when you had the big old computer, you bring it and lay it down, like, hey, can you fix this? And he used to work on my computers, and oh, I'm gonna die soon. And here he is 15 years later, man, you know.
Tell me
And
about
he
it.
attributes it.
Tell me about it because they gave her maybe a year to live. And now it's been 5 years and she's...
All right, good luck. Good. Very good. Yeah, hang in there, lady. Hang in there. You can do it. You can do it. Yeah, man.
As a matter of fact, I'm walking around the hospital right now, so...
Oh. How old's the baby now? How old's the baby? No, the baby. Did you say you had a baby? No. No, you said you had a child.
No, I have a son. He's 13 years old and he was born here.
Okay, yeah, 13. Yeah, okay, yeah. He's 13. Yeah. Well, he's still a baby, right? That's funny. My wife's niece, right? When I first met my wife and we married in 2009, she was like 4. Now she's in college, and I still call her the baby. Well, where's the baby? How's the baby? She's like 20-something years old.
You have a big family, right?
Yeah, definite. Yeah, definite. Well, I got 16 grandkids. Well, almost 17 now. I have another one on the way. Not me, but my son does. 17, yeah. 17 grandkids. But my wife, her family over here is like in the thousands. Like in the thousands. Crazy.
Just didn't have all the money in the world. Unfortunately, the most valuable asset of the man is time. Time is so just, you know, very, very short span on this planet. And,
Yep. I'll never forget. I had a friend.
What's happening, as a matter of fact, one of the reasons I'm in this room, and especially, discussing with you guys in the mirror and with you guys, which I really appreciate your topic of discussion. But like right away, every once in a while, I look at what you think here most of the time. It's great to have this counterbalance of information coming from flowing in the front. But, what's happening in Palestine is completely unacceptable. And everybody goes on, continues with that. It's not my problem. It's not my problem. It has to be your problem. This shit has to stop.
That was amazing. In Australia, that was amazing, huh? First they said it was going to be 10,000. Then they said maybe 50.
Yeah.
It was like, 200,000 people came across the bridge.
Will they help? With these
the guy Albanese, he had to get on the phone. Well, he got on the phone with Netanyahu right behind that because he was pushed into that corner. The Prime Minister of Australia had to call Netanyahu and say something. So, yeah, they kind of shook him a little bit. They're going to do it again. It was like a 20-something, a couple of weeks from now, they're going to do another big one in Australia. It helps because it pushes your government, man, how are you going to get elected when everybody's telling you, if you don't do this, look what happened with that lady, what's her name? Kamala Harris. They told her, they said, well, you're not going to get elected if you don't say something about Gaza. And she never did. She did not get elected. She would have said something like, well, I kind of disagree with Joe Biden, but I believe that when I'm elected, I'll call him and stop it tomorrow. Whatever. She could have said the same thing Trump said. He lied too. He didn't do it. He said he was going to stop the war. She could have lied and said the same thing, but she didn't. So she didn't get elected.
Well, the mayor knows my position. I sincerely believe this report, and with a simple take down your entire mainframe, power grid, and you attack the base, and you lose their assets. And I'm telling you, Israel will collapse in less than 3 hours. That's why.
You're not working with Anonymous, are you? Are you working with Anonymous? I wish. I tell you, man, those are
I'm a crisis management. That's my job. I'm a brand strategist, crisis management in automotive. So, but the thing is they've always said this. Any war can be stopped in today's era by cybersecurity measures. If you have the access to the mainframe, of any mainframe, you can shut anything down.
Rance, can I ask you a quick question? Can we start this war with the ChatGPT?
I wish, right?
However, I'm going to go back to something that Zero said earlier regarding, the autonomous, nurses, doctors, physicians, surgery. If you go to China, especially Shanghai, quantum computing, that's going to be very, very interesting. I believe that AI is only the beginning of what's already happening in China. China 10 years ahead of the United States, 15 years ahead of the United States. And quantum computing could be very intricate in stopping wars, and among other things.
Yeah, that'd be fantastic, man. People just shut it down. I'll tell you one thing that's stopping these wars is the amount that it costs to build these damn bombs. I mean, you have one missile you shoot, and it's like $3 million, $10 million. It's like, you saw what happened with the 12-day war. America used up 25% of its THAADs. In 12 days, $1.2 billion of THAADs. They only make like not even a dozen a year. They don't even make a dozen. They used 150 THAAD missiles in 12 days.
Can I ask you something? Am I correct or am I wrong? But is the American armory right now on very, very low stuff?
Yeah, what I just said. Yeah, what I just said. Because like they used 150 THAAD missiles, which was 25% of their stock. But they only make 10 to 12 a year. So imagine if Iran strikes again, they got to use another 100. It'll take 10 years to build that stock back up, and you don't have 10 years when someone's shooting at you today.
But do they have the money? The United States government? Do they have the money?
No, it's not the money.
Stock?
No, it's not the money. It's the manufacturing.
Uh-huh.
You have all the money. It's like if I have only 2 guys that can work on my car. I could, and they're busy with 20 other cars each, or whatever, or one of them's sick, or whatever. And I said, I'll give you $50 million, just fix my car tomorrow. You still can't do it. Right? I'll give you $100 million. You still can't do it. It's just not possible. You see, it's not the money so much. And then it does come down to the money once you do have to build it back, because it's like, well, at the same time, that costs what, 30 million or whatever, or 15 million per missile. And that's only that. And then you had the naval commanders, when they were here in the Red Sea, they also said that their stock was getting low, which is the main reason they backed out. They said, our stock is low. So if you don't have what you need, just like this guy, what's his name, Netanyahu, oh, I'm going to occupy all of Gaza. And the fucking general, the last one, and now Zamir says, with what army? With what? How are you going to occupy? I'm telling you, we can't do this shit. All of our guys are sick. They're all dead. They're killing themselves rather than go fight. 100,000 reservists said they're not coming back anymore. All their equipment's been blown up. And they're telling them, with what? Occupy what? With what? You don't have it. And I don't care. You can throw $50 billion into this. You don't have. Look at Ukraine. They're grabbing people in the streets, chasing people. People are afraid to go to the store because vans pull up and grab them and throw them into the battlefield. You don't have the equipment or the people. How are you going to do it? I don't know.
How do you think this whole entire mess is going to end? If it ever will end.
Everything comes to an end. It's just not going to be the ending that people like. This white European colonialism is over. It's dead. It's like you're trying to force us to ride horses in 1925. No, we want cars. No, you have to ride a horse. No, we want cars. It's the same thing, man. It's not going to go back to that way anymore.
It's not going to go back to that. And the way it's going to end most likely is the people that have all the money are leaving the country. People who have the tech knowledge, all the different technology people who they're leaving. They're going to other countries now because they just and you read the articles what they say they just don't want bombs landing in their backyard, so they're leaving the country. And then before the October 23, it was about how Netanyahu was trying to change the Supreme Court. They were already thinking about leaving. So
Absolutely right. Exactly what's happening in the United Kingdom right now. Everybody's leaving in droves. Not only talent, but also investments. Tech, fintechs, crypto, the whole 9 yards.
Everything's headed where? To the global
moving,
south.
A lot of people are moving to the UAE. Who have the money.
Yeah, the global south. The UAE is in BRICS. UAE is in BRICS. Everybody, they're part of BRICS. Everybody's moving there.
Every step.
Putting their money over there. Hong Kong, the stock exchange is going crazy. It's just it's going crazy right now.
But the other way you know that.
Did you guys hear that banging?
But the other.
I am in truth the.
Listen.
I am in truth the food of all.
Yes.
Did you hear that? No.
Thou eatest is my body.
See, that's what I'm talking about. They're building a Westin hotel.
Because creation.
That's on land that used to be ocean.
All created existence. Stuff.
I'm telling you, I gotta get out of here, man. This place is crazy now. I get this all day. They're building a Westin hotel right down the road from me. That used to be ocean. Crazy. Yeah, so how it's going to end? I mean, this guy's destroying the country, man, financially, all of his people. You don't have a big country, and you got, 18,000 wounded people walking around and with no arms and no legs and blind and wheelchairs. And they had that one young kid in the Knesset that was paralyzed. I saw the video, and he was saying, "You were supposed to take care of us. We fought for you. How come?" He's a Zionist in the Zionist country. He's like, "You're supposed to, and look at us, look what's happening, and you're not providing for us." So that's what it's going to come down to, man, in that country. You can try to hide it, but you can only hide it for so long. I mean, you've really devastated that country. That guy Netanyahu, he really devastated them financially, politically in the world. I mean, it's a mess.
I mean, I think the way I'm looking at it, right? I think at one point the countries might do something about it. Either the country leaders, but then the country leaders. I don't think the country leaders, maybe the people inside these countries. Maybe I think probably people inside Egypt. They might do something about this, I think. Because there are people inside Egypt, they feel really bad for the Gazans, right? And they're right across the border, they can't even go across the border. So there's a highly likely chance of them, maybe protesting or doing something at the border, I think. It just needs a little bit of that, and this is why the protests inside Egypt are not allowed. You can't even wave a Palestinian flag. So there's a possibility, you never know. If not Egypt, now Lebanon, they already went through with this, right? There's a lot of people that got killed, so they're probably not gonna get in there, right? Maybe Syria, because Syria has this animosity with Israel because they kept on bombing Syria out, took over the land, and I don't know. Anything's possible at this moment. If it does happen, I think it's going to create problems for Israel. And it's a teeny bitty country, like, these nations, they can do it. Like Francesca Albanese, she said it in her statement that they can, the Navy ships, they need to, start going over to Gaza, help the kids, help everybody, people out. And if they do go there, probably like 10, 20 of those heavy rockets, hypersonic, and Israel is finished. The whole government is done. They're going to run away to bunkers. Even their bunkers will be done. And, they can just come in and take over. That's it. But America might get involved, and because of America, that's why a lot of countries do not want to get involved with Israel. If America moves away from Israel, then it's very easy for anybody to take down. Even Hamas can take down probably Israel, I believe. And the 7th of October attacks, they keep on crying about it. 7th of October, 7th of October. How many 7th of October attacks have taken place on the Palestinians? Since 1947 up till now. It's too many to count. And then the first time they get to face the 7th of October, oh yeah, it's a big deal. It's this. They literally arrest people and take them as hostage under administrative detention without due process. And a lot of times your families can't even see you. Your lawyers can't even see you. They're restricted, and they get abused inside Israeli prison. They get beaten, they get raped. They even freaking torture them by breaking their balls. Like, who does this? Psychopaths. This is why this is a demonic entity, and I think it would take some time, and I think it would need to be dismantled. I mean, the two-state solution deal, I don't see it, even though the countries might recognize it, but I don't think it's going to get anywhere. I think it's just a bullshit plan from the jump, because the two-state, they've been talking about it since early 2000s. And Netanyahu had a chance in 2015. He turned it down. 2023, but before the 7th of October, he had a chance. He turned it down in front of the UN Security Council. So there are multiple chances, but that's why I don't think the two-state solution deal will ever happen. It was a myth before. It's still a myth. Anybody want to chime in, or anybody want to come on up? Hey, what's up, Rayfan? If you want to come up, anybody else? What's up with you, Ray? Walaikum salam. What's up with you?
Not much. How are you?
I'm doing good. What's up with you?
Peaceful. Same boring life. Nothing special. But I saw a news this morning. I don't know. Did you guys see that the United States put a bounty on the president of Venezuela? That was crazy. I was like, wow.
Yeah, I just heard about it from Andrew. He was saying that.
It's next level, man. Trump administration is taking the game to next level. He's putting bounty on officials of other countries.
But what was the reason why you put a bounty on?
I mean, based on what I read, they are accusing him of being a drug lord, something, a cartel kind of person. I think for Middle East they use terrorists. For South America they use cartel, the people they don't like.
He's trying to get out of release the Epstein files. He doesn't want to talk about it. So he wants to do crazy stuff so people can talk about that instead. Every time he says something, you just bring him back and say, what about the Epstein files, Mr. President? Oh, but I'm gonna kill everybody in the world, and I'm gonna blow a nuclear bomb tomorrow on Finland, and I'm gonna, Mr. President, what about the Epstein files? Oh no, but I'm gonna do this and that. What about the Epstein files, Mr. President? That's what they gotta keep doing. That's what he's trying to do. Get away from that.
No, I honestly think he wants a legacy when it comes to international things, and he's failing. Like, and right now he's right after Russia, because with Iran he failed, with China he failed. I mean, the economy of China didn't even fail tariffs, and Iran didn't sign any deal with him, and he lost it. I mean, what can he do to Iran? Right now he's after Russia, so he went after Modi, which was crazy. He's putting tariffs on India. And this Venezuelan guy is a Russian ally. So he's going after Russian allies. At least with it, I think that's the lowest hanging fruit for him, because both Russia and Ukraine do want to finish that war. So he's after Russia, and I think he's doing this crazy stuff. But I don't know how it will work out.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone ever studied war, the World War II. You know, but if you go back and you look at the Barbarossa, when the Nazis attacked, you know, the Soviet Union, I mean, they practically won this thing. I mean, they had like millions of Russian prisoners. They were all the way at Moscow. I mean, Russia was getting their ass kicked like you've never seen, man. It was worse than I've ever. Remember, I was studying. Oh, I thought that Russia, you know, fought in the. Yeah, but they had to just. I mean, I'm surprised they didn't lose. I mean, people in Moscow were leaving. You know, they knew that the Germans would take the place in like a day or so. And then Stalingrad, and then all of a sudden, you know, what's his name, Zhukov, the general, and then he turned it around, man, and then they just started kicking German ass. So the Russians are used to that. They're used to losing and losing and losing, but still winning. You know, they'll lose, but they'll still come out the winner. I don't know.
I mean, Russians are really wild animals. I mean, they are the most racist, disgusting animals which is out there. Like, don't get me wrong. I really wish they lose. Even Chinese hate Russians. Everybody hates Russian in this planet.
Yeah, but Russia is not going to lose to Ukraine. They're not going to lose to Ukraine. It's not going to happen.
Right.
All of Europe will have to get. It has to be a world war again. All of Europe will have to get involved.
But the policy that, I mean, what Russia wants, I mean, this is actually, again, goes back. So technically, this war is not about Ukraine. So Russia and I think ExxonMobil, they had this agreement because Russians' oil industry is bankrupt and it's really out of date. And their production is just going down because they don't have technology. It's a corrupt state. Russia is a corrupt state and it doesn't have technology. It's not like China. And ExxonMobil was working with them with their oil. And Obama was the one who sanctioned Russia. This is like, after that, Russia attacked Georgia, if you remember, after those sanctions, and they forced ExxonMobil come out. So the first Trump administration, his Secretary of State was the CEO of ExxonMobil. It came to power to actually fix that problem because ExxonMobil do want to access to those fields, but the United States absolutely doesn't let it happen. So the problem of Russia is really not Ukraine. It's just poking everyone to get access to oil technology. And it doesn't seem West wants to give it to them. So I think Russia will lose over time because Russia doesn't have anything. Think about it.
They have, I mean, they with all the sanctions and plus the $500 billion that they froze of Russia's GDP is still greater than all of Europe combined right now. It's like fucking wild. You're telling you, man.
Russian GDP? What?
Yeah, man, these guys are growing like crazy. The GDP growth is like 4 point something or 3 point something, whatever it is. It's insane, man. I mean, they're making money. That's why they're trying to stop India and others from buying Russian oil. It's not going to happen.
No, but the technology is outdated.
No, their technology is good, man. They got some of the most dangerous hackers in the world in Russia.
Absolutely.
Yep.
No, I mean their old technology. They're not a player. Like for example, offshore drilling and they really do want to go to North Pole. You don't have those kind of technology.
But they're one of the largest oil suppliers in the world, friend. You know that, right?
They are, but they don't like for example, Iran has a lot of reserves, but cannot pull it out. And the thing about the oil well is that it dies. So you really need to have technology to keep oil well alive. So Iranian oil wells are dying. Russia's oil wells are dying too. You need technology to keep oil well alive. Otherwise, very fast, you start losing money off a well, and you just have to.
Well, even China is backing that.
I'm saying China hates Russia. Everybody hates Russia.
No. China isn't China an ally of Russia?
In a sense that China is fighting with US. So in that sense, like the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Hey,
I don't think.
But Russia gets the technology from China. Everything happens through China. I mean,
I would be surprised if China give any technology to Russia.
And do you know that they
Russians
produce
are very aggressive, aren't they?
Do you know that Russia produces 5 times more weaponry than America does?
Yeah, China is very advanced. Like the level
No, not China. I'm talking about Russia. Russia produces 5 times more weaponry than America does, and they sell it to anybody.
Yeah,
anybody can go to Russia and buy it.
Possible. I mean, I'm not questioning the.
Yeah, you know the AK-47 is from Russia. It's a pretty famous weaponry that's been used by. Yeah, those are those are from.
They used to be great, man. They used to be like I was reading that after World War II, I think in 50s or 60s, there was this thing coming orbiting over the U.S. sky. That was the first satellite they shoot up. So everybody in the United States was scared to shit. Russia put an eye on the U.S. They were the one. They literally were the one who created the technology of satellites. They were great, and right now they are in this misery. Honestly.
Yeah, so Russia, I mean, I don't know how you're going to stop that. He's got his eyes set on taking Ukraine, and people are doing all they can, spending all the money they've got to try to help Ukraine. So I don't know how you're going to stop them.
So I was right actually. China is supplying them with the equipment and stuff for the oil wells, Wayfan, to Russia.
It's possible. I'm not saying, but the oil technologies, I think, is the big players are all Westerns.
Yeah, but the China's pretty big on everything.
I don't know if they have this offshore technology stuff. I don't know. Maybe they have, but I haven't heard about it. This thing that I'm telling, I read a book which was 2016, but maybe by now they have acquired. But this offshore drilling is a really advanced technology. I would be surprised if they have it. Because you have to go under the ocean and create a well and then, bring the oil on. The thing is that I'm sure if they are given the chance, they can develop it. China doesn't have its oil reserve.
Actually,
right?
they do. They do. They do offer offshore drilling equipment and support to Russia.
Could be. I mean, maybe they are developing it, the technology, because if you give them the field, they can develop it.
It's called the Nanhai 8 semi-submersible rig owned by China Oilfield Service Limited, has repeatedly been deployed in the Russian Arctic to drill for Gazprom, contributing to major gas discoveries. Huge. So China is doing some big things, man, with Russia.
And they're getting discounts, and they get all the oil through discount.
Yeah, and China gets the oil for cheap.
Yep, and it comes through land too, and they do it through land. They can, they don't need ships.
No, I'm sure if you give them the well, they will develop the technology. Not that they have the technology, they're developing it. You have to put your engineers and let them figure it out.
Do you know
these
that Russia is
technologies are already developed?
Do you know Russia is the third largest oil exporter in the world? After the United States, Saudi Arabia, Russia's number 3.
I thought they even have bigger reserve than Saudi Arabia. They are big. That's why Germany.
I don't know if they have a reserve that large. I know the largest reserves are in Venezuela. That's number 1 in the world.
Oh, largest reserve, I thought.
In the world is Venezuela, but I don't know where Russia stands. But as producing, they're producing like 10 million barrels a day. It's a lot of oil, and it's all going to places like India.
Oh yeah, Venezuela.
At a discount. It's going to China at a discount.
I mean, even Pakistan.
Yep, look at that. They're getting it cheaper than it's like $3 off the dollar, $3 off the price. So like if it's at $65, China's getting it for $62. That's a lot when you're buying like 500 million barrels a day.
And they buy it from Iran as well for cheap. From Iran as well.
You got it.
I mean, I think
China is really big, man. China is.
That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of people in China.
No. I mean, all these wars in the Europe and Middle East, China is the winner. I mean, they're taking the best out of all these countries.
But I think it's a good sort of like I think to become an alliance with China. I think it's a good thing, right? To be able to depend on China for certain things, because China can give you a whole bunch of stuff, even like the from day-to-day use items. I mean, even a can opener in China, a freaking straws from China.
China. You have to pronounce it as China. China.
Do you speak? Chinese? Do you speak Chinese?
Not a lot. It's a very difficult language.
But it's what language do you speak in the country you're in? You're in I think Thailand.
Taiwan.
What language do you speak?
They're Chinese. Mandarin.
You speak Hokkien, right? Hokkien.
They have Hokkien also, and there is a 3 languages.
Cantonese.
No, Cantonese is Hong Kong. So here's
Taiwanese.
That's
right, Hong Kong. Yeah, I apologize. Yeah, right.
So here Taiwanese and Hakka and Mandarin, but Mandarin most.
Mandarin, yeah.
But I don't know. I normally don't talk to people. I just mind my own business. I come to Clubhouse.
I know.
I mean, that's one of the reasons that Trump is so angry, because Trump came to power to really, one of his main things is to control China. And he cannot finish the wars in Europe and Middle East. US, I think it was Obama which said this in 2011 or those time frames, said that US does not have any strategic interest in Europe and Middle East. The only strategic interest of US, I'm talking about strategic, I'm not talking about low-hanging, religious kind of interest. The only strategic interest of US is in Asia, to control China. And this US just wants to get out of Europe and Middle East. It has been trying in the last, I'd say, 15 years after this announcement. And Trump was supposed to come in power. That was what he was saying. Finish these wars and get out. US really wants to get out. But he's failing. And China is winning. China. I mean, the reason that Russia attacked Ukraine is this, because US said we don't care. Maybe this was like 30 years ago. Russia would not dare to attack.
I mean, if America would not have attacked, I think it would have been good. But America just had to they like to put their nose in everything, you know. And our tax dollars, just like the Iranian person that was in here, you know, I should be crying about why is my tax dollar giving used? What do I do? You know, he was complaining. Why is it giving to the proxies? I mean, because of the proxies, I think Iran is kind of protected.
No, Iran also is doing the same thing. So, I mean, this proxy thing, like for example, if you are a country, these lines, these borders, really, like if you are the ruler of a country, it doesn't have any meaning. I mean, international laws is not something that people care about. When it comes to international law, it is the law of jungle. There is no law. Whoever is stronger goes takes. If you are in a jungle, laws are for inside the states. For example, like when you go outside, the international law is a joke. When it comes to like Iran, just goes as far as it can. And this you know, when Iranians says why our tax dollar goes to proxies, and even Americans, why our tax dollar goes, this is the way the world works. And Iran was really taking over Middle East, and Iran is taking over the Middle East. I mean, this is why Israel is so pissed. US is living and literally in Middle East. I don't think anybody can compete because Iran has the population, Iran has the money, and has the geography. You cannot compete with that. Saudi Arabia has money, doesn't have population. Turkey has population.
I don't see them taking over. I mean, Iran, to me, has just as much influence in the Middle East as Turkey does right now. I mean,
right now, because US
then you might as well say Turkey is taking over the Middle East because Turkey is
Turkey doesn't have money. Turkey doesn't have money.
And Iran has more than Turkey? I don't think so.
Iran has gas and oil. Turkey relies on Iran for its gas. If Iran shut down the gas pipes, Turkey dies. All the gas of Turkey is from Iran. You need to have natural resources. If you want to be a power, you cannot rely on your resources on other countries. So Saudi Arabia and all the Gulf states rely on their population on India, on other Arab states. They don't have population. So you need to have these three components. You need to have the resources, population, and land. The only country which in Middle East has this is Iran. And once United States leaves, which US is saying that they are leaving, Iran will take over. It's just a matter of time. And Israel doesn't like it. There is a slang in Persian. It says that it will burn sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. It's simple math, man.
I don't see Iran wanting to take over. That's the thing.
I mean, it's not a matter of 1-0.
They'll support people. I mean, they'll support other groups just like everyone else does. You know, France will support somebody, and other countries Venezuela will support someone, Brazil will support somebody that they think, have a similar, perspective. And so Iran, I can see them, helping Lebanon, the people of Lebanon and the people of Syria a little bit. But I don't see them trying to take over like Saudi Arabia or Oman, or I don't see them trying to take it over.
So think about Europe, for example. Europe right now is in the hand of Germany. I mean, the European economy is controlled by Germans. So at the beginning, in the First World War and Second World War, they wanted to take over militarily, and they failed. But eventually they took over. Right now, Germans kicked England, British out also. You see, they are not part of the European Union. They just kicked them out. This is the same thing. Iran, after the revolution...
You talk about England voluntarily left.
Yeah, sure, voluntarily.
They are voted out.
Yeah, definitely. Because they were... Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that Europe is now belong to Germany. Do you disagree with that?
Yeah, I do.
Or you disagree with that?
Europe belongs to the fucking Zionists. That's the problem. And we're all suffering now. Look at Europe now. I don't even recognize it anymore. They're destroying it as we speaking. What's left? Because of the fucking Zionists, and they're creating agendas, Fuck Israel.
Oh yeah, that's a different story. Yeah. I'm talking about like countries, like the effect that Zionists have on the politicians worldwide, because Zionists are like in charge of money and stuff. That's a different story.
And that's why Hitler wanted to, wipe them out. Because he knew they were evil. They were very, very bad for humanity. He knew it. That's why they needed to go. Really, they need to go. No, look how horrible. I don't know, sir. I don't know what life is like in Taiwan, but here in America is shit. Europe is shit because of the fucking Zionists. It's so bad. I'm telling you. I'm a bit older than you. I assume. I've seen a better Europe before. Now, don't even bother coming to Europe. It's so shit.
Again, I'm totally against what you said. I like Jews, and so I'm not going to Hitler had a reason. He was a fucking racist. The reason that he killed Jews has nothing to do with that Jews are bad. I just he wants. I'm not going there. The point I'm taking is about Iran. So Iran, for a long time, wanted to take over militarily, and right now he has changed his approach. He wants to take over by the way that Germany took over Europe. But you have to understand, just look at the math. Iran is the only country which has resources, population, and land. So the same as Germany. So he will take over.
I admire all these countries that stayed sovereign. I don't know what they did, that they never been taken by the Zionists. Like Iran, China. They have the Freimauer. Freimauer is the same fucking Zionist, just a different name. Whereas Russia, North Korea, I don't know how they did to stay away from all this Zionist shit.
I mean, the reason that Zionists are much stronger in the West and East is because for the longest, Christians and Muslims, they let Jews to handle money. So especially for Christians, money, handling money was a bad thing. Was if you do that, you go to hell. So they historically have control over money, and when you have control over money, it's the golden rules, gold rules. So they have a lot of influence because they have a lot of influence on the money. But in the East, they don't. In the East, I don't think they have that much control over money.
Wherever are the Federal Reserves, they have control of them.
I mean, I think that China would actually definitely need to get involved, but I think it's gonna take some time because China would need if China was to get involved in Gaza thing. If there were anybody was to get involved in Gaza to rebuilding whatever, they would need some sort of a guarantee that Israel is not gonna. And I think that's why Hamas has changed their stance, is that they want actually a two-state solution as soon as possible. You know. So they got, what is it? They got, I think, 8 or 10 live hostages now, and then the rest of them, I think, dead or something. So that's what it is, and let's see if they get their people. I mean, if they can get their people from the other side and exchange them for these live hostages or whatever. But it's sickening, you know. These demonic people, they don't care about their own hostage. It's better to just kill them.
Yeah. Did I not give you a link where that was it Palestinian? This doctor came back and he just testified what he had seen at Syrians, where those Israeli hostages came out, was waving a white flag on the IDF, didn't care, they still shoot them.
Yep.
I like what you said. I like what you said. These demonic people, indeed, and they need to be going. They need to leave planet Earth so planet Earth can heal and save humanity.
Yeah, it's a criminal Zionist entity. I mean, what do we expect? These people are just demonic. They live in the La La Land, you know.
Well, we're not sending them back to hell where they came from, because somehow, if you keep going back apparently to the origin, the less facts, documents, whatever you have. I'm on the thing. I think they just came from hell. I swear. Somehow find a way, look like a human being, and then cause all kind of problems. I don't know. And they're worshiping the devil. I told you, they actually worship the devil. So send them back there. They are happy down there. We are happy when they're gone.
Hey, what's up, Layla? Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, what's up with you?
Well, nothing, just finished work.
Yep. Yep, they're about to occupy the whole thing, and let's see what happens.
Is that confirmed?
Yeah, I mean, it was passed in the Knesset. There, it's 75% is already under occupation, just 25% more to go. But he was crying in that article about.
What usually happens in that case? So the Gazans now, what's going to happen to them?
I don't know. So, according to that Times of Israel article, Trump did say about the what is it called? According to Axios, Trump did say about Mitch. There's a lot of noise from the microphone. Yeah. So, according to Axios article, it talked about that Trump is worried about getting milk to the babies. About the mothers and the babies. I don't know. That's the only thing he's worried about. And they did talk about the humanitarian aid part, I think, but they don't have a proper plan, right? But the issue is GHF is literally funded by, and he said that he wants the Arab nations and European countries to come and help America, with this aid and whatever. He doesn't want to be real responsible for it. Even though he provided them weapons, here, go kill more people.
Yeah.
America is basically complicit, is responsible behind this weaponry.
So, are they planning, just so I can get this clear, are they planning that, like, they're going to occupy whole Gaza and build, in Gaza and have just like Tel Aviv and Israel?
I don't know. So, there were 22 Knesset members, right? They had a bill, it was passed by the defense minister, for them to go survey the land, northern Gaza, how they're going to build settlements in the future. So, by the looks of it, anything's possible. Once they're in, they ain't leaving.
Yeah.
And they're gonna try to get the hostage, but I think the hostages will be killed.
It was never about hostages.
Yep. It's never about the hostages.
Correct. They don't care. They just want to kill. And they don't want to be stopped.
There's been a protest inside Israel who were against that. And they want to get the hostages back.
Can I say something? Why now? Why not 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago? No, they don't really care. Now they can see there was destruction from Iran and the world are standing up and hated it. Now all of them going no protest? Ridiculous.
No, they've been protesting before the 7th of October against, it was in minority, a smaller number, against Netanyahu. And suddenly the 7th of October happened, and the rating for Netanyahu went up. Even the leftists that did not want Netanyahu, they sided with Netanyahu because he was fighting Hamas. And then now the rating kind of went down, and then it's getting picked. So every time he fights Hamas, they all agree on it. This is the problem with these Zionist criminals, the baby killers. So they did protest, but now they're, but they have a problem with internal affairs. And Leila, those people that are protesting, against genocide, whatever. One thing I don't get, right? The Israeli settlers, they're literally, having their kids lay down on the road to stop the aid from going into Gaza. Jordan complained about this the second time.
Yeah.
And those people that are protesting against genocide, these guys are such hypocrites. They don't even have the balls to stand up against the settlers.
They say they're against the genocide, Amir, but they also want their hostages back. That's the whole thing. It's not like they don't care about the
Palestinians.
Yeah. But they have to say we want peace. We want this war to stop because we want our hostages back. They don't care about the Palestinians. Did you see the images? And there was also a video of one of the hostages where he's also starving, and they made him dig his own grave.
Yeah. That triggered them. That pissed them off.
Yep.
They come in here, they talk about that all the time.
Yep.
I'm like,
Gaza, and you're starving Gaza, so.
Yeah, no. They said that it's Hamas starving them. The guy that handed them a can of beans. I went back and forth with Samson. Remember that idiot Samson that comes in here?
Yeah.
He goes. How come that guy was healthy? That guy was buffed up. I said, do you think that I didn't know he was whether he was taking protein shake, protein bars. We don't know about that. I don't know, man. These people that come up with these weirdest fucking arguments, I can't believe this. Oh my god. So that's what it is, but
I was having a chat with someone today who's, into this whole IT business, and we're talking about the next steps for AI. That they're going up there. Like they're actually AI is gonna replace doctors, educators. You can walk down the street and see an AI where you think it's a human. Does that make sense? So I asked the question, and he's like, so it's going to obviously become a big thing, but then it's going to crash down eventually. I'm like, what about in regards to wars and, how's AI going to play a part in that? It's like each country, they'll set it up into their own, they have their own setup, how they want it to run. And that's it. AI is just, it goes by codes and by numbers. And, So it's going to be very, very interesting that this is going to come up, especially because it's big in America. How it's all going to, maybe they're going to get AI to, build Gaza again for them. You never know.
You mean they're going to have a large enough 3D printer?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
3D printer.
That's wild. I like to see that.
You've seen a 3D printer, right, Zero?
Yeah. I have a house idea I'd like to build myself. If I could borrow that printer, please.
Look, Levy, come on up, man. Have the balls to come up, engage. Instead of freaking, sitting in the audience all day long, getting triggered by this room.
IDF is doing fine. IDF is committing suicides right now.
Yeah, they're committing suicide, and they're, they're tired. They're tired of this whole thing, but what do we do? Netanyahu just wants them to keep fighting.
Look at Netanyahu. That Netanyahu, he looks like, I don't know, he comes across, he's like the Antichrist, honestly. All the characteristics that he has.
They were calling Trump Antichrist.
Yeah, I think kind of both of them.
Which one is the one?
Both of them, I would say. I don't know. I have to feel that guy is the Antichrist, trust me. And he is the worst being that ever walked on planet, or will walk ever on planet Earth.
Yep. But there could be more than one Antichrist, We just don't know which one is it. But Trump is tired. He wants to get out. He's like, what do I do? He was asked, are you okay with that?
Trump wants to enjoy his time being a president. He only became a president January this year.
He's a dicker. I'm going to start a deep state. Yeah, what is it? He licked their asses now. Oh my God. I don't know. They should really, shoot him in the head for that. Honestly, if something happened to me, it's only fair.
No, Trump literally wants a legacy. I mean, if you go
what
back,
legacy? When the whole world hates you. When the whole fucking world hates you.
Why he even ran for presidency? It was a dinner in White House, and Obama specifically made fun of him in front of so many people. From that moment, Trump is obsessed to get a legacy, to prove that he's better than Obama. And Obama has a couple of legacies. He has a legacy with the healthcare that Trump couldn't do anything about. He had a legacy with Iran, which Trump came and fucked it up. But Trump doesn't have any legacy. Like first presidency ended up in COVID, and this presidency doesn't seem he's going anywhere.
Is it true they can only run for being a president twice only?
Yes.
Okay,
That's
so this is his last time. And yeah.
Yeah, because FDR was 4 times, and after that they put it in a constitution that is limited to 2 times. So Trump
he wants to go down history.
Nobody wants to change the constitution, Lisa.
You cannot.
He wants to change it.
Yeah, he wants. But you have to ratify by 2/3 of states, and it's impossible.
Trump Trump is a hostage. He's honestly a hostage.
I mean, they
Why
got
do you
something
say-
on him. They got something on him, right?
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine?
Yeah,
So we have
massively.
FEMA here. Yeah, we have FEMA here. He wanted to put the $1.9 billion, right? The FEMA disaster organization. You cannot boycott Israel. Like, because of the disaster, so many millions of people can be killed, right? He wants to hold the money, if you boycott Israel, we're going to take the money away. And then even it related to, and then he had to walk back on his statement 3 hours later. And then Canada said that we're going to come, we're going to recognize Palestinian state. He goes, if you do that, we're going to, have a tariff war. Like, what's on those files? I think there's something on the file that connects Israel and a lot of the politicians together. If he was to get released, oh my God, the hell will get loose. And what else was I going to say? Oh yeah, the Ghislaine Maxwell, the sidekick of Epstein. She was actually told. She was sent to a minimum security prison. I wonder why. Are they going to kill her, or what's the deal?
Definitely Epstein files is a big thing. Also, I think when it comes to Israel, Trump wants this Ibrahim Accord to be the reason that there would be a peace. So, like any states and going against this, for example, if Canada recognized Palestine without U.S. permission, is basically against Ibrahim Accord, right? So that is the challenge that Trump has right now. Trump really wants a Nobel Prize, wants Ibrahim Accord, wants something to go down the history, not down the toilet. So
He's going down the history as the next Hitler, I think.
Not only that,
no,
even
Trump is a big
Americans-
fart. Trump is a big fart in history. 10 years from now, nobody will even remember him.
There's literally states in America where teachers get paid $15 to $16 an hour, and that's education. And this cunt is sending billions to a country that has nothing to do. America didn't start this war. Americans did have nothing to do with this. Why aren't you improving in your country? Why are you sending billions to Israel? They have something on him. He has to do it. That's why I say he's a hostage.
No, the reason that U.S. does this thing, this is a problem in U.S. For example, politicians send these monies to Israel, and then Israel send those monies back to U.S. to, part of it, not all of it, to elect these politicians. Do you see the chain here? So in U.S., politicians really, in order to be elected, they need to raise money. That's how, for example, in Taiwan, for politicians to be elected, they have to raise a signature. You have to go and gather signature. But in US, you have to gather money. So if you don't gather money, you don't get elected. So you don't even go on ballots. So a lot of these politicians send money to Israel, and part of this money comes back for these politicians to be elected. So this is a chain that the economy, I said these people
So
in Israel, they control money.
would you say that the world's strongest country, with power and everything is controlled by Israel? They've got them by the balls?
I wouldn't say they got them by the balls. I said they know how to play the game, the US politics games. They are really good at playing these games. Other countries can play this game, like Saudi Arabia can play this game. I mean, they are doing pretty good. I mean, right now in Middle East, I think Saudi Arabia, look at this MBS. He's literally a person which did, what did he do, Khashoggi? That, for any politician, that was the end. But right now, he's doing very good. I mean, Saudi Arabia, because they're doing the American politics. You have to play American politics. And Jews play pretty good. I mean, Israelis. I want to distinguish between them. It's not if Muslims start playing the politics of US, you can easily change the direction. I don't see it as Israel is taking United States by balls. I don't see it that way. I see that they know how to play the game. It's a game. U.S. politics is a game. You just have to play it. Whoever plays better wins. I mean, you should be capitalism. You cannot be like a socialist country. Like, for example, China. You cannot be China or Soviet Union. You have to be capitalistic system. So the ideology of United is capitalism. Once you have that ideology, then you can play the game.
Yep. I mean, you have to play your cards right. You know. If you don't play your cards right, especially at the government level, it could go sideways. And if it does happen, but a lot of these nations are coming out. They're about to recognize the Palestine as a state. But I don't know, where do we go from here? What's next? I just don't get it. What? I mean,
I don't think Benjamin Netanyahu cares about other countries recognizing Palestine as a state. Like, he's gone way too far doing stuff that no one agrees on.
Yeah, no, I mean, he did. They got scared and they start calling them, like, even Germany wanted to recognize the Palestinian state there. They start calling them Nazi, whatever. It was in the Reporting Times of Israel, one of the ministers. So what they did an emergency annexation plan in the Knesset. It's a non-binary, right? It was just for the shows to get a reaction out of America and see what how is going to respond. But then Trump, his campaign when he was, going from state to state, there's this lady, Zionist lady. She actually funded his campaign $100 million, and she wants Trump to help them annex the West Bank. And Arkansas, the state of Arkansas, they already passed the ruling. They're calling the West Bank Judea and Samaria. In Americans, in the Congress, there's a bill. If it gets passed, they'll call it Judea and Samaria. And
Mayor, how you doing, pal?
What's up, Mark?
I'm Harrison, if you remember.
Yeah, what's up with you? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm looking for Ludwig for a long time.
Yeah, I'm not sure. You can probably find him in other rooms. So what I was saying was, in Arkansas, they passed the bill. They're calling the West Bank Judea and Samaria, and they're calling what else did they? Oh yeah, they what was it? Oh yeah, they even built a little area called white supremacist land. I guess God promised them that piece of land, right? So there's about, I think, 70 families or 100 people are living on that land, and it's just full of nothing but the racist, white supremacist piece of shit that are living there. And I think people like that are normal, right? And people that are, not from that land, and they are from Ukraine, Poland, or whatever, they should just live with these people. Arkansas, and they respect the white people, and that's the way to go. But anyways, that's where we're at right now. Oh. Yeah, by the way, maybe...
Did you hear about Benjamin Netanyahu sanctioned Australia?
Yeah, he told me. So what is the sanction for?
Where Australians can't travel to Israel. That's pretty much it.
No, but why did he do the sanction on Australia?
Because first of all, Albanese was one of the countries recognized in Palestinian state, and also that the 300,000 protest at the Harbour Bridge really triggered everyone because he allowed it.
That's funny. Seriously, that was it?
Yeah. Damn, I was dying to go to Tel Aviv.
Wow. Let's see. You know, there's officials. There's officials. You wouldn't believe it. There's actually a travel ban against two far right cabinet, right? The National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich. That's one of the reasons. So Australia joined the UK, Canada, and New Zealand and Norway, and issuing.
They're not allowed to enter Australia.
Yeah, these are genocidal maniacs. The sanctions were imposed due to their roles in inciting extreme violence, supporting illegal settlement expansion, advocating policies widely seen to undermine Palestinian rights and two-state solution. So the second reason, Walaikum Assalam. The second reason was earlier in July 2024, Australia sanctioned 7 individual Israeli settlers and the extremist Hilltop Youth Group for involvement in violent attacks on Palestinians, including beatings, torture, and sexual assault. Right, and then this was reported in Al Jazeera and Guardian and ABC. What else do we have? And these measures are, they're violation into a court of justice, ruling deeming Israeli settlements illegal under international law. Australia's justification and response, Foreign Minister Penny Wong emphasized the targeted nature of the sanctions. They were aimed at violent individuals and individuals and groups and not the Israeli state to uphold international human rights norms and working toward a two-state solution. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese explained that while Australia still supports Israel's right to exist, it expects adherence to international obligations and the protection of basic human rights. International national reaction and tensions. Israel's government condemned the sanctions as outrageous, with its foreign minister pledging to respond diplomatically. The United States, particularly Secretary of State Marco Rubio, criticized the move, calling it extremely unhelpful and warning it could undermine U.S.-led peace efforts. Australian advocacy groups such as Australian Centre for International Justice welcomed the sanctions as a meaningful step toward accountability. Yeah, so it was like the settlers was number one reason, right? And the 2 ministers, they can't go, right? And even their assets freeze. So whatever I don't know, did they own anything in Australia? Ben-Gvir and Smotrich?
I haven't looked into it.
If they own,
that is a big thing for them.
Yeah.
But I mean, you know what? I actually forgot to tell you guys. After that protest on Tuesday, there was an attempted school shooting at Islamic private school.
Really?
Yep. The whole school was under lockdown. It's a school that obviously my nephews go to. The kids were hiding under the table for like 30 minutes. After that protest.
It's crazy. These people. So who did it? Like, who was the shooter?
Islamophobic. He was Islamophobic. He came in the morning because it's a private school. Like, security is higher. He came in the morning and he couldn't enter the gate, and he was asking them like, why do you teach the Quran? And obviously he couldn't enter. He waited in the afternoon. There was a school excursion, so the bus had to come in, and he drove straight in after the bus. And he was loose inside the school with a gun. And Australia history, it's not like it's unfortunate in America that's happening a lot. We've never had that before. It's like we actually never had that before. So everyone, that happened on Tuesday, it was a big thing. And he's local, and he got caught.
So Australia did the. Now the shooter was. You said that was Islamophobe. Was he a Jew?
We don't know yet. You know why? Because it's not on the news yet. I don't know why they don't want to put it on the news yet. The whole school was under lockdown. None of the parents could enter.
Easy, it's Islamophobia. That's why it's not on the news.
Oh, I'm waiting. On Monday, I'm calling the news myself. He was actually Australian, Levy. He was a whitewashed Australian. He got caught, so you can't say he's one of our own or, you know. He's a whitewashed Australian redneck that went into a school that wanted to kill kids.
So you say this is happening right now?
It happened on Tuesday.
Leslie, Layla, you said it's happening
Tuesday.
right now?
Tuesday.
Oh, Tuesday it happened.
Yeah.
So they got him.
Oh, yeah.
So they got him.
Yeah.
No, nobody got hurt then.
No, thank God.
Yeah, right? Bunch of maniacs out there, man. They're all out there. Oh, yeah, that's what you call a sore loser, man. These people, man.
That's
like
terrorism.
Levi Zion.
That's actually terrorism.
Yeah, they're sore losers, man. They can't win on the battlefield, so they go out and try to attack, civilian people, kids, women, things like that.
I just looked at your picture, Zero. I like it.
That was the closest I can get in what I created to the girl that they say the girl Virginia Guffey. You know what I mean? The one that they say that she supposedly committed suicide in April, which is bullshit. She was the most vocal one, the one that she's the one that Epstein took from Trump's Mar-a-Lago spa, and then took her, and then right away him and his girlfriend started raping her. You know what I'm talking about? The girl Virginia? No. You don't know the whole story, right? About Epstein? But anyway, that kind of looks a little bit like her. That's why I did it. I made it kind of look like her. Because that's all she wanted, man. And then all of a sudden, oh, she committed suicide. Bullshit.
So you're doing this with AI, Zero?
Yeah.
This is power. This is what can help Palestinian win. These stories that these IDF people are doing, or settlers are doing to Palestinians, using AI to make it graphic and then push it up American consciousness. That will really be playing your cards right. I mean, as an idea, I don't know, it's up to you. Like, if you can advertise, like, each person has a little talent. Like, somebody provide a story, somebody bring the AI capability. Like, I know some computers, but somebody which can organize these strengths together. And you can make videos and just keep pushing it into YouTube and advertise for it. I think that is what will win eventually this war. Who who is on the right side of history. Anyway, I need to go. Take care, guys.
Oh, by the way, also that girl Virginia Guffrey, she's the one that what is King Charles's brother Andrew had to pay the millions of dollars to. That's the same girl that he had to pay the millions of dollars to her.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, for the Epstein thing. Yeah.
God, these sick fucks, man.
Yeah. Yep.
Also, a little bit of an update. Amr, I was not expecting this from Starmer so quickly, but he's right now speaking out against Israel's invasion plan. I don't think Amr is there.
I think I hear in the background. I know, man. For him, it's only like 1:30 or something over there, but
yeah.
People on the East Coast, it's like 4 something. You're in the States, right, Sam? Right
yeah.
Now?
I'm in
I'm
Texas
over here.
Central.
Texas. Okay, so you're at like what 2:30 or something?
It's 3:30 for me. It must be like
3:30.
5:30 for you, right?
No, I'm in Asia right now. I'm at 4:30 in the afternoon.
4:30 though. That's crazy.
Yeah, 4:30 in the afternoon.
Man, every time I get into this room, you guys make me miss Singapore so much.
Yeah, we were just talking to this young man, Andrew. I don't know if you ever talked to him. You were in the room with him, right? When he was just here? About an hour ago?
No. I was in a different room.
Nice young guy, man. His wife is suffering from cancer, and they're in Prague. He's from California. They went to England, and then they moved to Czechoslovakia. But he was asking, what is it like over here? Because he has a job offer for Singapore. And I was like, take it, man, take it. Singapore is a nice place to live.
Yeah.
It's not like Thailand or Philippines or Cambodia or whatever else. If I went 2 countries to go to, it would be either Malaysia or Singapore. That's about it.
No, 100%. I'm still trying to decide the country I want to go to settle down for the rest of my life, but dude, one thing's for sure, America ain't it for a calm, I would say older life. Yeah.
I mean, if I wanted to go to Europe, a lot of Americans are going to Malta.
Mm-hmm.
Malta. I saw that this couple that does videos about it just yesterday. And they're like, welcome to, I think, Gozo or Gozo, I think it's called. And let me show you how we can live here on $3,000 or whatever it was, a month or whatever. It was real low. And, it was beautiful looking. And Portugal's another place people go to. They like it. Spain's another place people are going to a lot. A lot of retirees, man, when they get out of as soon as they hit retirement age, they leave, man. They leave. This big expat community, they all over the place, You run into them all the time.
Man, I cannot wait until I get the experience to become an expat. The moment I do, I am gone.
What do you do for a living? Do you do anything where you could become a nomad?
I'm cybersecurity.
A digital nomad? Oh yes, cybersecurity. You could be a digital nomad then, right?
Yeah, 100%. But the problem is right now, I don't have I just barely got out of college. It's only been like 3 years, right? So it's gonna take me, I think, like another 3, maybe 4 years to get into anything expat, cybersecurity wise. I think, yeah. Go ahead.
So you weren't on your job during COVID, right? Yet.
Yeah,
You
no,
were still
I was in college. Yeah.
Yeah. But I was gonna ask you how are you working from home, or can you work from home? Because if you can, people need to sit down with their boss and say, boss, you're spending X amount of dollars on me here. If I become a digital nomad, say in Bali, if you give me like just $2,000, $3,000 a month for living expenses, it will save you X. I mean, for 2,000, 3,000 in living expenses, you can live like a king. That's on top of your salary. I mean, tell your boss, look, I can save you a bunch of money. You send me to Bali. I'll work out of Bali.
See, my my position is really unique in the sense that, like, how do I put it? I'll put it like this. So my company does work with Israel. Okay, so right now it's a lot of the workforce that I was working with for the past like 6 months, especially that in Israel, have been laid off, right? So, especially like with my bosses and everything, they're recalibrating to figure out like what they want to do, everything like that. They're just keeping work from home for at least people in my team because, you know, uh, they said we deserved it. As for expat, one of the reasons why they chose me was because of my U.S. citizen designation, and they got kickbacks for it. So they don't want to let that go. I tried having a conversation, especially with my bosses. They're completely fine, but the company themselves don't want to sponsor an expat in my position. They said that I need more experience.
The CFO, Chief Financial Officer, the one who makes the money decision.
Yeah, I think so. I think it was the CFO that said that, but they were very specific on my experience.
Well, you're very young, man. So
yeah,
you'll get it. When you get a little more experience, you can start making demands.
100%.
Right now, your car in the parking lot is like way back there.
Yeah. No, but I can't wait to also jump soon from this company as well. But hey, at least I got a nice chuckle out of the fact that they laid off a bunch of Israelis.
Yeah, it's happening over there, man. A lot of the tech guys are like just leaving the country. They're like, forget it, I got to go somewhere else. Because a lot of companies like Samsung and Intel, right? I don't know which company. I don't want to get in dox you or anything. I get into the name of the company.
I won't say my company specifically because right now it's pissed off the Israeli government several times.
Exactly. Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
But
a lot of these companies over there, a lot of foreign people are just like closing it down because, financially. I mean, you can love the country, but if people are bombing your building and destroying your building and you can't get work going over there and the infrastructure is being messed up, get out.
It's not even
You're
that.
an investor, get out.
If it's not even that, apparently, so one of the things is like, so they laid off the Israeli people specifically because they cited 3 things. One, they weren't doing the work, right? So they were just hemorrhaging money. 2, every time they they were trying to like get something done or whatever, the government will randomly ask for like something of a loyalty thing. And 3, and this is where I was involved. We had to give an exchange of information, but the problem is that every time, so this is very specific for both Turkey and Israel. They both of those countries are pretty much assholes to deal with when it comes to what information you're allowed to, you're allowed to give. And when we say like, hey, we can't give certain information because they don't pertain to your country or your citizens, Israel and Turkey are very specific in saying, no, we don't care. We want to take control of all of your information. So that was kind of like the straw that broke the camel's back, and they like, because of all three events, we're just laying off the entire Israeli team.
Yeah, everybody does that. You know, they want all the intellectual property.
Yeah. So good on my company for it, but yeah, it's still a pain in the ass to deal with. What's up, Kevin?
Yo, anybody believe in here it should be a two-state solution?
Yeah, I believe majority of the room believes it's a two-state solution.
Should have been like that years ago.
Oh, 100%.
Oh, matter of fact, 100 years since 1917.
It's not even 1917.
No, but why? You say 1917. Why? In 1917, it was one place, and everybody was living together. But then you have the no. But 1917, those people were at home in Europe. So why would there be a two-state with people who live in another land? It's like if right now I say, no, let me just finish this. Okay, let me just say I have my country here, and I call somebody in Japan and say, hey, you Japanese, come over here, and we'll have two states. Why am I going to do that?
You have to just deal with the inevitable, right? We all know Britain is a cause of a lot of shit that's going on around the world. Okay? India split into 3 countries because of who? Britain. The Middle East carve up with the French. Okay? They're the cause of that. After a while, you just have to see the writing on the wall. You can't stop it. So just agree. They should have just agreed to it, but they didn't want to. So now we in this mess, right? I don't believe the Zionist Jews should have came over there and take the land. You know what I'm saying? With the help of a superior country. You know what I'm saying? And then the British just left and said, oh, they can't deal with it. So they just left it up to the UN. Before it was the League of Nations. You know what I'm saying? So now you get a state that becomes a state. I mean, you get a nation that becomes a state in 48. Then you get the 6-Day War in 67. Now you still got this mess. Now you got radicalists running around, killing people in their settlements, taking land, and it's like nobody is just doing nothing about it. The UN is saying, oh, it's illegal, but you guys can't do nothing about it either. So now what?
No, I'm just saying, I can see people arguing for something now, but it's like in 1917, they weren't there. And so why, I'm just saying, like, why would you call somebody up and say, hey.
A few of them were there. They were just living in
peace.
Yeah, they were living in peace. Yeah, but you had the problem.
So why did you need a two-state? You didn't need two states back then.
All right. The problem is, you have an issue when you have a superior country comes into the region, carves up the land, saying, "Oh, okay, look, right." Jews never had control of that land since I could date back. I mean, the Egyptians had control of it. Who came next? Roman, and who came next? The Caliphates. They never had control of that land ever. From my knowledge, they never did. Now they seek that, we got the opportunity with a backing of a strong country, which is the U.S., that gives them $3.3 billion per year, plus more. After a while, you just gotta have to give in, like every other freaking country did.
Oh, what do you mean give in? What does that mean?
India, they gave in. India gave in.
To whom?
To the Brit. To the Brit. Oh my gosh.
The British are there now?
No, they left.
Now?
No, they left, but they
so they didn't give in.
They did give in because their country got split into 3. That's giving in.
Well, it got split. Yeah, but they didn't give in because the British are not in either one of the three.
How is not giving in if the country split into three? It used to be all India. Then it was what, East Pakistan, West Pakistan, and India. Then it changed to Bangladesh, India, and Pakistan. Yeah. All because a couple of Caucasian people don't understand the region. They don't understand the ethnic background. They don't understand the religion. They try to force Christianity onto a bunch of Hindus, which they have one of the oldest religion known to man. They come over there, fuck shit up. Then you have Mahatma Gandhi around that time telling them, yo, you need to leave. You're causing too much chaos. They didn't leave until after World War II.
1948.
Exactly. So, that's giving in. You allow somebody to infiltrate your country, tell you guys how you should live. You fought. You lost. And then after a while, you just gave in and said, you know what? And then now you got other people that's there. They believe, oh, we should have our own country. We're Muslim. We're not Hindus. And then you get this mess. Now you got two countries that they don't even agree with each other. And actually, you guys are the same people, just with different religions. So to me, that's giving in. You get what I'm saying?
I don't know. Look at the French. Vietnam kicked them out. Algeria kicked them out. Niger just kicked them out last month.
Right. So, and then you have a situation ongoing right now between Cambodia and Thailand, arguing over border dispute. All that, it's European carve-up, creating a line, and then they leave the area in disarray, and then have the locals fight over for what?
Yeah, but again, I'm just saying that when you said 1917, that's where I was like, what? Because it's like I said, if they're not there, you can't have a two-state solution with someone who's not there.
Well, it wasn't a two-state solution at that time. It wasn't thought of.
But you can't even have the idea of one because they're not there. They just don't exist.
Well, I don't think
until they come over.
No, you can't say they wasn't there. They were there, some of them, but it was just predominantly Islam in that region.
Yeah, but they didn't want a nation. They just wanted to live there. They didn't want a nation. There was the Zionists who came up with this idea in Europe.
Yeah, we know that. They was from England. Both of them.
So the Zionists started this idea of having a state and building a state. And
actually, it started with a dream from a journalist, a Jewish journalist. His name is Herzl or something like that. It started from him. And they had three choices of which land they wanted to see where they could go. It's Palestine, Argentina, and I think it was a country in Africa.
Like Uganda or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Crazy place over there.
Yeah, so he had a dream, and the only place he ever been to was Palestine. One time in his whole life, from what I read. So he had a dream, and you gotta remember, Jews across Europe were being ostracized. They're being kicked out everywhere they go.
Well, that's their own problem. That's
Yeah, it is a problem. It is their
problem. That's not a Palestine problem. That's your own problem. If you're being kicked out over there and they mistreating you over there, then you got to deal with it over there. That's not the answer, man. That's like Trump today, man. He's like, he wants Nigeria.
Let's just say this.
Okay.
If the British, is either two things. The British and French don't come into the area, seize control of the area from the Ottoman Empire, who caused mass genocide on the Christian Armenian people, right? So if they don't take over, you're still underneath somebody. They don't have to deal with that empire. That empire no longer exists. Now it's modern day Turkey. So what choice do you have? You still would have been under control over, somebody would have been under control over you.
Bro, I'm back a little bit. I think the British actually decided not to give them a state. You should go read up the Peel Commission report and the White Papers in 1939. You see what I'm saying? They decided not to give them a state. The state was created by terrorizing the countries, They even approached Hitler 1940 to 41. You see what I'm saying? To get help from the Nazi, to get rid of the British mandate leader and whatnot, because they were getting in their way to, to creating their Jewish state. And that's why they did a whole bunch of attacks in 45, 46, and in 47. You see what I'm saying? And even that partition plan that they came up with by the UN, that was, Harry S. Truman was a U.S. president. He was terrorized. He received letter bombs in the mail. His daughter wrote it in her book, and received 1 million postcards to terrorize the F out of the president of America. And that's how he was part of the UN partition plan. And the Arabs, they argued it was unfair from the jump because they got a smaller piece of a pie, and because they were majority in population. But the Jews, right, they were in minority, and they got a bigger piece of a pie. You see what I'm saying? And the next day, what you see inside in 1947, they started ethnically cleansing Palestinians from one village to another to another.
Yeah, the
Nakba. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, the Nakba, it turned into a full-blown war in 1948. You see what I'm saying? But if you look at the Zionists, they always bring up this point that, oh, no, it was a war, they fought, and we won the war. Even the war wasn't even freaking equal, because the war, they had less than 40,000 soldiers on one side, which was the Arabs, and some of the Arabs didn't even have proper uniforms. They didn't even have the proper equipment to fight the stupid war. And all these other Zionists, they actually were trained. They worked for a whole bunch of other, fighting, whatnot. They had the weapons and whatnot. They had access to a whole bunch of shit.
The French and British just.
You see what I'm saying?
The British just messed that area up. The French
and
had control of Syria.
And guess what? After they won the so-called war, the UN mediator comes around. His name was Bernadotte in 1948. He comes around and he wanted to, mediate the situation between the Arabs and the Jews, right? He writes a whole bunch of reports. He's trying to communicate with both of the parties. He was on his way back to his office. He gets assassinated by who? Jewish militia again. And this is how IDF was formed, from Jewish militias.
Right, but so, you think if Nasser would have still been alive, you think he'd have, galvanized all the Arabs in that area?
Yeah, but I think it has nothing to do with being Arab or whatever. The Arabs, they were able to coexist with them. They did not want these people mass migrating into that land. They didn't have a problem with the smaller piece of a pie, the small numbers of people coming into the land. They had a problem with the mass migration. You see what I'm saying?
Nobody really knows who owns that land. Nobody. This come on, man. This conflict been going on since way beyond me. Way beyond everybody in this room. Nobody from that era is even alive today. And this shit's still going on. And this shit will continue to keep going on. Beyond us. Now you bombing Iran. You know what I'm saying? You're doing all this extraness. You're bringing America into this freaking mess we shouldn't even be a part of. You got idiots in Congress who don't know anything, like Ted Cruz. He's out there quoting the Bible, saying that, oh, we should protect Israel. He don't even know what the fucking shit means. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I don't know, man. I see why they hate America. Disgusting, man. It's very disgusting how you could just starve out people for 3 months and think that shit is okay. That's disgusting. If these people so believe in God, then God will punish them. If they so believe in God, because you don't do that shit to people. If you want to fight a militia, Hamas or the Houthis or Hezbollah. All right, fine. But to starve out our population and then lie and say, oh, well, it's Hamas that's stealing the food. Okay. So Hamas is stopping aid from sea, air, and land? That's crazy.
The thing is, when you say for 4 months, that's crazy. It should have been never that long.
Yeah, it was
And
3
I'm
months.
surprised we just sitting back and watching like it's almost every other day.
Because America aids this foolishness and has been aiding this foolishness since 67. The only president that didn't want to deal with this problem was JFK. Oh, miraculously, he gets shot in the fucking head. Like, you know what I'm saying? Every other president after him, they enable this shit. Talking about we got close allies over there. What? What is over there that you want? Oil? You do business with Saudi Arabia. So, like, what's the problem? You topple a government, you want a regime
out there, man.
You topple a government, you want a regime to like you because you want to put a puppet government to agree with everything you say, and once they say no one time, they terrorists. They do that shit to every country. That's how they got Patrice Lumumba out of presidency in Republic of Congo.
No, for serious though, where y'all see the world going ahead in the next 10 years?
Israel is going to forever be in war. And sooner or later, their aid is going to stop. Countries are going to get fed up. You have a few that's getting fed up right now. They're going to get fed up, and then you guys, they're going to be isolated, and you're not going to get any help, and then you're going to be crying. That's why mainstream media cannot criticize them, because now they call you anti-Semitic. We can't criticize you for. How are we anti-Semitic?
I think that's changing.
No, it's not changing yet, because people are going outside of mainstream media.
It's starting to change.
Until CNN, BBC News, Fox, CBS.
I don't think nobody listens to that no more.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's still a lot of people that listen to
There's a bunch of old heads that's only doing that.
Yeah, did you hear what Marjorie Taylor Greene was said about that? He said that Fox, you know, who's lying to the what do you call the boomers, Republicans, and CNN who's lying to the boomer, Democrats. She knows, man. Marjorie Taylor Greene, she knows.
Yeah, but is she lying?
They're lying. Nobody caught up on that.
She only likes it when they talk good about her. That's what they like. As soon as they criticize you, they full of shit. Oh, they this, they that. Because they've been criticizing her, both. You know what I'm saying? So now she's coming back after them. But she's not wrong on what she's saying. You cannot starve out a mass majority of innocent people that has nothing to do with what Hamas is doing. You can't do that shit, man. Don't give a fuck who you are. And then they want to throw out, the Holocaust. We've been mass genocide in Poland, Auschwitz, and Warsaw. Okay? Nobody's complaining. You don't hear the Armenian people complaining when the Ottoman Empire did it to them. They don't complain, and that's one of the oldest Christian countries in the world. Nobody's complaining. They just go on with their lives, and that's it. Majority of the Israeli prime ministers, the former ones, they're not even from there. Their background is Ukrainian. one, they first prime minister, Polish. So like, like what are we doing here? Even Netanyahu, he's Ukrainian background.
Milikowski. He's from Poland. Mr. Milikowski. That's his real name.
That's his real name? He's Polish? I thought he was from a Ukrainian background.
No, Milikowski.
You know, the funny thing is how all these people, all of them, they're atheists.
No, I'm not going to say
God wrath is about to hit them, I swear. Are they doing that in the Holy Land? They're playing with fire. I hope they know that.
I put it like this, right? Israel is too late. They too late. They starting to do this in modern time, which is like by brute force and colonization of a land. They're too late. They should have been around in the 1800s. That was the time for people to do that, because that's what a lot of countries were doing, especially European countries. Too late.
So, do you think that there's what do you think about America and Epstein files, and we have the Trump in bed with Zionist entity? Did you vote for Trump, by the way?
No, but I'll tell you like this though. Whatever's in that Epstein file that he's so a little bit scared of, I'm pretty sure them Zionists probably helped them out. Listen, because remember, when he saw those videos of those Palestinian children, I mean, you could see they freaking skeleton. And he's like, come on, man, you can't fake that, man. These kids are being starved. And he says that, and then all of a sudden, within a couple of days later, you tweet, well, hand over the hostages, and then the war will stop. Yeah, okay. Like, obviously, like, they kind of stopped that shit. So now, and then he comes out and say, oh, that file will never get out.
But it's not about the hostages, right?
I don't think so either.
Can you imagine if Hamas had the access to the file? And can you imagine what they can do with Trump? That would have been good, no? The Hamas could control the outcome of this war if they had the access to this file. And I think that's what it is. But is it one party that has access to it, or is it multiple parties, like throughout the world? Have they hacked into the system?
Probably the Jews is the only one who got it, the Zionists. Remember, Epstein used to go back and forth.
They got no face, man. They probably give it to all the other people. If shit goes away.
But this situation is beyond Epstein, man. I just feel like if we cut, I'm not saying completely stop all aid, right? But if you slash that shit down, or you force them, ceasefire, or we're stopping aid immediately, and you true to your word, and you stop that shit coming in for months, that's gonna cripple their economy. I mean, they got crippled a little bit. Look what the Yemenis did. Started bombing some of their ships, and they felt it.
I mean, Iran, look at Iran with the 12-day war. If it would have lasted for 10 more days, I think it would have been flattened. The whole Tel Aviv and this state called Israel.
Israel doesn't want to tell America that they have nuclear arms.
They know.
You don't think that's fucking weird? Every other country is listed that have nuclear arms, even North Korea.
America knows they got it now.
Yeah, but you're supposed to tell. You're supposed to say something.
They know, but they're trying to blind their eye to it.
Every other country is on the list. You have how many countries have nuclear arms? Okay, so we have Pakistan, we have India, we have North Korea, we have China, we have England, Russia, America. Israel's the only one that's lying. I feel like Iran should get nuclear arms.
Trust me, they
now
do.
For them to be using it,
they low-key do
that's
got
different.
it.
Huh?
Trust me, they low-key do got it. I believe that.
I'm pretty sure they got it, but listen, countries that get nuclear power, nobody fucks with them. You don't see nobody invading North Korea. Nobody wants to take that chance.
No, that's not the way. That's why they probably know.
No, I'm just saying, look, if everybody in here had their own country, right? And there's only a few of us get nuclear weapons, right? And then somebody in here just decide, I want nuclear weapons too, because I don't want you big powerhouse super countries coming in here invading me whenever you feel like it. So if I get nuclear power and nuclear weapons, you're going to think twice. Since the 50s, has anybody invaded North Korea since the 50s?
Nobody.
Exactly.
But you know, do you see better in their life?
Say that again?
They stuck in the same way.
Yeah, they could be stuck in the same way, but nobody wants to invade North Korea because they have nuclear power. You don't hear no countries. They want to topple the government, but they don't even know how to do it. They don't know what to do. You go ahead and try and see. It's going to be a nuclear freaking fight. He pushing that button, so nobody wants to take that chance.
I don't even got a big toys.
Yeah, he's cool. We're like, yeah, I'm crazy. Yeah, I'm crazy, mother. Yeah, I'm crazy. You let him know. I don't know what to tell you, man. I just know I'm crazy. I'm crazy.
Nobody wants to take that chance.
You better be ready to die when you come on this side.
I got the gun. I got the gun. You see the guy in the bar. I got the gun.
Now,
oh shit!
Now, I don't think he's foolish enough to use his nuclear power against somebody else because he knows the repercussions behind it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I just don't want none of you idiots coming in here invading when you feel like it. And it's a scare tactic. Like, yo, I feel like you're gonna topple my government. You're gonna try to get me out of there. You're gonna try to get somebody you like, and then change the whole shit, and maybe try to unite South and North Korea together again. No, this is not gonna happen. So come in here if you try. Go ahead.
Believe in a world where Russia and this other niggas are leading, China, they will probably unite.
You hear all of them in Congress. They talk. You hear them when you listen to them. I was watching Ted Cruz or Tucker Carlson. He's basically saying, I don't wanna go into war with Russia. Yeah, we know why. We know why.
Sam, you're right about that. I think the EU, if the EU, European Union, puts a freeze on Israel, Daniel, what do you think that would do?
It will cripple them slightly, but America is still sending $3.3 billion.
No, so
yeah, but from the 7th of October, we have sent about 66 billion. Actually, it wasn't 66; it was more than 100 billion.
Yeah, so just to speak more about
Washington,
the EU trade freeze, right?
It looks like a dump.
Just to speak more about the EU trade freeze. So basically, the idea that has been pitched is, they want to make it basically impossible for Israel to grow their economy due to this entire war, and make an extremely strict control, basically forcing Israel to bend the knee. And with that being the case, if Israel takes any more actions that do not align with human rights values, then further sanctions will be put on Israel, further destroying its economy. So they're basically just putting a leash on Israel and tightening it more and more if it doesn't do what they say, which is really funny, to say the least. Now, there's another problem with this whole EU trade thing, which a couple of analysts have been talking about. Israel is now trying to develop in-house like what do you call those? They're trying to make stuff in-house. I don't know what exactly they're trying to scale up in-house other than missiles, but they're trying to cut off their reliance with the EU, and they're trying to open up trade with other places that are not the EU at this point to combat this. So yeah, these sanctions are going to be devastating to Israel if they get put in place very soon.
But isn't it a race? I think that's why he wants to take over the West. But that's why they want to take over the West Bank and Gaza.
Oh, because it's a race thing. Yeah,
it's a race thing because like you have multiple countries now going to the UN and said they're going to recognize Palestine as a state.
Yeah.
And once that happens, it's over now.
Yeah, so they're trying to do a 1-2 hit, right? So if they put the what do you say? If they put the sanctions on Israel and then immediately recognize the Palestinian state after they put the sanctions, basically it'll cripple Israel enough to where they can't even fight the Palestinian state. And then further on, it will allow the Palestinian state to have the time to thrive and prosper, rebuilding itself. That's the argument laid out as of right now.
Daniel, what do you think about that? Sanctions on Israel. You think Israel will stop? No? I don't think they'll stop. Now, if they do put sanctions, right? If they put permanent sanctions on Israel, what do you think about that? I think Israel will have to suffer.
The EU is anti-Semitic.
There's a lot of countries in the part of the European Union. That's going to be crazy for Israel. And Germany, one of the guys came from Germany. They said they were going to recognize Palestine as a state as well.
Oh, Germany said that?
Yeah, one of the guys from Germany said it. It was posted in Times of Israel.
So they next meeting is in September, right?
So one of the ministers started calling them Nazi.
See?
It was about time.
You see what I'm talking about? The only country in the world you cannot criticize. You're anti-Semitic. You're a Holocaust enabler.
Denier.
Oh yeah, denier. Yep. Enabler, denier, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So
if the Germans calling you Nazi, what are you mean?
So it was a Nazi regime that did that to you, not the actual German people.
So hold on, I want to just say this was a quote that just came out. This is a quote from someone named Rivera, right, who actually has authority over this. She said, recognition is a good step forward, but it is not enough to build peace, stability, and respect. This is why we are advocating for the EU to completely put an entire freeze with any engagement to Israel, allowing the Palestinian state to be built while preventing prolonged suffering. Senior EU officials speaking with Reuters have described the Gaza humanitarian situation extremely severe, despite some progress, including increased fuel deliveries, reopened the routes with more aid trucks entering the strip. We cannot allow this to happen again. In fact, we must make sure this never happens again. Yeah, they're gearing up to make sure that whatever comes up in the case of Palestinian state, Israel cannot fight back in any way, shape, or form. I think they're also looking to, affect the Israeli military.
The question is, why did it have to come to this? Why this couldn't have been addressed in '67?
Because of Israel's unique ties with America.
No, I have a feeling still.
But the Gaza Strip was bigger than this. Okay, it was looking like an L shape from the maps of the old days. You know,
So,
and then once after the 6 Day War, they took more land.
yeah, so I'll just explain this, right? Israel's history with America, especially after Israel betrayed the USSR to be with America, is what kind of really started off and kicked off, especially with the involvement of Robert Maxwell, right? May he be cursed in his grave, and may God put him into the deepest pits of hell. So he essentially made it to where that the lobbying groups were putting money into the hands of the politicians that would support Israel, so on and so forth. The understanding being that as long as there is a understanding of foreign policy that benefits Israel, right, then they will continue to get funding. This is an idea that Robert Maxwell called his political child, right? And because of this, and politicians wanting to win and reseat themselves, despite whatever party we're talking about, this is how Israel has kind of blossomed under the American government's guise. Now, with this being said, however, that does not mean that it was always going to be immune to pushback. In fact, a lot of the things AIPAC does is it manages the view of Israel in the eyes of the Americans, while other lobbying groups in other countries does the exact same thing. They can't always protect all the news that comes out, and I think what's basically happened is that there has been a insane tsunami of information of what the hell Israel has been doing, to the point where people are able to see it, and these guys can't make them go away fast enough. There's not enough bullshit they can spew online to flip the narrative the other way. And mind you, everyone before Trump has basically told Netanyahu, you need to calm your jets, you need to cool off, you need to walk back some things you've done, so we can continue to do this systematically in a proper manner, because they wanted to do it slowly. Trump, being the idiot that he is, sped it up, and now everyone can see it for what it is. So they're going to lose everything just because they sped it up out of nowhere, and that's how it came to this.
So I do want to respond. Sam, by the way, U.S. was the first country to recognize, I'm talking to the Sam down in the audience, the Zionist Sam. U.S. was the first country to recognize the Jewish state. You got to get your facts straight, instead of bullshitting. Since, and even the UN partition plan, the U.S. was part of it. Amos is here. He's actually a Nazi. Yeah, let's talk to the Nazi. What's up with the Amos? How you doing? Good morning. Are you okay today, Amos? It's going to be shouting match again? You never answer any questions. I ask you a whole bunch of questions. You never answer a single question. You always ask, who pays me? Why I get paid? Am I pooping? I poop here. I shit here on this fucking app.
So if you don't answer me, why should I answer you?
You never answer. I do answer you. I gave you a whole bunch of answers.
You never answer me. Who pay you to sit here all day?
I gave you the answer. You're just a Nazi. What do you want me to do?
That's the answer?
Yeah, I gave you the answer. Who paid me? Nobody paid me.
So you waste all your day to quarrel with people here, to block people,
That's it.
to shout on people.
That's
your waste of time in life?
You're wasting my time. You don't answer any questions.
I'm wasting your time. I don't answer to any dummy person.
You never answer any questions. You never answer any questions.
You expect me to answer what you want me to answer.
Yes. I ask you yes or no question, but you never answer any fucking questions.
There is no yes or no for the.
It's either yes or no question. It's a yes or no question.
No, that's what you want. It's not what I will.
Okay, I'm gonna try again. Is Israel starving kids in Gaza?
No question, don't ask. If it is yes, no, and I cannot respond.
Is Israel?
You give me the exam only to say yes or no. That's the only
That's the only thing, yeah. Yes, I don't want your stupid speech.
You don't want me to speak. You want
No, you can speak. You can speak, but you have to say yes or no. And then explain.
Lies and lies.
You can explain. Stop acting like a fucking Nazi. Actually, worse than a fucking Nazi.
I'm a Nazi?
You're worse than a Nazi.
I am a Nazi?
You're worse than a Nazi.
I am a Nazi?
Worse than a Nazi.
Worse than a Nazi? What?
Yeah.
Do that I'm worse than a Nazi?
Yeah. You are worse than a Nazi.
What about you? Did you look in the mirror this morning? Did you look in your...
You look in the mirror yourself, a Nazi? You look in the mirror yourself? You kill people? You want to kill 20,000 babies to save your fucking 20 hostages? I don't know what you're on about, man.
That says that you represent the Palestinian, even that you sit in a house, in an office, in the States, with air condition, with coffee, leg on leg, you sit and speak. You're not in Gaza, you don't have any connection with them. But you think you are intelligent, yes? You think yourself.
I know I'm intelligent.
You're more dummy, liar.
So it's a yes or no question again. Is Israel starving children?
There is no yes or no question.
Is Israel starving children?
You know the title in your picture. You know this tree under the flag. What is it showing, this tree?
What is it showing? What kind of tree is it? Tell me.
I think you don't know. I know what is this tree.
No, I know what is this tree.
What is this tree?
Tell me, what tree is this?
I'll tell you after you tell me.
It's an olive tree. Olive tree.
This is an olive tree. It looks like Jolani's tree.
Yeah, it's not Jelani. It's olive tree that you steal. Your people, they steal even the fucking olive tree from the West Bank. They're thief. The settlers are a bunch of fucking thieves. They don't even leave the olive tree. They literally take it out of the root. And I actually try to look into it. And guess what they use? They bring in the equipment to fucking take it off the root. How the fuck would you take this tree out? You know? Like they're fucking thieves. And they're allergic to olive trees, by the way.
You stupid dummy, if you represent...
You are a fucking dummy. You are a fucking dummy.
Hamas or Hezbollah or Houthim, I don't know what to call you.
You're Kahanis. You know, you're the Kahanis.
Who do you represent? But let's say that you represent them. They choose those Palestinian leaders, by the way. It's not the Palestinians, it's the stupid leaders. They choose in a war. In a war, violently, you know, I'm stronger than you. You can say lies and lies in this room, but in the real life, I'm stronger than you with my old planes, with my tanks. Even there is, you know, what is Amos...
With your tanks, with your American tanks, American money, American begging America.
Do you know what is Amos in the
My
sky?
tax dollar, American tax dollar.
What is Amos in
fucking
the sky?
dummy.
I ask you a simple question. Let's see if you know what is Amos 1 in the sky. In the sky, not in the ground, on the sky. What is Amos 1?
Amos wants to kill 20,000 babies to 20 hostages.
One is submarine in the sky. What you call the American when they say to send to the moon? What you call this machine?
The rocket?
Not a rocket, a machine. You know, people inside.
Satellite.
Satellite.
You want to sit inside a satellite?
So there is a famous satellite from Israel, the first satellite of Israel, that's name is Amos 1. Let me teach you a little bit about Israel. This Amos 1 can see everywhere where you go. You can't run away from Amos 1. He controls you. So there is Amos 1 in the sky who control you, control every Palestinian leader everywhere he go. The people who sit in the ground can translate it.
So it's okay to spy on people.
Exactly. So
it's okay to spy on people.
The Jewish people are more clever than the Muslim, you know.
You're no different than a fucking Nazi. That's a problem. You're just a Nazi.
They educated their people.
Yeah.
Educated, not violent.
Do you know Amos?
You,
Yeah.
let's say that you
You
represent
Zionist Nazi.
I suspect you are an Indian. You are not a Muslim, but let's
You
say
Zionist Nazi.
you, since you born, what your mother teach you when you were a little baby?
What did your mother teach you?
What she teach you is.
What did she teach you? To kill Palestinians? How to fucking rape Palestinian kids?
How to hate and how to kill. What is ISIS did? What is Hezbollah?
ISIS is literally funded by fucking Israel.
Hamas did in the 7th of October.
7th of October. What happened before the 7th of October? Did you kill people? Did you kill innocent children?
75 years. They didn't learn nothing.
75 years.
So what happened in the 7th of October? Now
what happened at 7th of October? Hannibal Directive happened. Hannibal Directive happened.
20,000 children.
Yeah. The testimony from IDF. IDF was told not to show up at the border. You forgot about the testimony, huh? IDF testimony says that they were not. They were told not cancel the. They were not. They were told not to show up at the checkpoints. You forgot about that, huh? Fucking idiot! I played the testimony. I played the clip for you the other day.
What? No, I don't play any clips.
I did play the clip yesterday for you.
I know them. I don't need.
You're an idiot. You are a Nazi fucking idiot.
Every clip you put, like two old people talking, joking, we keep Palestinian when we were young in 48.
I put the clip. Hold on. I played the clip about the IDF. It was in Hebrew.
Then you clip a soldier, and I tell you that my nephew was together with this soldier in the same place, even in.
How do you know? Yeah, maybe he survived. Maybe he survived. No, you're not. You weren't there on 7th of October.
Everything you think you know, I know better than you.
You were not there on 7th of October. Stop.
As I told you.
You were hiding in your kibbutznik.
You're so dummy. You're so stupid.
Were you driving a taxi on 7th of October?
I'm in the 7th of October was Saturday. Nobody's working on Saturday.
Okay, so you were sitting home. You were sitting home.
You're so dummy. You're so dummy.
You weren't going at the rape party? Dancing with the girls?
The morning, till the night, give evidence. Evidence that you don't know nothing about. You didn't check the evidence.
I did check it. I check it. Hannibal Directive.
Nothing.
Hannibal Directive.
So dummy, so stupid.
You are a dummy, stupid fucktard.
Lies and lies from the morning till night, sitting in clubhouse, saying lies. And all the people are Hamasniks say yes. It's like Bibi Netanyahu sit in the coalition and all his ministers, yes, they're pushing what Bibi Netanyahu, like, obey to the king. That's this rule. You obey to the king. Everything is similar between you to Bibi Netanyahu. A lot of things very, very similar. I can call you Bibi Netanyahu. It will be the same.
I call you a Nazi. You're a Nazi.
Yeah, you called me from the beginning.
You're Hitler. You're Hitler.
You think you're better than Chucky? Chucky called
me. You think you're better than a Hitler? You're worse than a Hitler. You're worse than a Hitler. You are worse than a Hitler.
Who is better, you and Chucky?
I talk with facts.
Who ate me more, you or Chucky?
Chucky is mentally retarded truck driver. I'm not a truck driver. I don't smoke. He's a smoker. He's a crackhead.
Comparing between you and
Chucky is a crackhead. He's a piece of shit crackhead.
That you are all dictators.
Chucky is a piece of shit crackhead.
And if somebody don't agree with you, is Hitler and Nazi and
I have the data. I played the clip the other day. You deny the fucking clip. You deny everything. I send you a bunch of articles in the back channel.
Netanyahu, we just remove him. Very easy.
I send you Times of Israel. I send you Jerusalem Post. You deny everything.
You are a liar. You
don't even look at Haaretz. You don't even. All you care about. You listen to your stupid, disgusting radio that barely speaks about anything.
You know what is Haaretz? You know what is a newspaper Haaretz?
Yeah, yeah. You know when it was established? What year was established? Go tell me. Tell me what year was established?
I just want you to know what is a Haaretz in Israel. Do you know? Yes or no?
What year was established?
You don't know that the
What year was established? What year?
The leftists of the leftists, more leftists than me.
Yes. What year was established?
So when you understand the head of those people who write in Haaretz, then you know who are the people and what subject they are writing about.
What year? What year was established?
You know nothing, not about Israel.
What year? What year?
Amos, you think you come to teach Amos. You think Amir will teach Amos.
You're a dummy, you're a dummy.
Everything you come with me in any subject, I know better than you about subject you bring. Iton Haaretz, two old people who are talking, a soldier with you have a lot of you like to take a lot of gossip. And from this gossip, you make the truth and the only truth. And you don't know that your food is gossip, it's nothing. It's nothing in Israel.
Israel is full of criminals.
You find 80 years old, maybe 90 years old, two old people who speak what they did in 48, in 56. So they were, at that time, the same Muslims did a lot of much more awful things.
No, they did not. No, they did not. Muslim protected the Jews. Muslim protected the Jews. Muslim protected the Jews.
You're so dummy.
Muslim protected the Jews.
And then you take a soldier, a simple soldier, I don't know who he is, or what. He say about the chaos what happened in the 7th of October. You tell me, you tell Amos, and I tell you my nephew is an officer in the 7th of October on the board. One of the first soldiers who get killed. So you come to tell me, Amos, about what this soldier know or didn't know.
You were not there. You were not there. You were not there.
I don't need to be
okay,
there.
Okay. What happened? What happened on 7th of October?
Listen.
They lie all the time.
No, listen. Learn to listen, you dummy dictator. Learn to listen. I have all the records that my nephew give orders. I have it alive. I just don't know how to put it here, but I have it.
Where is it? Give it.
I don't know. I can give you...
Bring the evidence, man. We can't just take you believe
I can give you evidence, Amir. I can give you.
So this was from who?
I'm famous.
Your nephew died, right, on 7th of October?
Yes, I'm famous.
So how did you get the clips? How did you get the clips?
I have his records. Well, orders.
Who gave you his record? Who gave you his record?
The army gave me this record. Doesn't matter.
You don't think army lies? You don't think IDF lies?
How can they lie about the records when?
Oh my God! They fucking lie all the time.
They go to the mother and tell her our soldier died in the war. They must tell her the truth. They give her records of her soldier speaking. And they even say how good he was. And
IDF never lies. IDF never lies, Amos.
That's what I'm saying. Why are you asking too many how? They always lie. We know that.
IDF never lies, Amos. IDF is infallible, right? They're honest, pious people. They never lie.
Listen, Amir, you are.
How could they lie?
You are a wash brain. You have your opinion, and nobody can change your opinion. And I'm not so sure that nobody pay you for this opinion to sit here. I'm not so sure. Something is stinking in Amos's nose. Stinking. Why a person clever like Amir, I find myself looking after you. The first thing I come to Clubhouse, I find myself looking, where is Amir? It's the first thing I do when I come to Clubhouse. Let's be honest. So you're not stupid. So you're not stupid. And I ask myself,
I'm not stupid.
So I ask myself, What a not stupid like Amir doing it from the morning till the night. I ask myself questions, but I don't believe your answers. You know, I don't believe everything. I'm not so dumb, Amir. Clever, you see, Sumut come, talk, his five, and then he go. They come, Fias, and then he go. You stay, sit here. You and AC, yeah? So let me understand, what are you doing here from morning till night? Who pay you money for that? And before you give me a truth answer, I know if you are lying or not. Believe me, I have enough experience in life to understand when you are lying or not.
I just told you I don't get paid almost. It's free. I do it for free. Because I care about the kids in Gaza. I care about the innocent people getting killed, the genocide. You know, that's why. I came from Twitter. You know Twitter?
But you don't care about the kids of Be'eri, and you don't care about the kids of Machalot, and you don't care about the kids of Niri.
What kids? What kids? The combatant? The one with the gun? The one with the gun?
We don't care about the kids who go to dancing.
How many? So dancing, they didn't have the gun?
Yeah.
They never walked over to their cars to grab the gun.
Yeah. You just care about the...
No, Amos, listen to the question. They ran over to their cars to grab their weapon. Yes or no?
Yes or no? Yes.
Yes. The answer is yes. They ran over to their cars to grab their weapon. Do you know they...
To answer you yes or no, I even don't listen to your question, so you can ask and ask.
Okay, my question to you. At the rape party.
Daniel and Hannah, look on the chat. Daniel and Hannah listening to you.
My question to you, at the rape party, right, where they're smoking, doing a whole bunch of drugs, right? Whole bunch of drugs. They're doing, you know, all types of drugs. And, you know, when this attack happened, right, the 7th of October, they did not go to their cars to grab their weapon because a lot of them, they have served in the IDF and they have weapons. They have open carry law. For the people that are reservists, they have served in the military. Did they walk over to their cars? Yes, no. To grab their weapon. That's my question. And the answer is yes, they did. They did go to their fucking car to grab their weapon. And the next thing, the Hannibal directive was applied. We have testimony from the IDF. He got in touch with the on a WhatsApp group from the people that are on the ground.
I wonder, Amir, how much you care about those children that you say that they go to the cars to bring their guns and blah, 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 blah. And all these lies and lies and lies you're talking.
Yes.
But I wonder if you care the same about those children of the Palestinian. If you care all the children or only one side children?
No. This is the problem. If you have served in the military and you have a weapon, you're a combatant. This is what you don't get. Majority of the people, the Israeli Jews, they have served in the military.
You tell me how many children under 18 were in the party of Nobel, you know?
How many were there?
How many children that...
at the party, hold on.
Babies with their mother were in the party, you know?
Amos, at the rape party, this was with the drugs and whatever. The kids were not allowed. You know this, right? It was a drug party with the drugs.
So one day prior to... Let's say that it was a party. Oh my God. Let's say, what is it of your business?
Why would the kids be allowed at the drug party? Why would the kids be allowed? It's literally young people dancing at the fucking party.
So what? What is it of your business?
So it wasn't the kids. It was combatant. They had fucking weapons.
So you want that you explain that those kids were drugs? They were smoking drugs. And
they were doing drugs.
So it's allowed to kill them, to rape them, to murder them, to cut them.
No rape. What is it? Can you give me the name of the victim? Can you give me the name of the victim? Who got raped? Give me the name of the victim.
Victim.
Yeah, give me the name of the victim. Who got raped?
It's written over there.
No, I need to know. Can you please give me the name so I can look into it? Because I don't know who got raped. Can you please give me the name?
All the stories, after they killed them, how they cut their breasts and how they cut their head and what they did to the body after they kill it. You stupid. You say, I'm a Nazi. Yes, I'm a Nazi.
Can you give me the name of the person that got raped on 7th of October?
I don't know the names.
You don't know the fucking name, then why are you making a claim?
Well, there is a movie they took from the body of the Nukhba.
Give me the name of the person that got raped.
I tell you, there are movies of all what I said. This movie, where did they make this movie? From the body of the
Can you give me the name of the person that got raped?
The cameras themselves about
Okay, can you give me the name? Fucking no name.
You just making shit up.
I don't know the names. Why should I say names?
Oh, okay, you don't know the name, then shut your fucking mouth. You don't know the fucking name.
How many get killed there? 1,500? How do I
No.
Hold on. It
was almost, it was 1395 first, and then they went down to the figure 1195. You know those 200 are Palestinian civilians. All right? Your people killed the Palestinians with the Hannibal Directive. The bodies were so burnt really badly, they couldn't even tell which were Palestinians versus the Israelis. And out of the 1195, 500 of them were fucking IDF soldiers. 695 were civilians. Hold on.
So who caused to this chaos? Who caused it?
Who caused it? What do you mean who caused it?
Who caused it?
Your people did. Netanyahu did.
Yeah, Netanyahu did.
Netanyahu told them not to show up at work on 7th of October. Did you hear the testimony? Do you want me to play it again?
I heard the soldier about, he didn't say that they get orders. He just said that he want information. The only record you have is a soldier who asked questions, that's all. And he didn't get any answer, by the way. I heard what the soldier said, and I heard about what his testimony about one soldier. At least I can identify another soldier I know. Yes?
Can you give me the name of the person that got raped on 7th of October?
Well, I say, why you have only one soldier? You know how many in a Gdud, in a Pluga? You know how many soldiers? We're all, only one soldier you give me, that's all. Believe me, if there was
Maximilian?
Together with the Magaz.
Who is this schmuck? Is he an Israeli?
This guy is Israeli. He's a kibbutznik. He lives inside Israel.
Israeli, that partially makes him okay with his ignorance. But I really want to ask this guy. I don't know you, Amos, right? But I am Jewish.
Did you say Amos?
I think. Pardon? Amos.
I thought he said Amos.
Maximilian, this is your picture? Maximilian.
Pardon?
This is your picture on the title? Is it you?
Yeah, you don't even have a picture, and if you want to make fun of my looks, I have a joke for you. Do you want to talk serious? Do you want to talk serious? Do you want to talk serious?
You know what I'm going to say, yes? Okay.
Yeah, that's because and I have a good response for you. Would you like to hear it, Anus?
Yeah.
You want to hear it, Anus?
Yes.
Okay, here it is. You know what a trans person speaks in Israel? Hebrew. You schmuck. You know, you put the Nazi in Ashkenazi. And I think you don't even like to have serious discussions. The thing that really bugs me, besides you just insulting my looks, and I have long hair, and I'm more masculine than you. I'm 77 years old. You probably don't even have hair. You don't even have hair on your head.
Did you listen,
do you want to have a real discussion, or do you just want me to tell you what an asshole you are? Do you want to have a real discussion, or do you want me to tell you what an asshole you are? Do you want to? Wait a minute. Can you say something? Can you say something intelligent? Can we have a back and forth that's semi-intelligent? Thank you.
Now, I want to make a statement. One condition, we have the same time to talk. Yes, okay. We can even have, if you like Amir, seems like a very reasonable fellow. How about he keeps 1 minute or something? You say what you want to say, and I'll say what I want to say. What do you think about that? As long as you let me say what I want to say. I will. I absolutely will. But when Amir, are you going to... Amir, will you time
Yeah, just speak. I don't have to time you guys.
You don't know to listen.
Amos, let him speak for 1 minute, and then you respond back, okay? So go on Maximilian, and then when you're done, just let Amos is going to respond.
I actually like you to actually time it. I like this official, not just guessing, okay?
Okay, all right.
No, really, Amir, I mean it.
All right, cool. Let's do it.
Okay, I'm going to start with my statement is that Amos, as an American Jew, I feel that you have a view of the world which is making it more dangerous for Israel, that makes it more dangerous for me as a Jew, and is having a 180-degree opposite effect on myself, especially as a non-Israeli Jew. What you guys do there and how you look at it, I might think it's full of it, but I'm not feeling. I put America first. I do not think that Israel comes first before the United States as an American. We're going to have differences. I can understand you want to do what you want to do, so to speak, in Israel, but I also feel like it's kind of a, well, I guess I'll say it, it's very ignorant. It's hard for me to imagine that the Israelis think that you guys did not know what was going on at the border before this attack. It's been said, and I believe it, that even a cockroach can move on that border. And Israel goes in and kills people inside of Iran, far away, inside of their government, and then they don't know they're going to be attacked. So I think that's obvious that the Likud and the greater Israel, which I find abhorrent and terrible personally, is in control and pushing their agenda. And I also believe that the Netanyahu, and you'll probably call this a conspiracy theory, but nevertheless, I believe they've got...
It's time.
Okay, go ahead. Well, thank you.
All right, Amos, you got a minute. Go on, Amos.
Bring people I don't know. That they like to speak and speak. They're so lonely in the house. There is no wife, no children to listen to him. So they come to Clubhouse, speak and speak and speak. So many nonsense. I'm Jewish, American. Don't know what he want to say, what he want to ask. He's a Jewish American. What is his connection? Israeli and Palestinian conflict. Who is he coming from? He said by himself that I'm going to joke about his looking. So it's okay. He has a problem of an outsider looking, but it's a problem that he don't have the tact to know how many rubbish in so short time he's speaking.
Are you done, Amos? That was your response? That's it?
What should I respond for?
You're just a dumbass, man. Seriously, you can't even respond to what Max has said. Oh my God.
Amos. I think that you, personally, I believe Jews have and I've read it, we have a higher IQ than most Americans, and this might sound insulting or we're not supposed to say that. And, however, I think you single-handedly, you by yourself, Amos, have lowered the Jewish IQ because you're not even making sense. For me, for the United States, it's like as if I had a best friend. If Amos was my best friend, and we would go out, and we'd go to restaurants, and you would start fights. You would start insulting people in the restaurant because you didn't like the way they looked, or they made fun of your beard or whatever you got going, right? So if every night I went out with you, Amos, and you got in a fight, and I got beat up because I was trying to protect you, that's what I would get rid of you. I wouldn't be your friend anymore.
And that's what I think. I'm making an analogy in case that's a little above your head, Amos, is the fact that the United States is being pushed into an agenda that is not good for it. You guys want to have your own war? I don't care in a sense. I just wouldn't give you a nickel more. You're on wealth. You're on welfare.
You take time.
Okay. You want to speak? Yeah, are you gonna respond, bro? You don't respond to anything.
I just say when is my time.
Okay, speak.
And I want to take time and stop it. Listen, the little I heard from you, Maximilian. Let me ask you a direct question. Try to be as honest as possible. How much money you have in your bank account? How many millions? How many millions you give to Israel to build hospitals? Be honest, Maximilian. How many money you give to Israel?
Does that mean? Did you want to keep talking?
We give $3.6 billion every year, almost 3%.
How much money you give to Israel?
Well, okay. I just want to make sure we're following a rule here, Amos, because you could talk another minute. I can answer you now if you would like.
Yeah, but try to be honest and direct question. $2 million I give to a hospital in Beer Sheva, in the Soroka. I build a room for emergency something. Tell the truth. Who are you?
Well, first of all, I don't understand the logic of it. The fact that you want to do something within your country for people that it sounds like you want to do good for certain people, I find that commendable. I'm not going to complain about that. But there's a lot of countries. There's the Kurds. I can name 20 people.
I ask you a simple question. How much money you have and how much money you
not a shekel, not a nickel, not a dime. Can you hear that? Amos.
So I didn't give Israel 1 shekel. That's all. That's a direct, not a philosophic question of 1 hour. Say, Amos, you're wrong. I have no money. I'm a bus driver in the United States. I didn't give any shekel to the Israelis. Can you say it loudly and clearly that you didn't give any shekel to Israel?
Amir, would you do the 1 minute with this guy, because he's clearly a schmuck. He can't follow rules even. I think he has Alzheimer's a little bit, and maybe we shouldn't pick on him.
I don't know, man. This guy, I've been trying to get an answer.
Well, you're like a martyr. You're like the Mother Teresa of Palestinians.
I've been trying to get an answer out of you.
I don't even understand what you get out of talking to individuals like this, because you can't even make a coherent. You can't make a coherent thought.
And I tell you now.
He's trying to come up right now. Just unmute and come up.
Let me 1 minute. I don't need more than that.
Okay, go on, Amos, go on.
With my experience, all those rich Americans who give Israel money, they think they have the right to be rightist and Zionist and try to curse me. And then I say, who are you? Who are you, Maximilian? That you come with a strong opinion for America, against America. What you connected to the conflict? Keep your mouth shut a little bit. Even that you're 77, usually I'm looking to hold people as a clever one. Not you, Maximilian, you're dummy.
Okay, are you done? Okay, go on, Maximilian.
Well, first of all, I've given zero to Israel. Let's put it that way. I'd rather give money to a homeless cause in the United States than any money to Israel, first of all. And first of all, it doesn't make sense to me what you say. First you tell me I'm a millionaire, then you tell me I have no money. I'd like you to make your own decision about that. And I'd like to see the top of your head to see if you have any hair. But aside from that, your lack of testosterone and your you just don't have good logic. I understand you're emotional, but it feels like I'm talking to an hysterical woman or a teenager that's not making any sense, that just wants to insult me you know, I understand you have a difficult situation, right? But take care of it yourself. I'm done.
Be careful. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Israel without America, they ain't nothing.
Pardon?
No, he's talking about Israel. Israel without America, they ain't nothing.
That's what I
wars
said.
for them.
Well, that's what I mean. I think we should just let them quit pushing us around, and you know, there's plenty of other places we can put our money. And people that want to put us in a war, countries that want to put us they're doing things directly against what I think
We're going against the whole world for them.
Yeah, I agree.
And this how they treating us, like they're saying, "Oh, we ain't doing shit."
Right, but if you got a knucklehead like this, I understand it's a little bit. I enjoy being able to vent my emotions about a knucklehead like this, right? But there are very intelligent people like Netanyahu's no dummy, but he's. But I wouldn't trust him with a 10-foot pole, right? So this guy's just an unfortunate person that's emotionally like a little teenager.
This is a problem with this guy, right? Apparently, Amos, this is what happens with the Jewish people that don't support Israel.
Right? Yeah, then you consider.
The self-hating Jews. They wrote it in the chat for you, Max. So these people, Daniel, he's an atheist. I don't even know how he's a Jewish person. You have the other people like Sam. He's another idiot, right? Doesn't have any fucking knowledge.
I want to know who is he? Who is the man I'm speaking with? And I want to know who is Maximilian.
You don't answer any questions. Why do you lie all the time?
I want to know what is profession, what is in a pension now, what is he doing in his pension, if he is married, if he have grandchildren, he have something else to do instead of sitting in clubhouse and argument about things he don't understand nothing about. I wonder what is a 77 years old American, Jewish American, it doesn't matter, it can be Christian or Buddhist or whatever. What is of his business? What's going on in Israel? Why not between Russia and Ukraine? Why not in
I'm against that also, by the way. But
Sudan. What do you understand? Because you're Jewish, you give yourself something to attack Israel, maybe. What are you? Well, tell me something about yourself. Married, children, grandchildren. What you can do?
I've been married for 35 years. I've had
35 years old?
Yeah, 77. I got married when I was 42. So, Anus, I don't even understand your line of thought. It's like basically you're saying somebody has a different opinion of you and your country, and the majority of the people in your country might be in favor of that, but at least 10% of the people in Israel probably think like I do, I imagine, and you probably think they're stupid, right? Would I agree with that?
You only imagine.
Oh, okay. There's like 10. There's 10 people
you in the chat. At least 3 people are cursing you in the chat. So, who are you? You don't read the chat. I read the chat sometimes.
I could read it, but I don't care about the chat.
I know you better than me. I see you the first time.
Anus.
I see you the first time. I don't know you, but I see how people cursing you.
Well, you make a lot of statements. Well, what other people think is irrelevant right now, too, Anus. I mean, I don't ask you. I have no idea what your sex life has been over through your life. How many people have reviled you and don't like you in business? Whether you've done any real business in your life, whether you've worked as an electrician, whether you've been a plumber, whether you're a geophysicist, I don't know. I'm just talking about.
I'm a bus driver. I'm a bus driver.
Well, my gosh. You know, why are you on such a high horse? Why are you talking as if that's some kind of special position that gives you a right to talk, and you're talking about, well, what am I? Am I whatever? I don't know.
I tell you what.
You're implying I'm a homosexual.
I tell you what. I live in Israel. I live this country.
I live in the United
Since the
States.
day I born. Since the day I born, I live the conflict.
I
so
agree.
You're
If I was
Jewish in
Israeli-
America. What you connected? Maybe you have some relatives. So what? You live in America. Stay in America. What's up your business?
Well, in America, if you think,
Go
listen,
to Donald
let me,
Trump.
hey,
Go to Biden. Go to Obama.
Shit. You won't even let me talk. You ask questions, but you won't let me respond. Can I respond? Okay. I agree with your argument. I should have nothing to do with Israel, and Israel should have nothing to do with us, in the sense of us giving you all that money, right? If you agree that it doesn't make sense for me to give an opinion about Israel, then you should think that Israel should have no opinion or not need the help of the United States. Why do you care about the United States? Why do you care that you want us to help you? Because you're not strong enough as a country without blackmailing the United States into doing stuff they do not want to do. That's my opinion. That's not into our self-interest. I understand you as an Israeli wanting what you want to do. I don't care about that, or well, it makes sense to me, right? But it's out of proportion the fact that the Congress and is all bought off by and influenced by, it's clever, it works, but it just sort of creates more of the stereotypes of Jews. I think it's working against you, and I think why do you think it's just the poor little Jews, and that's why the whole world that used to be kind of supportive of the Jewish nation?
Put the point
Pardon?
in the end of the sentence. Put the point in the end of the sentence. We must finish sometime.
Yeah, you're complaining. Do you want to go back to the 1 minute?
Yeah.
Maximilian, to add to your point, Amos, do you know that Maximilian, he's a Jew, okay? Thanks to Netanyahu. Hold on. Thanks to your criminal Zionist entity, anytime you kill a baby or mother or father, do you know what's happening throughout the world? They're starting to hate the Jews because they're looking at that the Jews are killing the babies, killing everybody. Unlike yourself, this is what's happening.
Okay.
So, hang on. Jerusalem is a holy place for all the Jews. You see what I'm saying? And you don't own Israel. Okay? So calm your tits down. If Maximilian tomorrow, if he wants to do Aliyah and get a citizenship, he has as much right as you do. Okay?
Okay, mute yourself. Now you, Maximilian, I give you 2 minutes a speech about the Americans. You are American represented by Biden, by Donald Trump, by Obama. You're controlling Israel. You could do a great thing if you control Israel by your money. But don't think that everything what you do is the right thing. And don't think that Bibi represent the Israelis. The Donald Trump, if they don't do it, the sky will open and eat all the Nukhbot, all the Hamas, Not Bibi, not Donald Trump, no Biden. They cannot tell the Hamas underground in the channel, 40, 50 meters underground, what to do. They are terrorists. We kill all their leaders. Until today, they keep 20 alive, 50 hostages, 20 alive, nobody knows which conditions. They, from their favorites, want to show a movie of the hostages, what they are doing to them, how they starving them, those animals, under the ground. So they bring outside the movie to make us fighting each other against the other. But you as an American, with a lot of people say, now Donald Trump will tell Bibi, Donald Trump the airplane of the Israelis were going to attack Iran. Donald Trump said, Bibi, take your airplanes back with all your bombs and don't bomb Iran. So Bibi tell the airplanes to come back. 50 airplanes were on the way to Iran and they turn around without attacking Iran. So if Donald Trump would say, Bibi, take all your IDF outside in Gaza and come to agreement with the Palestinians and push more Bibi than the Palestinian because he cannot control the Palestinians. He can control Bibi Netanyahu. And I don't know who are all those Jewish American advisors he had around him, but he make a big mistake. He make a big mistake that he let Bibi do what he wants. But now he sees the results of what he give a free hand to Bibi. Bibi want to go out tomorrow and take all Gaza. Who give education to these 2 million? Who give them medicine? Who give them food? Who give all those people? No, this we don't do. So this clever person do exactly what he want. He give Ben-Gvir and Smotrich to keep us coalition.
Hang on. The mic was on. Almost let him finish. Go on now.
Not a dummy woman. So if Donald Trump was clever and he had a good advisor, we tell him to start push a little bit more Bibi than the Palestinian, which he had no control on. Maybe, I'm not so sure, because we lost, from my perspective, we lost this war. If we cannot release 50 hostages in Gaza, we lost the war. We have to go on our knees and beg to the terrorists, to the Nukhbot, please release our hostages. And give them whatever they want and take the IDF outside of Gaza. First, all the time since I know myself, if Israel have an hostage in Russia, in Iran, in Entebbe, Israel will do everything to release first the hostages. After 2 years, you saw how the terrorists joking on us, what they're doing to our hostages. They did a Holocaust number 2 in Israel, inside the Nova, inside the kibbutzim.
There was no Holocaust
Running,
number 2.
raping, murdering.
Stop it. There was no Holocaust number 2.
Amos, I want to respond to your one point. You made a claim that Trump told them to come back. They were on a fighter jet. Do you know what they did with the bombs? They threw them on Gazans. I think you forgot about that. You need to look into it. When they were coming back, they started throwing the leftover bombs.
When you start with your lies and lies, you start with your lies.
It's a fact.
I don't know where you bring all these lies from.
It's a fact.
They put all the bombs they go to Iran, they put on Gaza. Gaza is a little
They did.
The lies and lies and lies again and again and again. Amir, I'm not the one who lies.
Are you finished?
Wednesday.
Are you finished speaking?
Everything what connected with you, I'm not finished now.
Are you finished speaking?
With you, yes.
Okay, well, I don't give a fuck if it's with me. You're on a panel with people in the public, so I'm gonna speak now. So shush. I mean, for you to say Holocaust number 2, are you serious? Because I think the Germans killed 6 million of you.
Take care, Max.
6 million of you. I mean, that's ridiculous that you are just grandstanding and exaggerating. And if Hamas is such a terrorist group, why did
Maximum, bye.
I said shut up. Why did Bibi Netanyahu hand them money since 2014 through Qatar? When he didn't have to directly hand Hamas money. He could have worked through a third party like the UN or They have so much data, so much face recognition, has a whole record of every family living in the Gaza Strip. They could have gave that money to the civilians instead of handing it to Hamas. So you're the ones that are working with terrorists. If they're such terrorists, why are you working with them? There's other ways of giving that money to the Gazan civilians in the Gaza Strip. Through United Nations, a third party, or you could have just gave a budget or an allowance to every family member in Gaza. You guys got so much information on them. You know every family that lives there. So this whole thing of Hamas was the acting government in the Gaza Strip, that's weird. That's weird, because you just gave money to a fucking terrorist group. That's why when Amir says it's a self-inflicted October 7th, it is. And just you saying, Holocaust number 2. Bro, shut the fuck up. You're projecting what happened in Nazi Germany, which was a horrible thing that happened to the Jews, to the Gypsies, to people of color, because they killed black Germans too, people with disabilities, to the Arabs. Listen, the Arabs did not commit the Holocaust. You guys been projecting what happened to you guys since 1945 no 48 on the Arabs. Get over it already.
47,
Not
47,
direct that anger. 47, sorry. Direct that answer or direct that anger to who did it. To the Germans. Fuck, man.
Your people are doing Holocaust to the Palestinians.
I agree.
You don't know that, huh? More than 60,000 people dead.
And and it's like you learn from the Germans. Y'all obviously learned something from the Germans. Or living in Europe for so long. You guys learn how to be colonizers. If you say this is your holy land, this is your land that you guys lost 3,000 years ago, y'all left and became monsters when y'all came back. Really sick and tired of you guys being the victim anymore. You're not the victim. Y'all were able to use that Holocaust card a long time ago. It's not anymore. It's the 21st century. Can't do it. You guys are the enemy. You guys have become Nazis. And you guys don't see it. You don't see it. But the world sees it. The world sees it. And then you guys gonna hide behind everyone being anti-Semitic, everybody being anti-Semitic. The whole world can't be anti-Semitic. At this point, you're the fucking problem.
You wanna respond, Amma?
I have to respond to every lies and every crazy woman.
No, that's not a crazy woman. Don't be misogynist. Don't be misogynist. Don't be misogynist. You just had a whole fucking monologue with fucking lies. Talking about Holocaust number 2. What? Compared to what? Compared to what? You're gonna compare October 7th to what happened to you guys in Nazi Germany? Are you fucking kidding me, bro?
Tell me something. Wednesday. Where are you right now?
Are you fucking not? Are you fucking kidding me, bro?
Where are you right now?
Why the fuck you care, bro?
I ask you, where are you now? What is a secret? I come to
Why
your house.
do you care?
I wonder.
Why don't you wonder anything about me, sir?
What city in
Sir,
the United
of all
States
place,
you're
of all
speaking?
people to wonder about, don't wonder about me. Be a married man and wonder about your wife. Such an odd question to ask a single woman when you're a married man.
Did you open a room?
Such an odd question to ask.
Did you open a room?
Such an odd question. Such an odd question. I was trolling you. Get over it. Get over it. Oh my God. It was a troll. Oh my God. See, this is why you can't, Amir, this is why you can't give old people some kind of, you can't troll them this way. Because I'm going to forever hold this down.
Can you explain the room? What did you meant when you opened the room?
You're like a dog that's been abandoned for years.
Can you say, what did you mean?
Anybody shows any affection to you? Oh my God.
When I open a room,
I was trolling you. You threw me down to the audience. So I wanted to fucking troll you. Get over it.
Yes, get over this.
God, Jesus.
Dummy, you're so uneducated.
I'm a dummy.
So stupid.
You're the dummy. But I am glad that you admit it. You admit that you guys lost. Almost 2 years. 2 years you still haven't gotten a mouse.
It depends who am I talking with, you know.
The only reason your economy is doing okay right now is because it's an active war.
When you look from outside,
and the United States keep on giving you money. And the United States keep on giving you money. And the United States keeps on giving you money.
When you look from outside,
when the United States giving you money, but I think Trump's trying to do some stupid shit when it comes to FEMA. I think that you can't out-talk me. I'm a woman. I'm a woman. You can't out-talk me. I'm a woman. I can talk for days. I don't care when you look for outside. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
You come here just to lie, to say rubbish.
It's not a lie. It's not rubbish.
So when I say we lost, when I say we lost to an American person,
you are brainwashed. You're brainwashed. You brainwashed to think that the Israelis are brainwashed to think you guys are better than everybody in the world. I asked you the question, and you couldn't answer me this question last time. I said, as an atheist, how do you feel that other religious Jews feel that they're superior to everyone else, that everyone is a goy, and you couldn't answer me that? See, I'm glad that you be quiet now. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Almost, it's so hard to get an answer out of you. I give you one thing, no, lie. Open your mind. Look into the facts and data. I don't know, man.
You don't know what the time now.
I don't know what the time is. The coexistence?
No, you don't know what's the time now in Israel.
You gonna open coexistence?
No, in the afternoon. It's a sleeping time now. So I'm not going to waste my time on Wednesday on Yom. I'm going to sleep now.
Okay. Good night.
And I want to make commercials in my room before I sleep. Then everybody, 12 o'clock, coexistence, come Daniel, come AC. Why AC is not on the stage? What she's doing there?
I think she has a glitch. Ace, try unmute and come on up.
You know, I think I was really upset. Amir, I was really upset to hear that Daniel was trying to put his tone.
I had you back and I picked you tonight, love.
Let's go to sleep, old man.
Go to sleep, Amos. Go to sleep.
Go to sleep, old man.
Explain the room. I give you a more.
Go to sleep, old man.
I'm talking to Lass now and tell her to come to my room.
Nobody cares. Shh. Good night.
Wednesday, you're so done.
Who is last, Amos? Who's last?
Last, I gave her a moderator in my room, and she finished the room.
But I don't know. Is this the same last?
She finished the room. What do you mean? She boomed the room?
She closed it. Suddenly, I find myself without a moderator, down on the step, not in my room.
I would have boomed the room.
Amos, is this the same last or is it different last?
I think it's the same.
Are you sure this is a different last?
I think it's the same because I had her back now. I was so angry.
Yeah, but this last is I think maybe it's a guy.
Maybe because she wanted.
Oh, it's the same. Why didn't you tell me? I have to block this bitch. Get lost.
No,
I didn't know it was the same one. Get lost. Get out of my room. I didn't know. Because she accused me of fucking whole bunch of words in the back channel. She called me a whole bunch of names. Get lost.
You already.
Yeah. Out of my room. Get lost. Yeah. Block. Yeah. Because I don't want that bitch coming in. She attacked everybody in my room. She attacked me on the back channel that I follow her. I come to the room. I am a creep. I try to flirt with her. Fucking bitch. I said provide proof. She doesn't have any proof. Fucking bitch. Cunt.
I've never heard
No. She literally called me a pedophile and a whole bunch of shit on the back channel. I said, fuck you.
So what? So she called you a
Yeah. You can't do that when you don't have any evidence.
No,
I asked her for the evidence, no evidence.
You know how many Israelis call me pedophile? So what?
I don't care. I'm not Amos. I'm not a lowlife like yourself.
Fuck that bitch.
That was last, right?
Yeah. She tried to do the same thing to me, bro. And she tried to.
I think she opened a room on your name. She called you pedophile or something, right?
She sent me a message and it was like a paragraph. It was mad long, trying to abuse me. And I was like, join the queue, honey. I've got a lot of admirers on this app. You know what I mean? You know, this isn't the first. And then she tried to screen share it. And I was like, read the whole thing, bro. Send the whole thing. You know what I mean? There's nothing. She just tries. She tries, man. And she's like, she's done that before with someone else in one of my UK rooms. She tried to make it look like, what are you doing? At this point, it's too obvious, darling. You know?
I know. I kicked her out, man. I thought it was a he. This was a new one, I thought.
But you know, Amos, you see a woman in the room, he gets a little woozy in the room. He give her the moderator. When Amos in the room, you know, Amos, you give the ladies the mod in the room.
Isn't last pro Pally though? Isn't she Fatima's friend? Is that the last?
Yeah. She likes to start drama with everybody.
Yeah, she's weird. She's a rapist. She's weird.
Yeah. She's accusing me on the back channel, a whole bunch of shit. I'm like, what?
Yeah, she was saying weird stuff.
She said she made a claim that I go into incognito mode and I'm a creep. I go into her room, I watch her and do this. I'm like, what? What kind of?
Bro.
I said, provide evidence. I said, provide evidence that I came to your room. And then she called me a predator. She called me a pedo. A whole bunch of fucking words.
I think she's paranoid because of this incognito mode.
No. She called me a whole bunch of other words as well. I said, okay, provide evidence. You're making a claim, provide evidence. Why come in? And I told her, if you have a problem, stop following me around. Stop coming into my rooms. You're not allowed in my rooms. I blocked her. She actually blocked me first, and then I blocked her. And again, she started coming in here. I'm like, what? You don't do that. You know, it's a permanent block from this room. Yes, Andrew.
Can you just double check something for me? Some newsfeed
Why does he sound like not so close to
What did you say, Andrew?
Just a quick question. Can you just double check something on me? Do your due diligence?
We can barely hear you, bro.
We can barely hear you, Andrew.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, a little bit better, yes.
All right.
Can you just double check something for me? If Bibi has taken full control of Gaza in the next week, following week. It's just a news feed that just.
If Netanyahu doing what?
He's taking full control, military control. Of
Yeah, it's approved in the Knesset. This room was open based on that. I actually posted a Times of Israel article yesterday. They were saying on Thursday it's going to be approved. It was yesterday, and today. Yesterday, my yesterday time, California time, they approved it. So they are going to go in there. So 75% is already under occupation, and they're gonna come in and take over another 25%. Trump was asked, "Are you okay with the occupation?" He said, "I'll leave it to the Israelis." And the humanitarian aid, Trump is worried about those mothers that are that have to give breast milk to kids, babies, or whatever. And what else was it? Yeah. What's up, Free?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Brother, Germany just announced that they're placing an arms embargo on Israel.
Seriously?
For real?
Yeah, I don't know if you guys heard
Oh,
that.
Germany. Oh.
It just came.
Oh, you know when Germany turn around? Oh my God.
Yeah, they said we're not gonna approve any weapons to be sent out to
because
Israel.
those guys have been cucks, those are the real cucks.
Isn't Daniel from Germany? Isn't Daniel in Germany?
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Daniel, stop trying to control Edward, okay? I know you're fascinated with him, and I don't understand how you try to dictate how someone needs to speak and police tone someone. That's so fucking weird, bro.
Yeah.
Aren't you married? Stop police toning people.
He was telling. I heard Daniel. You were trying to tell him to critique Palestinians and Palestine and Hamas in this room. I mean, have you ever done it yourself? Have you ever criticized and condemned the idea?
Never.
Right? And then you come in here, you want us to fucking condemn everything. Yeah, fuck you and fuck your condemnation. We don't give two fucks.
You would never do it.
I want to add this. Edward is a straight man.
Yeah.
Okay? He's a straight man. Whatever you think about him, he's a straight man.
Leave that man alone. Leave that man alone.
No, bro. You're a married man. Stop it.
Shit. Crazy, man. He's stalking, man. That Daniel, he be stalking, bro. He's stalking. I'm watching you, Daniel, man. I see the way you talk to men, bro. I see the way you talk to those men, bro.
Yesterday, just calling him. You see? You lucky I didn't catch you calling him bitch and all this. The hell you calling him a bitch for? Like you acting like you're like a ex-girlfriend or something. A crazy ex-girlfriend.
I'm really disappointed over there, man. What the hell? Crazy, man.
Poor Edward got fatal attraction.
Also, Trump yelled at Netanyahu. He told Zelensky.
Say it again? I'm sorry.
Trump yelled at Netanyahu.
He's always yelling at Netanyahu because Netanyahu thinks he doesn't have to listen to Trump, even though he's getting money from the United States. And I think he's getting Trump. Trump is a narcissist, bro. You can't with people like that. You always gotta be on their good side.
Free, how do you know that that's the same blast? Is that the same blast?
To be honest with you, that's a very good question. I know just from the way she talks on the chat.
Hey, bro, you said it with confidence, bro. We kicked that
Did she write anything?
Yeah, she engages in the chat regularly. She also
did she engage in this chat? Do you see the messages?
Yeah, here? Yeah, she did. Yeah. have to scroll a little bit up.
Literally fucking called me a whole bunch of words in the back channel. I'm like, fuck you, block me.
I don't know about that.
Provide evidence.
Usually in the chat, she's like all in about pro-Palestine. She's always against the Zionists, but I don't know about this back channel stuff.
Accusing me that I go into a room, I creep up on her, I try to flirt with her. When the fuck did I flirt with this bitch?
I swear she said that to me as well in the back channel. She's like, you always try to flirt with me. I didn't even know what she sounds like, who she was. I was like, bro, I didn't even know who you are, bro. Like, I don't even recognize her. Talking about flirting with her. The hell? What's wrong with this woman? I told her, yeah, she's just weird, bro. She just like, you know, some women, they just want, drama, So, that's just what it is.
Well, she has to be weird. She hangs around Fatima.
Aziz, you day trade?
Whoa, what?
I heard you in a room talking about investing and trading and investing.
Nah, I do swing trading, bro.
Do you?
Yeah.
You heard about Soundhound?
Yeah.
What do you think about it?
Yeah, it's got potential. I do more CrowdStrike. I do a lot of Nvidia CrowdStrike AI stocks.
This is an AI stock, isn't it?
I think so. Yeah, I don't know much about it, to be honest. I heard it's good. I heard it's growing, but I don't know.
I went in on it, premium.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this last 3 months has been crazy, bro. My portfolio is insane.
In a good way, or?
Daniel wrote it needs to be re-educated. It can't happen. Not Palestine suffering in an industry that too many exploit benefit. I think the Zionist Jews, they need to be re-educated. The reason why you can't have the clips from the yeshivas that are inside Israel. They teach their kids Jewish supremacy. I have a testimony from M. Rose. Daniel, you remember you met M. Rose? Yeah? She was born and raised inside Israel, and she's anti-Zionist. She said the same thing, Jewish supremacy. And I came across some videos, I was in a shock. They're literally talking about, getting rid of the Arabs, or if you blow up Masjid al-Aqsa, what would happen, and a whole bunch of other crazy shit. So this is the type of mentality you have inside Israel. And this is what they this is what they teach inside some of the yeshivas inside Israel. And it's very disturbing. I would suggest you to try to, what is it called? I think they need to be educated really good, right? I think the new yeshivas will probably have to open up, once the Palestinians have their own state, and if they get the two-state. Definitely, most definitely, stay on the fucking your side of the whatever land it's called, and let them live their own thing, and stop freaking occupying it every other day, or every day coming in and trying to kill kids, or when you're occupying the land, they're throwing rocks at your fucking truck.
They can't help it.
They do this all the time. Right now, there's a Mahmoud Ibrahim, the kid. He's actually inside Israeli prison without due process. They're making a claim that he threw a rock at the fucking IDF truck. His brother, Palestinian American, that owned the ice cream shop in Tampa, Florida, he got killed, murdered by the settlers in the West Bank, and they let the settlers out. They took the settlers in for a day, they let them out. Like, what kind of a fucking apartheid system is this?
This is what they support,
Garbage, shitty. No laws for the Palestinians, and
they support
no protection for the Palestinians in the West Bank. It's only about fucking Israeli settlers and Israel, and that's it. You should look into it. That kid, he was an 18-year-old kid, right? Tampa, Florida. He's a Palestinian American. He was sitting on his porch with the stupid fucking settlers, these criminal, Zionist fucking settlers. They came in his property. They started first trying to steal the tree, and then they started setting up a camp. And then he called them out. He said, "Get lost." They started beating the shit out of the kid, and they beat him to death. And guess what? Even the ambulance wasn't even allowed. There were so many fucking checkpoints. Ambulance couldn't even make it over there, and the kid actually died. Such a disgusting, what happens with the Palestinians in the West Bank. You seriously need to educate the settlers. And actually, as a matter of fact, all of you guys are fucking settlers. This is why Amos was saying yesterday that we have to sleep between 2 to 4 or something. We can't go out. It's bad for our skin. It's because you're not from that fucking country. If you were from that country, you'll be able to, go out and do what you need to do. You're from Ukraine, Russia, Poland, a whole bunch of these fucking countries. But they're never going to learn. And you have the Arab Jews. You have a problem with them? They're actually Arab Jews, I know you probably titled them Mizrahi Jews. They used to discriminate against Mizrahi Jews as well. Mohsen, you want to come on up? Are you Zionist? Do you support Israel or Palestine? What's up,
Half of Israel has turned on the country. Let's be honest. They realize they don't think it's a democracy. They don't think it's a democracy. They don't think it's democratic. They don't think any of these things, bro. They're in the streets. Daniel's becoming a minority even in his own country. Of Israel.
Bro, he lives in Germany. He ran away like a little bitch. Oh, yeah. He did not want to serve in the military. Mohsen, are you there? Mohsen?
Yeah, I'm here, man. Good morning, guys. Salam alaikum.
Do you support Israel?
No, I man, it's just my parents are Egyptian, and I was born in New York, and I was raised in Miami. I'm Muslim, and this is a horrible situation to watch. My question is, why are the Arab nations so silent? Why is everybody, not being even vocal and just speaking up? And I
have a counter question to you. Why is the Egyptian government is so buddy with the Zionist entity? Why did they stop the Tunisian protesters? Did not allow them into Egypt. They were going to go to the border and protest. Why is Al-Sisi was involved in blockade during, from 2007 and above, and after that? Why is Al-Sisi has the Rafah border crossings, blocked off? You see what I'm saying? There's a lot of things related to Egypt.
Why is his son selling getaway packages to Palestinians? His son was selling entrances into Egypt. Sisi's son.
So they were charging money.
That guy's. I don't like that guy, man. I've only been to Egypt once. I want to go there and really see my parents, where they came from and stuff. So I don't know, much about my country as far as what I haven't learned just in school and doing research. But just watching this, and not hearing any of the no nations, man. Saudi Arabia, everybody has alliances with Israel, which I understand they want to keep the relationship good, but it's horrible for them to just sit here and be silent and not stand up.
So the aid that's coming in, it's coming through the Egyptian side. A lot of the countries are actually putting the aid in there. So I'm saying, investing money. Now the issue here is the only border that you see is the Egyptian border.
Yes.
It's not the other way around, right?
Yeah, man.
Saudi Arabia is trying to do a diplomatic way. They're supporting the ICJ. They condemn it. They want everybody to recognize the Palestinian state. It's just a mouthpiece, right? And then you have the UAE that has diplomatic relations with Israel. They're not going to do anything. While they were starving during month of Ramadan, these fuckers were having, their iftar party with the Israelis. Disgusting scumbags.
Bro, I spent a year listening to rooms, specifically on Twitter Spaces,
with thousands of people, Salomon's rooms, Yahuda's rooms, you know.
Oh, you've been in Suleiman Ahmad's room. Okay, cool.
I've learned so much over the past year, and I've been in pro-Palestinian rooms and I've been in pro-Zionist rooms because I like hearing, you know, both sides and what they're discussing. And nobody talks about a solution. And as soon as you bring up a solution, the conversation goes into arguments and it goes into, you know, other conversations. But nobody talks solutions. You know, there's really only two. The Palestinians and Israel come up with a two state, or, you know, this continues what we're seeing in Israel execute. So. But nobody
look,
wants
the
to talk
solution,
solution.
according to the Hamas charter, they agree on 67 borders. Right. This is Hamas's position, and they asked what is it called? Netanyahu wanted them to demilitarize, take the arms off, or whatever, and they said nope until we have a state. Right. So now they, you know, yesterday's news, they're about to occupy the whole Gaza. So they're going to occupy. It was already under occupation, 75% of it. Now there's another 25% that was left. They're going to occupy the whole thing. About 3 days ago, in the Knesset, 22 of these psychopaths, genocidal maniac, they were trying to pass a bill, a resolution or something, to go into Gaza, to tour northern Gaza, how they're going to build settlements or whatever. That guy Katz, the defense minister, he came out and he said, I'm going to, you know, and he actually approved it. And I don't know if they already went inside or not. 22 out of fucking 34. This is how genocidal maniac these people are. They're already thinking about building settlements in the, you know, in northern Gaza. So the solution is Hamas charter says 67 borders. You know, Netanyahu denied it twice, once in 2015, once in 2023, right before the 7th of October in front of the Security Council, UN Security Council.
Yeah, right? I read something where Trump has a partnership for like a Riviera hotel resort over there.
Oh no, that was what's the term? That was satire. The creator of the video came out and he said that was satire, and he came.
You know, I've been in the entertainment industry for almost 15 years, guys. I start on my educational doctorate degree this month. I went to film school. I've worked with hundreds of celebrities over the years, music videos, commercials, and documentaries.
Did you cut out?
Yes, that's me. My Instagram is disabled right now because of a reality show I shot. That something happened, so I'm getting my Instagram back. But what I wanted to say is the power of media is... I can't tell you guys how much influence media accomplishes, the messages that we put through the media. I worked on The Apprentice with Donald Trump when I was in film school. I have a contract with Live Golf. I'm at Trump's golf course once a year, working the tournament, and I live 10 minutes from his house in West Palm Beach. I ride by his house on my bicycle, and I talk to his Secret Service all the time. There's no kind of, with the exception of people like Solomon, there's no Muslims, the media, we need to push more and put more. The influencers and the power of social media is very important in letting people know and showing. And I think that there has been, I don't know, on 100% scale, you know, 60 to 65 compared to the Zionist media. And it's very hard to control. But I think that we need to do more speaking like this, Clubhouse, Twitter Spaces, social media posts, commercials, and, you know, continue to make the kids aware, because the kids have the power, believe it or not, when it comes to this game with the media. You know, I know people that, you know, do millions of views.
Marcin, I've got a question for you.
Yeah.
I mean, you know all the talking points. Why don't you get Suleiman Ahmad on CNN?
Well, Solomon had an amazing speaker yesterday, a journalist. So he's working his way to where he can leverage his influence. You see, I had to learn about that in my industry. You get the influence, but you have to figure out how to leverage the influence in your favor to create longevity and consistency and residuals and all kinds of stuff. So he's figuring out how to leverage the influence right now, and he's doing a really good job. So, and I'm in his rooms, and he's funny. You know, he's a lighthearted person. So I like hearing his spaces. I love the speakers there, and there should be more rooms like that. And Yehuda is a Jewish guy, and I like him too. You know, guys, I grew up with Jewish people here. My parents moved me from Miami.
He lies it through his teeth.
Yes, but I like him, bro, because he has sense and he talks good points. Yes, he favors his people.
Did you not see what he said in the Million Marathon? These are recorded spaces. He believes in killing babies.
No, I didn't hear that. And
you have Jonathan Bing. His video went viral. His office got a whole bunch of calls.
Yeah, I talked to those guys.
Yeah, but they're Zionists, right? The Zionists meaning that they're baby killers. What do you expect?
What their space died when they left Clubhouse.
Okay, do you want the Jonathan Bing's clip? I'll put it in the chat for you. You can listen to it. How he supports the killing of the babies.
I'm not a fan of Jonathan or his partner. What's his name?
Yehuda was used to co-host on Twitter.
Yeah, I just hear Yehuda on Twitter. That's where I heard him. I never heard him on Clubhouse.
Yeah, he's a genocidal maniac. He used to, and then this one Egyptian guy, he was undercover. He called himself intelligence or whatever. He was working for Egyptian government. He stole a bunch of money from women on Twitter, and then Yehuda used to co-host with him on Twitter Spaces, and then that guy disappeared because a whole bunch of women opened up spaces on that idiot. He was stealing money from women.
I think Yehuda realized something, and I think his spaces are more discussion-based and hearing people out now compared to then. And Jonathan Bing and those guys, you know, I had a conversation about them managing their brand for that room. And Nelson and him, I don't know. I didn't like the energy, so we just kind of went our own ways. But
so you worked with Zionists?
No, I didn't. We didn't do it. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, but Yehuda is a Zionist.
Yeah, I never worked with him. That's what I'm saying. I was talking about Nelson and Jonathan Bing. I had a conversation with Nelson about managing his brand, but I did not do it. I didn't do it. I liked those guys in the beginning, and then when I heard some of the things they were saying, I just didn't agree with. And yeah.
And the Yehuda was the same. There's a whole bunch of recorded spaces. You should go listen to a whole bunch of what he did on Million Marathon.
Yeah, I've heard.
Yeah, Yehuda is another piece of shit, garbage. He came on this app as well, and then he disappeared.
Where are you from?
I can't say because I got death threats. We're running these spaces every day.
I was big on Clubhouse for years, man. When this thing opened, I had rooms, thousands of people in them. We used to have all kinds of different topic rooms and networking rooms, and I used to do celebrity interviews. Yeah, this was during COVID times.
Yeah, those days are gone, man.
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. We had fun on this app back then, man. But yeah, now I just jump on, man. I just jump into topics that I like. I look, if there's nothing going on Twitter Spaces, I come on here. But you guys, I appreciate you guys letting me speak, and I appreciate you guys having a conversation about this topic as well. So
we talk about the solution all the time, also. But look, if you support the state called Israel, right, the Zionist entity, and if you want Israel to exist, that actually makes you a Zionist, right? Now, if you say you want Israel to exist, which means you support how the state was created in the first place. Then in 1947, you had the ethnic cleansing happen after the Arabs denied the partition plan. And it turned into a full-blown war in 1948. And then after they called it Israel, whatever, right? They kicked out a whole bunch of people, women, a lot of people. They even raped the little girls from one village to another, and then they they even did when they called it Israel. Right after that, there was a war, but the Arab side wasn't prepared for the war. They didn't have proper uniforms. They weren't ready to fight. And these other Zionist mofos, they were ready to fight. They had the freaking weapons because they've been doing attacks, since the 40s. Actually, in 1937, they did a Black Sunday, and they booby-trapped fucking cucumber boxes, milk containers, or whatnot. And they even tried to approach a Hitler because British decided not to give these people a state. After the Peel Commission report, the white papers, they decided not to give these people a state in 1939. You see what I'm saying? And then 10 years from that day, it was supposed to be a Palestinian state, not a fucking Israeli state. And this is why they approached Hitler in 1940 to 41. It was a Lehi Jewish militia gang. And, then it turned into a shit show. The Nazis, they denied it. They're like, nope, I'm not going to help you, whatever. And then they slowly started doing a whole bunch of these attacks. The first attack they did was, I believe, 44 or 45. And then 45, 46. Even in 47, they actually killed, two commanders from the British Mandate. Even the U.S. president was fucking terrorized. They sent letter bombs to the U.S. president, Harry S. Truman.
You should do voiceovers, do a YouTube, and you should put all of this information on YouTube and make a bunch of money, and just have a documentary channel and just teach people.
No, everybody knows.
You know what else?
A lot of people are well aware of it.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you can just, if you like doing that and like having these discussions, you should monetize it. I was gonna say too, a lot of my friends that are Jewish that I grew up with in America, in Miami, they don't support this. So would you consider them Zionists as well, or no? The people that don't support this, because there's some Jews that don't.
Do they support Israel for a right to exist?
I think all of them do, yes, because when all of them...
That makes them a Zionist.
Got you. Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So now, let's say you come across somebody, a Jewish person, that says it doesn't need to exist or whatever, the way it was created. So that person believes in political Zionism. So that believes in religious Zionism.
Is that the same as a Jewish person that thinks a two-state is fair and wants to just live in peace?
Yeah. But if they say the right to exist, for Israel, then that makes you Zionist. Now, if they go two-state solution, that's a different thing. But you have to keep in mind political and religious Zionism. So some people, they believe in religious Zionism that are protesting, that are anti-Israel because this is the way the state was created. It was created, which goes against their scripture. You see what I'm saying? So the people that believe in religious Zionism, they believe in the end times. That when Mashiach comes in, and they're gonna go back to their homeland. That's a different story. That's like for the end times.
You know what else was very interesting to see? I mean, when October 7th happened, there was a lot of influence for the Zionism, even now, but then more. But then look what happened probably somewhere around 3 to 4 months ago. I feel like there was a lot more people that were realizing what Israel was doing and started speaking out more, even in public. Somewhere around 3 or 4 months ago, everybody started waking up and they're like, man, this is not right. It's got to stop at some point, right? So now it's even more, awareness, which was very interesting to see.
Yep. I mean, so look, on this app, right after the 7th of October, everybody was, pretty much, they were looking at Hamas as terrorists, Palestinian terrorists, blah, blah, blah. And then as soon as they start doing more and more attacks to schools, hospitals, and this and that, people started changing their positions. And now this app is a majority pro-Pali. The pro-Israeli side is like, you could say maybe less than maybe 100 people or 200 people, or maybe 500 people. But the rest of the other rooms, even the black spaces, they're, majority they support the pro-Palis because they see it resonates with how the black folks in America were enslaved or whatnot, how they were treated. That's how Israel is treating the Palestinians for over 70 years, treating them like fucking slaves, treating them like shit.
Yeah, I go into random rooms and I hear, excuse me, I hear a lot of people blaming a lot of things on Israel. Even if it's not related to Gaza, just direct relation to our, politicians and just political and AIPAC and all that stuff that's going on. And there's a lot of just white Americans that are not, in favor of, being partnered with Israel in any way. So there's a lot of those spaces that I'm hearing people speak up on, or not on, against Israel. I'm just curious to see where this is all going to end up, because you got Donald Trump coming in here. And, I supported Donald Trump for a long time, more as an entertainer. The fact that he wasn't a politician, he was more of a businessman. I wanted him to have more of an Elon Musk approach when he came into this position. But I think his emotion carries a lot of his conversations and statements and actions, which is very dangerous for us here in America. And 6 months into his presidency, or 7 months now, he's upset a lot of people. And I'm very curious to see where that goes in the next. We got 3.5 more years with him. So I just don't think none of this is going to end well. I think a lot of emotions are going to make the decisions rather than logic. And we're going to.
But the logic, Mohsin, the logic says, DOJ came out, they said his name's on the Epstein files. The logic says they just moved Ghislaine Maxwell to a lower minimum security prison, right? Why did they move her over there? Do you know at that minimum security? I heard that they're not supposed to allow the pedophiles over there, and she's a pedo. How is a pedophile allowed at that minimum security prison? You see what I'm saying?
My son's mother's a police officer, and my son's in the Coast Guard.
Oh, nice.
Right. So, well, I guess, but hearing this, what's going on, and having, them being, part of that scenario. I don't know. I just don't like what's going on, man. And here in America, I'm in West Palm Beach. So the other day they grabbed the kid up. ICE, they grabbed the kid up, and he was born in West Palm Beach, and they detained him. So now they're grabbing people that are not even illegals, that are born here, that have illegal parents or something, or maybe they were citizens. Like my parents came from Egypt in the 70s and became citizens. But now Trump has made it where you can get deported even if you're citizen or son of a citizen or whatever. So they're grabbing anybody up on the street if you look a certain type of way or talk a certain type of way. It's crazy here, man.
100%, bro. I'm in Los Angeles, so it's a normal thing.
I lived there in 4 years. I came back last year. I couldn't stand that place, bro. I had to get out of it. I had to go, bro. I was in
but the weather is nice.
Bro, I did not like. I liked visiting there, but I don't like living there. I was in North Hollywood, at the Hesby. I lived at the Hesby.
Oh, North Hollywood, okay.
Yeah, by Magnolia.
Okay, nice. Yeah, I think the Epstein thing, it's a big thing, man, with the Epstein. And I think, do you know that Ehud Barak, the former Israeli prime minister, visited Epstein island more than 30 times?
Have you been in diligence rooms on Twitter or no?
On about what? About Epstein?
Yeah, he's been breaking down that case, and what he does that's pretty cool, he uses Grok, and he has Grok as a speaker, and he asks Grok questions, bro. I mean, super detailed questions, unbelievable. And Grok is such a dope, awesome, amazing invention. It's so much, it just knows how to articulate exactly what you want so many different ways. The information data bank that it has is incredible. So, guys, if you're in this room listening, check out that app that Elon made, Grok. If you want to pay the app fee, there's an extra $30.
I used it.
Super cool, man. So he
But
uses that to
it
break
was
down.
pro-Hitler, by the way. Most of it was pro-Hitler. You heard about it?
What?
They had to change the settings, or they had to re-educate him. The Grok was like pro-Hitler.
Yeah, somebody's in there probably messing around, man. One of the kids working there, you know, he can't control everything, man. He's got so much stuff going on, that guy. I don't think it was intentional.
No, I know, but the thing with the Twitter is there's a lot of Jew hating. Over there they just directly call it Jew. They don't even use the term Zionist anymore. This is another thing, but the thing is, in America we got a lot of them. They're evangelical. They're Zionists. They support this the state called Israel. And there's a lot of even on this app right now we have a few Jewish people. They don't support Israel. They come into this room all the time.
I've met a
bunch of them.
I've met a lot of people like Jewish people like that. Bro, I'm telling you, I grew up with Jewish people. I have never had any issues with Jewish people. Like I've had friendships from the age of 10, and just normal. To me, they seem like white Americans basically here. And I've never had any issues, no arguments, no fights. I've made money with a lot of Jewish people. I've never been treated a certain way as a Muslim, Egyptian Muslim. So I just, to see this and for them to see this, it puts a lot of Jewish people in bad scenarios. A lot of Jewish people had to leave a lot of countries, Egypt, and a lot of countries, they had to go back home to where they know that they're safe. But I think, what Netanyahu's doing is, by extending this so long, is really putting them in a very, very bad position, Jewish citizens.
Yeah, but you said they had to go back where? Back to America, or wherever they came from?
Well, it's probably to Israel, because I learned that, my friends told me this too, and from a young age, a lot of Jewish people, Israelis in general, they're taught to always support Israel, their land, no matter what. It's embedded in all of Israelis, citizens, and so they'll always support their land, their home, and they'll visit. They like to go back and stuff. So I think when all this bad stuff is going on, a lot of Jewish people left Egypt and a lot of different Arab nations and went back to Israel because of this, or came here to America.
Yeah, but the thing is also, if you look at the historical facts, there's actually a Iraqi Jew. He wrote a book, how they were brought into Israel in the first place, right? They did fake attacks. Mossad did this. Their Zionist buddy did it, and just to scare the people, the Jewish folks, to move from Iraq to to Israel, to populate Israel. That's from the first place. Now, the indoctrination, yes, they do teach Jewish supremacy. There's yeshivas inside Israel. They teach them that they're above everybody. They're the God-chosen people, right? They're above the Arabs that are living there, and it's crazy, right? This type of mentality, they need to change this mindset. And but if you if you look at the historical facts, it's just like their narrative is, oh, we went to war and the Arabs lost, and and we took over the land. They don't realize how much that is a big of a lie, because the war happened in 48. In 47, that's when they started ethnically cleansing the Arabs, the Palestinians, out of their own homes. Even the Jewish neighbors, they sold them out to the Jewish militias that were ethnically cleansing them from one village to another and the third. So all I'm saying is there's this there's this context to it that they never mention. And then they'll bring up the point, oh, we bought the land. Motherfucker, how much land did you buy? 6.6%. It's available all over. If you Google it or ask Grok or whatever, it'll tell you 6.6% land was purchased. Not the full 100%, not the full 50%, not the 75%. And the British decided not to give these people a stay because they terrorized everybody on that land, British and Arabs. You know? So what I'm saying is, it's just scary.
How from that point to now, it went from, being Palestine on the map to being Israel? At what point did everything go wrong for them? Lack of an army, lack of agreements, and having a conversation between both sides in so many years. Like, what happened where now, it's they're fenced up somewhere in a part of their own country?
So many. There's if you look at the wars and whatnot that took place after the ethnic cleansing, that's why UNRWA was created in '49 to look after the refugees in Gaza, right? And Gaza was controlled by Egypt, right? And what they did is ethnic cleansing. Nakba did not stop in '48; it stopped all the way up to 1956. What they would do is that there was leftover Palestinians. They wanted to control how many Palestinians would be allowed. They had to keep it at 20%, and then the rest of them they would load them up in the back of a truck and dump them, in Gaza, whatever. And up till now, there's been deals, but every deal always missed out on the right of return. There's a UN resolution that says right of return. More than 750,000 that were kicked, they're allowed. They're supposed to be allowed back in proper Israel. They have keys, deed, paperwork, and that's always off the table. And it's always, if you look at all the deals that they have, there's always missing pieces. One deal, they missed out on the East Jerusalem. The Jerusalem would be controlled by Israel. According to the 67 borders, when you look at it from the UN side, it's actually West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem, right? That's where the Masjid al-Aqsa is, to be part of, Palestine. But what they do is they always play around. In the West Bank, do you know how many checkpoints are there, Mohsen? 920 checkpoints in the West Bank.
You know what? I think the responsibility equally falls on the Arab nations that are sitting there silent. I think that they are taking political stances too serious and are forgetting what really matters. And it's more of a brotherhood than borders and nations and being your king or the president. It's more of a brotherhood. It doesn't matter if I know you or not, if I know you're Muslim, the respect and the love, just how I was raised, right? And I can't understand that part. I can't understand it. Like, if I see me as one leader of this nation and my brother and my friend and my cousin, and when we're all leaders of all these nations, I just don't understand how we can't get on a phone and stop this in 5 minutes. We can't. I cannot understand how these leaders can't get on the phone and have a conversation and can't put a stop to this by making one phone call. And when they make that phone call, the other person feels that conversation. And I can't believe that this has not been done yet. And as Muslims and as an Egyptian American citizen, watching this, it's unbelievable to me. Seeing Israelis storm into a mosque as sacred as Al-Aqsa, and for nobody to say anything. Like, what's going on? Where's the belief, the trust, the brotherhood, the camaraderie? I just can't believe what I'm seeing, man. And it's, for me, I just don't understand it. I'm 44 years old, about to be 45. I don't understand what I'm watching right now. There should be a NATO amongst all Muslim nations. Every president that comes into America destabilizes an Arab nation. It's like they have a to-do list in the White House, and like number one is to destabilize somebody before their 4 years is up. We've seen it with Iraq, Afghanistan. Like, they're always doing this. And until all of those leaders that are sitting here on social media and all these bulletins that we see get together and create their own NATO, This is going to continue to happen, and the power is going to lie in where the West is controlling. It's how it's been since I was a kid. I woke up seeing the towers getting smashed and Iraq getting destroyed and Saddam coming out of a cave and Bin Laden and the trial with Saddam. This is unreal what we're seeing here, guys. And I think that the West has controlled and done a lot of operations, CIA operatives, and through the years that we found out about. But for me, man, the one thing that is most disappointing is just, these Arab countries not standing up and ending this.
Yeah, but they're puppets of America, man. What do you? So look, America protects Israel. Okay, if America stops protecting Israel, Israel will be finished. It would have been finished a long time ago. It's thanks to America. That's why Israel exists, and that's why all these nations they don't want to touch Israel because of America's protection, America backing. And these puppets that are in there, Egyptian government, Jordan government, the Hashemite kingdom, you got people, even in the West Bank, the PA is in bed with Israel. And that guy actually, there's a documentation that he makes money off occupation.
How do you feel about Putin?
Putin, I don't know, man. To be honest with you, I mean, he's a genocide maniac as well. But the Ukraine-Russia thing, I kind of look at it as, I don't know, they're same people, man. Russia, if Russia was to take over Ukraine, right, they're not going to kick people out. They're going to let them live over there, like Israel does. Israel, it wants to take over Gaza and West Bank. They want them gone or genocided. You see the difference there? So, and the war with Ukraine, Russia, I feel like it was started from the NATO side, the Ukraine side, and I don't know. Why would you start something with Russia, man? So, and their claim is that there was a puppet that Russia planted in there, for a while, and blah blah blah, bullshit.
Did you hear Putin's interview about Trump last week?
What did he say?
He basically said that Trump's living in a reality show and he talks peace, but he sends 2 nuclear submarines. Well, we have more, positions in place against the U.S. than you have against us. Dude, he really wanted. Look it up. Last week he wanted. Dude, he destroyed. He destroyed Trump in the interview. He destroyed him, man. It was like the whole interview. He was just bashing him.
Yeah, Trump is just an idiot. So the warheads, I think Mario Nafo, the guy on Twitter, he did a space on this. So he had this video on his Twitter page. The video showed how they would be activated, and apparently Russia had 4,500, I think, warheads. America has 3,900 warheads. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And let's say if they were to annihilate Russia, right? Like do a full nuclear, right? So it will automatically activate the system for the nuclear. And then apparently their warheads are hidden outside of Russia somewhere. We don't know where. They will get activated, and they will automatically be, towards America. They will come towards America, and America won't be able to do shit. You see what I'm saying? The America is our target.
Yeah.
And Russia produces 5 times more weaponry than America does.
Yeah, Putin's not playing, man. He was the head of the KGB or whatever they call him, and then he became the president.
Intelligence.
Yeah, the last guy, he kind of put him into office. It wasn't really, a democracy kind of scenario. It was just like, hey, let me introduce you guys to Putin, and then boom, he was the president. So, I think also that Israel wants that Gaza portion of Gaza because they want to do that canal, like how Egypt has the Suez Canal. They want to build that Ben. I think they call it the Ben something canal, where it will challenge the Suez Canal.
Canal.
Yes.
I don't know, man. So I kind of feel like it won't be possible without Hamas or somebody coming in and bombing the shit out of it. You see what I'm saying? So they would either, if they want to build a canal of any sort, they would have to genocide everybody in Gaza, or and not do it. Either or. Because if they build a canal and let's say they have a small piece of land, they take over, but then what do we do from the other side? They could have weaponry from the tunnel, whatever. They can shoot that shit, and that could damage the canal. And it's a multi-billion-dollar project if they were to build a canal. So yeah, that's what it is. The solution, I believe, I wish it was possible for one state, right? But who wants to live with the rapists, man? These Israelis, they came out with a survey. 82% of them, they want to expel Gazans out of Gaza, right? Israeli Jews. They did another survey. 56% of them, they want to kick the Arab Israelis out, the Palestinian Israelis out of Israel. There's another survey that says 64% of them, they agree on what's happening to people in Gaza. All right. Now, if you look at another survey back in 2015, same fucking problem. In 2015, there was a survey was done by Pew Research, and it's the Israeli Jews. They wanted the Arabs out, and it was at 48%. You see what I'm saying? The discrimination level in 2016 against the Arabs was about 72%. You see what I'm saying? And then there was another survey that was done in 2022. The discrimination against the Arabs inside Israel was at about 37%. And now after the 7th of October, I'm sure it probably went up to 80%.
How do you sit down at a table and negotiate with people like that?
That's what I'm saying, bro. What do we do? And I look at them as rapists. They're fucking rapists. They want Hamas to put down the weapon, and Palestinians not to resist, and just bend over and get raped in the ass. That's all they want. They've been raping these people. Like, I'll give you a recent story about 4 or 5. This was, I think, last week. A Palestinian American from the same place where you're from, Tampa, Florida. This young kid, he was 18 or 19. No, actually he was 20, I think, or 19. He actually owned an ice cream shop over there. You probably know him, man. You're in Florida, right, Mohsen?
Yes.
So this kid, 18, 19 years old, he was sitting on a porch inside in the West Bank, right? And he's chilling, whatever. These settlers, they pull up. And they start, messing around with the trees that had in front of the property, start building a tent or whatever. And then he told them to get lost or whatever. They started beating the shit out of him. They beat him to death, and he died. The ambulance couldn't even make it in time because of the fucking checkpoints and a whole bunch of shit that was in the way. The kid died, and they arrested. They took some of these settlers in, the IDF, and they were let out. They let them out.
Yeah,
they ask America for help, and the American government is just garbage. It's fucking piece of, it's a sell-off. They're sellouts. And then, you know what happened to his brother? His brother, apparently, they're making the claim, IDF, that his brother threw a rock at IDF truck, right? And that's why they took him in under administrative detention without due process. They're not even allowing the family members to see it, lawyers to see it, whatever. And he's actually, I think, 16 or 17 or 15, I think. And his name is Mahmoud Ibrahim. If you get a chance, look into it. And the father, I actually played the clip yesterday. His father was saying, we're not allowed to see him. We don't know how he is. We don't know if they're abusing it. And he's a Palestinian American. Even the fucking Americans are not protected inside the West Bank.
It's
Like, what
crazy.
kind of fucking law is this?
Yeah.
You know, it's sick.
That's horrible, man.
Hey, welcome, Christ and Not. You guys want to chime in? No. Christ, did you want to say something? Anyways, I think she's busy. So that's where we're at, Mawson, you know. And I actually like Suleiman's space. I can just sit there, listen to it, get educated, you know. And he runs pretty good spaces, man. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I like his spaces too. I've been in them for a long time.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of breaks a lot of news too in his spaces. But they took his verification and something else. They basically shadow banned him on Twitter.
Yeah, they demonetized him. They took away his blue check mark. He can't make money off of any of this, and his posts aren't getting too many. What is it called? Algorithm. It's not in his favor. They got rid of so that way it doesn't become popular. It's all has to do with the fucking Zionists, man.
Yep.
You know they put his name on one of the rockets they shot at Gaza, right?
Yeah, I saw that.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
they did that to him and Jackson Hinkle, that I think he's in his 20s as well.
Yeah, his voice is out there. You know, that's when you know his voice is shaking the block. Things like that happen.
Yep.
You know, and it comes from the support of his. Yes, it comes from the support of his people, though. You know, resharing the spaces and doing everything, and you know, just joining the space all the time. It's a lot of his fans and supporters that give him, you know, that space. A lot of people don't understand how to contribute to a speaker and to help his cause, right? And some people do. And in my experience, Twitter, there's just far more intelligent people on that, you know, more rather intelligent people on that app than on Clubhouse, you know, at this point. The best spaces usually on Clubhouse are the small spaces like this, but Twitter's a giant.
Yep, Twitter is interesting. I actually wanted to go over there and see if I can open up a space every day, because I actually cover the news in the morning, and I try to stay up to date with the news as well. And I use their own, and then we have psychopaths, genocidal maniac, they come in here as well, Zionists, and you know, debate them sometimes back and forth, and then we have people crashing out every day.
That's good though, Amir, because it, you know, I want to hear the perspective of the Zionists. I want to hear them talk, right? I want to hear the perspective of the, you know, Israeli citizen that supports what's going on, and I want to hear from the ones that don't support what's going on. So I think the more people you have that come into the room, it's all content, bro, at the end of the day. So if it's, you know, as far as the space is concerned, you know, you're going to have people that come in and want to say what they feel, and they might be Israeli citizens and they might be American Israelis, who knows. And I'm very interested in their thoughts and what they got to say. So I don't know, I think it's a good thing when you have that in the room, because it answers a lot of questions and it shows their cards sometime.
They lie too much, bro. They just lie. They just and you give them evidence, right? Today we had this new Zionist that were going back and forth. He kept on denying it. I even played the clip for him. Why, you know, how Hamas was funded by how Hamas was funded by Netanyahu and whatnot. And apparently, he did not want to accept it. I'm like, what? I gave him evidence from his own sources, Jewish sources. Didn't accept it. We had somebody else, same thing, didn't accept it. I don't know. I think they live in sort of like in denial. Some of these Zionists, they live in denial.
At the end of the day, they have to support Israel and support their land. That's what they were taught to believe growing up, and that's what they're gonna do no matter what it is, bro. And I just, like I said, I think that at some point there's something that's gonna happen in either side's favor, how they want it to go, or someone's gonna step in and create a negotiation that nobody's gonna be happy with. To be honest with you. And the terrorism will probably continue. This is not going to end. So, it's a horrible situation, man.
It was true. We're gonna see what happens, man. It is terrible.
But I heard somebody yesterday, because in the Twitter spaces, I heard people in Gaza talking, and I heard they have all kinds of people in there. And one of the guys was telling us that they only control a portion of Gaza. I think like they were saying like 30% or 20% of Gaza, and they're telling the other 70 or whatever percent, to basically get out, lay down arms or something, and whoever's fighting right now, the resistance is refusing, and that's basically where it's at. So, but I don't think they control all of Gaza.
Yeah. So let's say even if they were to put down their weapons and surrender, do you think that the Zionist entity will let them live?
No, it's gonna be bad.
Bro, there's about 4 members. They came out and they said we don't give 2 shits about the hostage.
Yeah, it's gonna be bad, bro. Yeah, it's just a bad scenario no matter how you look at it. It's just bad. And nobody wants to step in and take action, which is even more confusing.
That's true. And that's where we're at right now, man. I don't know. Hey, welcome, Nazi. How you doing today?
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam. Yep. So that is what it is, my friend. I mean, we had look what this blue guy wrote in the chat. He's half German, half Israeli. Right? Look at what he wrote. He goes, "Just wanted to say that without lies, Palestine dies. Thank you for the attention to this matter." This guy doesn't even believe in that Israel is starving children. He's a Zionist, born in Israel.
The ChatGPT slogan?
What did you say now?
Is it ChatGPT slogan?
Maybe, I don't know. And he doesn't believe in that it's apartheid. He doesn't believe that it's a genocide. And then you talk to him intellectually dishonest. Every time you try to make a point, he won't even answer the question. He'll derail the fucking topic. That's all it is. It's people. And then some people, they tend to crash out here. I mean, every day we have crash outs, 2, 3 at least a day. People, crash out on Zionists. Some Zionists, they get triggered, they crash out on pro-bellies. It goes crazy, man. But anyways, I think this room has served its purpose. Anybody else want to speak? And I think I probably ended. Jim on water to you guys. Happy Friday. And I think I'm going to hit the bed now. Anybody want to speak? No? Alright. So it was nice meeting you, Mohsen. Keep coming in, bro. I open the room every day, right? It runs for 10 hours a day, 10 to 12 hours a day. Sometimes I'm late, sometimes a bit early. And I think you follow the house, so you'll get a notification. If you're on Twitter, They can hop in here, listen to the conversation. Sometimes we have Zionists, so they can go on for hours. We have Palestinians that come into the space as well. We have a brother that actually lives inside the West Bank. He comes in here as well. We have another brother that lives in the West Bank. You can listen to, you know. And we even had somebody come in here from Gaza, but I don't know what happened to him. He disappeared. But anyways, so I'll talk to you guys later. Assalamu alaikum. Have a good night. I mean, a good morning or good night. Take care, guys.
More likely to get a pardon, and they often do, or get a commutation. But, I agree with you. I just wanted the acknowledgement that this is what happens, right? These people donate to someone's political campaign, or they donate to someone's thing, or they're huge donors, or and then they end up getting political favors that benefit them, which could be a pardon, could be a commutation, could be, whatever.
Hey, Naveen, let me tell you something, bro. You don't have to even... The worst pardon in my lifetime wasn't January 6th, because we all knew he said he was going to do it. Biden said he wasn't going to pardon his son, and that motherfucker gave him full pardon. I think that should have been a crime right there.
Well, I mean, but also given what we found out now, and the fact that Tulsi Gabbard and others have disclosed that the Biden administration was aware, pardoning someone like Adam Schiff and members, of including Brennan, Clapper, and others, makes you understand. I mean, you gotta understand that, JB and Marshall. I'm wondering your thoughts on this too, because it's fascinating to me that he pardoned all these people. They're like, oh, that's because Trump's going to go after them for no reason, and then now the info comes out that there is a reason to go after them, and and he went to try to pardon them. So I mean, it is just that pardon power. I actually agree with you, JB. I think that Congress should have the ability to, just like they review senators, right? They should provide advice and consent on pardons, but do each pardon may take Senate a lot of time. Maybe you say, hey, every 2 months or something we review the pardon, something like that. I don't know, just a thought.
Go ahead, sir.
But you saying that because Tusi came out with all this stuff that has been litigated 10 years ago, right? There's nothing new there, so it's like, yeah, he pardoned those people because he knows how Trump is. So there's no new information.
What was litigated? What was litigated?
The Russian collusion thing, or Russia Gate, or whatever.
Which court litigated it? Because you said it was litigated. So which court?
I'm sorry, investigated, not litigated. Maybe bad choice of word.
Okay. And did you read any of the Tulsi stuff? Because some of the people, like the Durham Annex was hidden. Those facts were hidden, never provided. So I mean, if you looked at it, the Durham Annex clearly calls out some of these things. And not all the facts were litigated. Not all the facts were investigated. Okay, and that's the point that comes out, saying like, hey, what was provided to us? Even Mueller came and said there was no collusion, right? And was answering. If you read the Mueller report now, in light of all that you got, you can see that Mueller was basically saying, I need to find a way to try to pin Trump to this, but there's no evidence to show it, but I need to find a way, so let me try to find a way.
Naveen, let me ask you a question, man, because you and I have had a million discussions. I know where you stand, but I want to ask you, I want to see if you're going to be honest. Let's see if it passes the smell test, right? In your opinion, is Donald Trump a criminal or have a criminal mindset, in your opinion? Be honest.
Criminal mindset.
He has a criminal mindset, right? He's like
yeah,
a
I said criminal mindset. Yep.
He has like
a criminal mindset. That doesn't mean he's a criminal. Criminal mindset doesn't mean he's a criminal, but criminal mindset. Sure.
So he runs the government like a mafia boss runs his family.
I think he runs everything like a mafia boss runs family, and I think in some ways that may be good, and in some ways that's horrendous.
Well, I think allocating. I don't know the exact number. I'm going to guess $90 billion for ICE. That's a criminal mindset. We don't need ICE. Didn't need $90 billion. They could have taken 75 and taken another 15 billion would it be, and put it in other places that need it. Like, I know this is going to sound stupid to some of you people, but to cancel PBS, public broadcasting, They couldn't find the money for that, but they're more worried about fucking Pedro coming over from Mexico. That's some bullshit, bro. Just my opinion.
And it's 150 billion for ICE, right? Isn't it? Am I wrong on that one?
I don't know the exact number.
Well, it's for USCIS. Hold on. To be fair, it's for USCIS overall, which is all the immigration processing, not just ICE. But people say it's for ICE, but it doesn't specifically. If you look at the legislation, you look at the proposals, none of it does actually say ICE.
Hey, Naveen, let me ask you a question, just between you and me, because nobody's listening to us, right? They couldn't have taken, let's say, $1 billion out of that, just $1 billion, $1 billion, and hired some new judges to expedite the process, or no?
Well, that's the problem. That's the problem is, he's saying moving forward. So Trump's mindset is the people that came under Biden vetted it all, right? And there's some reality to that. If you want to go into this immigration discussion, I'm happy to have it. But, these people weren't vetted. And there's proof of it. I mean, you take people from South America, many of those countries don't have the proper vetting system. So if you call and say, I'm here with, I have Pedro here. He says he's from your country. We don't know if he's there. Oh, I'm there. Well, we don't have any system to verify who he is. We don't know who he is. Well, okay, so we have to take his word that he's from Colombia? Okay, so how do we know where this guy is from? And so now we'll let you in. Okay, now you're in the country, you're our problem, right? So the view is get everyone out, right? Moving forward. Now look at the legislation that passed in the big beautiful bill. The majority has more immigration judges that are in there. So you're right. At the beginning, he took the approach of, hey, we're gonna put this money in, we're gonna double down, we're gonna go and pull all these people that came out that we have no idea who the hell they are that came into this country. And now, moving forward, we're gonna make it really difficult to come in by, putting more judges and putting other people in there. So while I agree with you that, the approach and the strategy in which he did was kind of egregious, I'm just telling you what my belief is.
Thank you, Naveen. Let me just say, I'm going to do a quick room reset, but I'm going to say something before I do it. And this is going to trigger some of you people, and that's okay. It's 7:30 in the morning. Good morning, Hector. To me, the ICE reminds me of Hitler's Gestapo. It really does. This is Healthy Debates, guys. This is Coffee and Conversation. The link on top on the Jumbotron is a link to my chatter room that I'm going to be hosting later. I'm hoping everybody comes. Even Balenciaga could come hang out with the cool kids if he wants. We'll let you in.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, Jamil. Good morning, L. Oh, we got LC in the house. Yo, F. Hector. Eunice, how you doing? Guys, you have a pink ticket down in the VIP section. Cash it in. Sin, I don't even know why you have a pink ticket. But Sin, I looked through your profile. That picture of that flip-flop, man.
I don't have a pink ticket, and I got kicked out your room by El Normal because I called him.
Can I finish my fucking reset, bro?
I know. You just want to make me the demon every time I come here. I know.
Because you have no mic. I'm in the middle of a reset, and you just because it's more important, you have to say what you have to say. If El Normal kicked you out, there was a reason for it.
There wasn't no reason. He kicked me out because I called him an evil Jew.
An evil Jew?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, did he have the green bean?
Yeah. You gave him the bean that day.
Well, then there you go. Show more respect. I don't have to tell you.
So that's disrespectful to call him an evil Jew when he.
You know what's funny, and I just said it before you got in the room. The hypersensitivity of men on this app. It's fucking bizarre to me. Who gives a fuck you got thrown out? Who gives a fuck what I say to you? You're a fucking man. Squeeze your balls, bro. Who cares? It's a free fucking app. Like, legit, bro. You cry every fucking day, and the thing is with you that I don't understand. You're actually a little smart. You're not a lot smart, but you're a little smart. You could get in the conversation, but you want to be stuck in your feelings from 3 days ago. Who gives a fuck, bro? Like, legit. We're having a great conversation about Trump and partners, and you want to cry about El Normal, who's not even in the fucking room? I'm sure he had a reason to throw you out. If you feel he's an evil Jew, that's your business. You have to deal with God, not me. It's fucking crazy, man. You dudes need to get some fucking testosterone test done. Anyway, if you have a pink ticket, cash it in. Hit the link on top. That's for my chatter room later. Yo, Doug, you're more than welcome to come up. But come on, stay on point, bro. You're smarter than that. I know you gaslight my rooms. You gaslight my chat. I'm okay with that. The haters are what stokes success. Keep hating and see how far I go. But, bro, let's stay in today. Today's fucking Friday. It's a beautiful day here in New York, man. Anyway, guys, we're going to go popcorn style. Marshall, you try to jump in?
Yeah, I was gonna say labeling Norm an evil Jew it's being more than an asshole. Norm's not an evil Jew. You may not agree with Norm. He may come off as absolutely obnoxious, but that doesn't make him evil. Also,
hey Marshall, check this out. If you said he was an evil black man, this app would be on fire. But it's okay, he can spew what he wants. He has that protection, which I think is bullshit. If he thinks Norm's an evil Jew, then he really needs to check his fucking moral compass.
Well, it also means like he doesn't know Norm. Or like both of us know Norm. Norm may be obnoxious, but he's not an evil person. And like the reducing down of Norm to being an evil person is intellectually lazy, to say the very least.
Anyway, let's get back to the conversation. We're talking about pardons. I like when Naveen comes in my space. He don't leave his square, but at least he's respectful. So Naveen, man, I think not only do we need Congress to interject themselves with these pardons because they're out of control, I think there should be term limits on Congress, Senate, and the Supreme Court. Marshall disagrees with me, but let me tell you something. You want to root out corruption? Get rid of the fucking Nancy Pelosi's of the world? That piece of shit? That's how you do it.
But also, I think, and I'm going to agree with you on that, JB, not only term limits maybe, but also getting the kind of the money out of the politics too. You know, I think that's the issue also. There was a bill that came up about Congress can't use insider trading, and that bill failed, right? You know, Trump even came out against it. It's like, because that's crazy. How can you do insider trading, but people like Martha Stewart get put in jail behind that? Like, so it's like...
Because there's no law to prevent Congressmen from doing that. So because there's no law preventing Congressmen from doing that.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So there was a bill to prevent. There's a Republican, I think, bill, matter of fact, and they voted or they shot it down because it's like, you know, they keep making the money. But I'm agreeing with JB and all of that. I agree.
Bro, do you know how much Nancy Pelosi's made since she's become a congresswoman? Hundreds of millions of dollars. Right? If any of us on this stage, in this room, on this app, in this world, did the shit that she did, we wouldn't be in prison. We'd be under the prison. We'd be all over the news. We'd be called Bernie Madoffs and all this other bullshit. She's a crook. Chuck Schumer's a crook. Donald Trump is a crook. But this is what we put into power. I don't get it. You know, now we got this idiot Mamdani. He's going to run the largest epicenter of the world in New York City. And this city's going to burn down. You people think I'm being hyperbolic? I'm not. He's already said he's going to slash all public services by 25%. 25% across the board. How the fuck are we going to survive? We barely survive now, man.
But what makes you... And again, this is maybe my ignorance, but what makes you think... So, and I need to go research this. What makes you think it's going to burn down? Is he saying redirect these funds to help people like homeless people or redirect these funds to do something else? Like, is it already bloated? And I go look it up. I just haven't been a bit lazy. Right?
He wants to take he wants to take that money and help illegal immigrants. That's what he wants to do. He wants more welfare hotels. America's a welfare state, sir. And he wants to keep people in welfare. He wants to empower the immigrants that come to New York City. Because remember, we're a sanctuary city. So he wants all that money to go to these people that, other than the people that deserve it, like the taxpayers. So it's going to burn down, man. We got less cops on the street, and you already have crime, right? You're going to cut the fire department by 25%. You're going to cut sanitation. I don't know when the last time you were in New York City, but it's disgusting.
I ain't been in New York in a while, so but you got it on that one.
Evil of God. Let's see what you have to say. Those people are not crooks. The system allows them to do that. You always blame the individual, which is what the system of, I don't even know what that word is, financialized system is supposed to allow. JB, you have to stop behaving immigrants as if they're the ones stealing all the money when you know fully well who enriches themselves in Congress. Stop blaming immigrants. I'm not blaming immigrants. I'm blaming the politicians. I'm blaming any fucking mayor that gets up there and says, make me a sanctuary city. And then all these fucking other states, like Texas and Florida, send us their immigrants. That's who I'm fucking blaming. I don't want to be a sanctuary city. We have enough problems on our own here.
Yeah, that stuff may have, like, the busing may have come off as distasteful, but when you're shipping them to cities that are sanctuary cities, it may seem petty, but it's asking those cities to step up to the plate and take care of the people they say they want to take care of.
Well, here's the problem, Marshall. When we have the esteemed Mayor Adams here in New York City and other mayors, Chicago, L.A., you know, Mayor Adams got on TV and looked right at the camera and said, "I dare you to send me your immigrants. I dare you." That was his exact words. And you know what the governor of Texas said? "I got you, bro." I sent busloads and plane loads of immigrants and just dropped them on the fucking street. And you know what happened? Adams thought Biden was going to supplement the money. Biden's like, "I'm not touching that." And now the fucking money comes out of New Yorkers' pockets. Listen, we need immigrants in America. Everybody knows that. You got to be a dummy to say otherwise. But to give them debit cards with $15,000 on it, brand new iPhones, 4-star hotel stays. I want a fucking free hotel in Manhattan. Not gonna happen. I don't know, man. I think things are out of control, and I think Donald Trump is doing it the wrong way. I think some of that money could be allocated for other things.
Also, Donald Trump is basically doing it as a distraction, and he said the criminals, right? There's no way you're gonna get 20 million people out of the country in 4 years unless he's not planning on staying. Unless he planning on staying.
Let me say this.
Like there's no way. But
I've been in New York City. I've been in New York City my entire life, right? I've circled the sun many times. I've never one time been attacked by a fucking criminal migrant. This is a dog whistle that Donald Trump likes to blow, and people fall for that shit.
No, I'm agreeing with you on that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying what he said is the criminals, but then you're going after people working, people at Home Depot, people at schools, you know. So that's what I'm saying. That's the red herring. Because, of course, I have to distract because, hey, my chair's not doing that good. This is not doing that good. So, hey, what is the biggest issue? Immigration.
Well, yeah, but immigration is a big deal under the Trump administration, partially due to the fact that Biden let in 13.5 million people, which is a larger number in population than half the states in our country. Meaning 50% of the states have a population below 13.5 million people. That's where you got the backlash. Had Biden not let so many people in, the backlash probably would have been
Marshall, can we have the real conversation about Joe Biden? Because the truth is this. The truth is this. We all watched that debate. We saw that decrepit old fucking Weekend at Bernie's guy stumble over his words. And I don't want to hear because he has a stutter. He's lost in his head. The Democratic Party should be ashamed of themselves that they would put that man out on that stage. A. B. He hasn't been like this just yesterday. He's been like this for the last 2 or 3 years. Who was really running this country? Were those really his policies? Because they use that auto pen quite a bit. Now, Donald Trump's batshit crazy in my opinion, but sometimes he'll say something lucid that makes sense to me. I do believe they abused that auto pen, and I do believe Joe Biden was running the president, not Jill, his wife, because that dude was walking into curtains. So the Democratic Party better fix themselves real quick, else we're going to get another 8 years of Republican administrations.
Guess what, JB? I would have voted for Weekend at Bernie's over Trump still. So, okay.
But you would rather...
I mean, look, the auto pen thing, whatever, I guess that can be litigated or talked about,
Wait.
But I mean, that's like 2 million or 3 million, not 13 million. You know what I'm saying? So that would have raised it to 30 million immigrants or 40 million in the country. So I don't think that's the case. So
the numbers come from
what they can do is create a pathway, at least for the people who've been here 20 years, I think. And there was a bill, remember, that Donald Trump sponsored by a Republican, that Donald Trump told them not to.
Yeah, but the Langford bill was horseshit. It screwed over my area and it didn't do what it was supposed to do. It's just decent try for the Republican and decent try for the Democrat, but it was not a good bill at all. It would have impacted the Rio Grande Valley substantially in very negative ways. I'm looking for... Where'd it go? My brother, who works on Capitol Hill, sent me this little synopsis of it. I'm looking for it. Where'd it go?
But there were mistakes, though, and they shot it, and Donald Trump, and they were all in for it, bro. I mean, can we not? Is that not a?
You'll have to repeat the very last part you cut out in my mic, if you don't mind repeating.
Sorry, I said, was it not a fact that all the Republicans were for it? They was gonna pass, and then Donald Trump told them not to.
I would not say that, for example, my senators, Cruz and Cornyn, voted for it because Donald Trump told them to. They didn't vote for it because it was bad for our state. I found what I was looking for.
Marshall, hold on one second. Marty, are you there, Marty?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, do me a solid. Read that article real quick, and when you're done reading it, let me know, because I want to talk about this. Okay, Marshall.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I found this thing my brother sent me. At a low end, we would have had to accept 5,000 people a day. At the high end, 8,500. Except it doesn't end with the 5,000 or the 8,500. They still have to process 1,400 asylum claims at the ports of entry, even when it's shut down. POTUS can suspend the shutdown at any point he thinks it is, quote, in the nation's best interest. And the automatic shutdown thing only goes for 2 years, although, as I said above, it's not a shutdown. Chris Murphy somewhat famously said, quote, the border never closes under the deal. Changes to asylum processing for judge to mid-level career DHS employee. Basically, a line officer with their supervisor can grant asylum, which are supposed to go before court is the reason it's not a good idea. These people immediately get work permits and are on a pathway to citizenship. Unaccompanied children from non-contiguous countries are in that 5,000 and 1,400 number. And it mandates catch and release for large classes of aliens, which is how the law refers to some of these folks. Language is literally shall release, not may. It means you, shall in law means you must do something, may means you have a choice. And so this is a shall release. Does not substantially raise credible fear standard, the thing you need to pass to get an asylum claim, and does nothing about the settlement agreements that require the release of the unaccompanied children before a settlement agreement. Anyway, that's just a few of the things in the Langford compromise bill that were just not good for the Rio Grande Valley in any way, shape, or form.
Thank you.
Right. Again, I give him a doff of the hat for the try, but he should have worked closer with people like Cornyn and Cruz, who Texas has the largest border with Mexico. And it would have been very helpful to work with Cruz and Cornyn to get that bill more rammed into shape so that it could pass.
Well, I'll just say this, Marshall. Thank you for that share. Ted Cruz is a piece of shit, in my opinion.
He looks like a Zodiac killer without a beard.
Yeah, he's a fucking weirdo. Guys, on top on the Jumbotron is a link to my room tonight on Chatter at 4:45 Eastern Standard Time. I hope everybody comes in. Marty, did you read the article?
Yes, I did.
What are your thoughts? Because I have a feeling that you and I are not going to agree.
So I do believe most Israelis don't want this. Not that they don't want to have military and be in safety from Gaza. It's the fact that Gaza's a fucking welfare state before the war started. It depended on the world to feed them and to give them electricity and give them all the things that we said that we were going to cut off because we were giving them for free. So they've always been a welfare state. So they're really tax burden on the Israeli society, and I don't think it's actually good that we're the ones who's taking care of them, and Hamas is just profiting and keeping the cash for their own military expansionists. Do I think it? Listen, in the Middle East, you only lose a war when you lose land. That's the reality of it. If we think of an Israeli win without taking land, and then it might work in America, in the West. This is the way you won, you proved yourself. But in the Middle East, it means shit. And I really do believe these are types of things that are being in place. Because in reality, soldiers' lives to have pieces of land that we get absolutely nothing out of, and worse, we have to actually continue pouring our tax dollars into it. It's not a great thing, but at the same time, Hamas being left in power to do another October 6th October 7th. These are it really does play a part in this. So I don't know where I even stand on it, because in reality it's such a messed up situation, but I don't see other solutions in the matter, and I don't think it benefits. I think it benefits the people of Gaza, but I don't think it benefits Israelis in any sort of way.
Thank you, Marty. So here's my thought.
Do you disagree with that, though?
Not all of it, but I'm going to say what I think. I think that it's enough. It's enough. I mean, look, people. All I ask is let me finish what I'm going to say, and then everybody's welcome to push back. But here's my thought. People are saying that this starvation thing is fake. I don't believe it's fake. I think these people are really starving, right? How could they not be, right? There's almost no building standing. It's all rubble. And I get it. Hamas is stealing the supplies and the aid. But here's the deal. If Hamas came out today and put down their weapons and said, okay, you guys win, we're done, you know what's going to happen? Hamas 2.0 is coming up tomorrow. And I'm going to tell you why. Because when you kill somebody's mother, brother, father, sister, uncle, I don't care what relative you kill, that puts a scene in somebody's head. How the fuck can I sit in kumbaya with these people now? How could I sit down and break bread with any Jew? Now, Marty, you know I'm a Zionist, I'm pro-Israel, I'm pro-Jew. But the reality of the situation is all we're doing, we're never going to get rid of the ideology that permeates through that region. And by killing these people, it's just going to make it worse. There will never, ever be peace. I am not a fan of Netanyahu, and I wasn't a fan of Netanyahu before October 7th, bro. That's really the truth. But what's the definition of insanity? Do the same thing over and over again, hoping for different results. Now, I'm not a bleeding heart liberal, but I'll tell you what, man. It has to end in some way, and to escalate is only going to make it worse. And here's the truth, Marty. For Jews like you, Jews like me, when this shit pops off over there like this, and he says he's going in, he's going to take over all of Gaza, that puts a bigger target on my back and your back just for being Jews, and we have nothing to do with that conflict. And that's my thought on that situation.
I mean, not to mention, like, a lot of Israelis were trying to get him out of there, right? So, like,
they were trying to get him out over a judicial reform.
Well, that was that, and him been in there forever. Like, he basically, I don't even know, I want to say Trump light, but he's trying to stay in there because he's a little bit past Trump, if you ask me. But he's trying to stay in there almost forever, like Putin.
Well,
right? So it's like, I think that they were against him. You know, a lot of the Israelis want.
Well, I'll say, Marshall, let me say this, Marshall. And everything I just said, Marty, the truth is this. There's going to be a faction of the Jewish mafia on this app to say, see, I told you he wasn't a Jew. You see, he's really anti-Semitic. No, bro. I support Israel 100%. I'm not supporting this military campaign. I think it's wrong. It's inhumane, bro. It's just in my opinion. But, you know, my opinion is just one of many, I guess. Let me say good morning to Ewan. Good morning, Ewan. Good morning, Miss Clark. Ewan, are you
Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, I'm here.
I'm all right. Do you want to chime in?
Yeah, sure. Okay, so I think that there's two separate things going on, and I think that people are looking at small picture issues without looking at the bigger picture thing, which is the reality that to fix the issue in Gaza, it's going to take multiple generations. And I think that the Israeli army, the IDF, are doing what they have to do now to get the hostages back. Dude, in all honesty, I would love for my own government to care that much about me or care that much about my family to fight to bring them back. It's kind of sad that like we don't have that standard in the rest of the world, to be completely honest. And yeah, I understand where you're coming from too. I think that it's a humanitarian crisis, but at the same time, I really do think that these two issues are sort of different issues, and I think that it's going to be multi-generational work to try to get the Palestinians to, like, did you hear about what happened in France, for example? JB?
No, sir, I didn't. What happened in France?
Okay, so there's this news story that just recently came out where Macron started bringing in Palestinian refugees. Within the first week, he put a stop to it because a Palestinian refugee went around screaming at the top of her lungs that she's going to exterminate all the Jews. First couple days in France, and I think that there's this bred in hate that isn't going to stop them at this point, and we need to figure out a solution. But like, this is going to take generations. This isn't going to be fixed in a year or 5 years or probably even 10 years. So that's just the reality.
Or a century.
Well, let me say this, man. I don't give a fuck. Like what anybody says, there was no justification for October 7th. Zero. Right? But I think what Netanyahu, the IDF, has done is they went in blind. I don't really believe there's a plan. You know, people like to compare what's going on in Gaza with the Palestinians. Well, when it's over, we're going to treat them like we treated the Germans after World War II or the Japanese. The big difference here is this is a religious ideology that you're not going to get rid of. Right? And then throw into the pot, Ewan, that these people have lost brothers, mothers, sisters, uncles, aunts. You know, there is not going to be forgiveness on the Palestinian side. There's just not. I don't see it happening. And I think they need to come up with a different plan. It's just, to me, it's just not working, man. I'm sorry, it's just not. And you want to escalate things? Okay. And then there's going to be blowback to the escalation. Listen, Jews are the most hated people in the world. I woke up today, I was already hated. Didn't do anything to anybody, but just because I'm a Jew, they don't like me. I get it. But when you escalate and starve people out, bro, that puts a lot of bullseyes on a lot of Jews around the world. I really believe that.
How do you consider this an escalation? We do have already military control of the land. Hamas has only small pockets, or they're underground, hiding like little rats. I don't see this as escalation. It's just basically staying in the area and now securing it and making it more areas where Hamas doesn't have to take control. And these are also working on other fractions in Gaza. I know it's not mentioned much, but there's areas of Rafah border where, I forgot the guy's name, he basically said there's no war. The war has ended. We control it. Hamas is not here, and that's why we're good. So there's more to the puzzle that isn't being spoken about. I do believe, of course, old people are not going to be able to run to aid. I understand they're going to be, it's going to be hard for them, and I do believe most people live in tents. It's totally, like, I understand. But at the same time, these are not, I believe that the right move would be if they want to leave, and want to come back when things get picked up again, which could take years. I think they should have the option to leave it, and the fact that we're not allowing them to leave because of some gaslighting talking point is the reason why they're suffering. And,
hey, Marty, you know what I think about what you just said? I agree with you, bro. I don't know why Egypt hasn't opened their border, right? The Egyptians who are, and in my opinion, and I don't give a fuck if this triggers some of you people, the Egyptians are probably the biggest anti-Semites in the world, at least in my experience. But if they won't open that border for these poor people, they'll point out what the IDF and Israel's doing wrong, but they're not going to open that border. Stay on that side and get slaughtered. But before I go to the next speaker, I have to say good morning to Lady Chi. She left. Well, good morning, and good morning, Miss Clark. I love your PTO. Your hair's amazing. Looks fantastic. Good morning, Keegan.
Good morning. Listen, I know that
I'm listening.
I know that I know that me and you have had very different agreements, or opinions on this topic. But what you're saying, I think first of all, it takes a lot of guts, because someone who is a Zionist and can point out, like, what's post-war look like? And that's a really, really hard question to wrap around. That, let's say, the hostages that potentially are still alive are back. Hamas is dismantled. To the just dismantled. What does this look like? Is it that majority of these Palestinians, are they expelled away from Gaza because you can't live in it? Do they go to the West Bank? Do they go to Israeli settlements? I don't think Israel.
Hey, Keegan, Keegan, I'm sorry to cut you off. You don't have to mute up. Let me just say this. It's my opinion, just my opinion. all Israel, the IDF is doing over there is creating more fanatical extremists.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what I've been saying this for over a year now. Is that when you kill, it doesn't matter that my brother's a Hamas member. If you kill my brother, and then you also, because he's a Hamas member and he was hiding in a house, and you kill my mother and my sister with him, I now hate you. It doesn't matter that he was a Hamas member. I now am going to say, well, now you've killed my family. Just because my family was harboring a Hamas member doesn't give you the right to kill them, in my opinion, right? I'm just basing it off myself. If I was holding if my brother was a KKK member, and the United States said, well, we're going to kill him, and we're going to end up killing your whole household, I would hate you. I would hate you to my core. I would want to fight you. And so I agree with you. And so it's like, what does this? Everyone looks at World War II and what we did to Germans. Well, listen, we expelled the Germans from a lot of Eastern Germany, Poland regions. I mean, 12 million Germans immigrated away, and then 2 million died between 1945 and 1952. So, I mean, what it seems like, where current genocide comes from is that it will be they will die from starvation. They will die. They will be expelled from their homes, and that's the only way you kind of can fix that region. And I guess if Israel wants to be open and honest and say, listen, the only way we can fix this problem is by expelling them away from this region, and the ones that are left are just going to die because this region has no infrastructure anymore, right? There's no form of actual running energy and running water in the majority of these areas now. It's all tents, and you have to be supplied by humanitarian aid and large, I mean, literally tons and tons of trucks. Well, then, yeah, you're not going to be able to survive, right? And so, there's something going on, and I don't know what their actual plan is.
Well, Keegan, I don't like, and thank you for your share. I don't like the comparison of what happened after World War II because this is a religious ideology, and I know some of you people, this might trigger some of you people, but that religion wants to eliminate my religion. Not all Islam, but there's certain fanatics in that religion that if they could push a button, poof, all us Jews would be gone. Good morning, Marcus. How you doing, counselor?
What's up? What's going on? How you guys doing?
Doing great, man. I haven't heard from you in a minute. You still in Hawaii?
No, I'm in the East, man. I went to Asia. I'm on the run.
Nice. I'll get you a list of all countries that don't have extradition. What do you think about what we're saying here?
I mean, we know why Egypt isn't opening the border, right? Like, Egypt has let Palestinians in before. They've seen what happens when we let Palestinians in. I mean, it's not a mystery why they're not opening the border. It's not like, oh my God, what's going on? We know why they're not doing it. They're not doing it for the same reason Jordan didn't open the border for Palestinians again. They know what happens when you let Palestinians.
Oh, 100%. See, people don't talk about that, Marcus, how when Egypt let the Palestinians the last time, what happened? It didn't turn out too well for anybody.
So let's just be honest about what's going on. There's a reason they're not opening the border. So we're like, how dare Israel not do all this stuff? And we turn a blind eye. Well, I don't know why Egypt did. No, we don't. We know exactly why. We're just not talking about it. But we know exactly why. I just have a really hard time. And granted, I'm actually probably closer than you guys, but my heart's still in America, right? I have a hard time telling someone on the other end of the world, like, I don't want a genocide. I don't want people to die. I don't want people to starve. But, like, I'm not going to tell you from far away how high your fence should be. Or, like, if you need to defend your house with barbed wire or gun or electric wire. I think that's something you guys sort of need to take care of in your neighborhood. So I'm all for saying, like, shit's way out of line. We got to fix it. But the nitty-gritty, how it's going to happen, I have a real hard time when we look around on the other side of the world and say, hey, there's a problem in your backyard, you better fix it, but I don't like the way you're fixing it now. It sort of rubs me the wrong way. Like, it's hard for me to articulate, because it's hard for me to say how I would tell someone to do that when I'm not letting you tell me how I'm going to get rid of my in-laws who won't move out of my house. You know what I'm saying? Like, we all have problems, and I can tell you when you go too far. But to say, you're doing the best you can, and you're not, it's just, there's a lot of problems with the way everything's being done, because the problem is, and we keep seeing it every time people ask the question, all right, so what do you do on October 8th? Well, everything was wrong on October 7th. There's literally no way you can do the right thing. And what a lot of people also aren't talking about, which I've come to terms with, is that Israel decided on October 7th that this is not a PR war. They're not fighting the PR war, which is weird for people who are supposed to be in control of the media and so good at this shit. They just decided, hey, we're not going to fight.
Wait a second, Counsel. Counsel, hold on. You're telling me Jews don't own the media or the banks?
Oh, no. I didn't say anything about the banks. I'm not allowed to talk about that. But what I'm saying is, he just said, you know what, we're fighting a real war. If you guys want to argue on Twitter, go ahead. I think it's coming back to bite them in a lot of ways. But I think they said, you know, we're going to focus on what's important. The simple fact is, if they had done everything they've done up until today, in the first, 2 weeks after October 7th, you'd be hard-pressed to say that the world would have come down as hard on them now or then as they would have now. But because they tried to do it as humanely as they claim they tried to do it, as it seems they tried to do it, from what I've seen, I think they're getting the worst end of the stick because of it. Doesn't mean that Netanyahu's a good dude. I mean, clearly, that guy's fucked up. But when you have an unwinnable solution, I can't blame someone for making the wrong decision. You know what
I mean, but that's, I don't know, Marcus. That's kind of, Americans tell people all around the world what to do and what to stick it. So, I mean, that's kind of,
yeah, and I don't
think we should.
That's exactly what I'm telling you.
Okay. But what I'm saying is, though, I mean, because you're saying if they would have did this and we're telling them how to do it, I mean, I maybe can agree with you. After 2 weeks, if they would do what they did, people would have been like, okay, it's enough. But when you just flatten, and I understand the whole thing would have been attacked and everything, and this stuff is, I think, complicated to fix, if you ask me. But it's like, of course, up to now, it's like people can see and people are like, okay, now come on, you done flatten the whole area, city, whatever, and it's like, now it's becoming the guy, it's like the Iraqi movie. It's like throwing the towel, because it's like, at this point, the guy's dead, So I think
let me though. That's the thing, though. They haven't flattened the whole thing. They flattened parts of it, absolutely, but this is the answer. You, again, exactly what I said, there's a lot of people who say what they can't do. What are they supposed to do? You can't give them aid, because when you give them aid, we saw what happens. You can't not give them aid, because if you not give them aid, that's a fucking piece of shit. You can't not do that. You can't flatten it, because that's not moral, that's not good. But you can't go in and leave with love, or you can't unilaterally pull out, because they tried to unilaterally pull out, and that didn't work. So now we have a long list of things that they can't do, but what we don't have is even one thing on the list of what they're allowed to do. And at some point, and I mean, I hate to say this, at some point, or you and I are arguing over a pizza, and who gets to eat the last piece, it either gets to be in, one of us is going to eat it, the other person's going to be, or we're going to fight over it, right? And if we can't agree, or you're just not going to give in, we might have to fight over it. And
well, Marcus,
if you fight with the fat guy, if you fight with a fat guy over a pizza, you might get your hand bit off. And I think that's part of what we're seeing happen.
Well, Marcus, let me say this, a couple things real quick before I go to BB. If you're a real Jew, you're not eating that last slice because you're going to feel guilty. So I'll say that. But I'll say this. Here's the narrative that's being spun. And you know what I mean. So we're sitting at the table. I'll be like, no, Marcus, you can have the pizza. No, Jason, you can have the pizza. Anyway, here's the narrative that's being spun. And I don't know how to push back on it. So Israel's going to take over Gaza City. They're not going to leave, right? And what that does is it spitballs into, well, I told you, BB. It was always about the land. It was never about Hamas. Good morning, BB.
Good morning. If you don't mind, can I play the interview with BB Netanyahu on Fox News? It's like 2 minutes long.
Be my guest.
Okay, hold on.
I
think that's a lot of perspective.
I'm going to make coffee while you do that.
Leaving. Watch here. After this interview, you will go immediately into a meeting with your security cabinet. Will Israel take control of all of Gaza?
We intend to, in order to assure our security, remove Hamas there, enable the population to be free of Gaza and to pass it to civilian governance. That is not Hamas and not anyone advocating the destruction of Israel. That's what we want to do. We want to liberate ourselves and liberate the people of Gaza from the awful terror of Hamas. And you were in the Gaza Strip today. You met Palestinians who are fighting Hamas because finally they see that they have a future. They can rid themselves of this awful tyranny that not only holds our hostages, but holds 2 million Palestinians in Gaza hostage. That's got to end.
Are you saying today that you will take control of the entire 26-mile Gaza Strip, as it was 20 years ago to this month in 2005?
Well, we don't want to keep it. We want to have a security perimeter. We don't want to govern it. We don't want to be there as a governing body. We want to hand it over to Arab forces that will govern it properly without threatening us and giving Gazans a good life. That's not possible with Hamas. The only way that you're going to have a different future is to get rid of this neo-Nazi army. The Hamas are monsters. Look at what they're doing to our people. Look at what they're doing to the way they massacred, raped, beheaded our people, our men and women, burned our babies. And they are really cruel to their own people because when we try to take them away from the combat zones, they shoot them. They want people to be civilian casualties. They want a starvation policy that they themselves are trying to put into being, and we're doing everything to reverse that.
So, in summary, he did not deny.
What do you guys think?
Can I share a counter argument here, JB?
Be my guest.
Marcus, you said that Israel does not care about its public image when fighting this war. In 2024,
I didn't say that.
You said they don't care what. They don't care.
I said they decided at the beginning of this war. I decided at the beginning of this war they decided not to fight the PR war.
And I'm saying
they don't care.
Okay, sure. Then they're not trying. Sure, then they're not trying. I'm telling you that they are. The IGAA, which is the Israeli government advertising agency, spent $120 million just last year on social media influencing. Okay, they did a trip with the Nelk Boys where they had the Nelk Boys come out for free and they filmed it all 2 years ago. Then they did an interview. Then Benjamin Netanyahu went on the largest podcast for Gen Zers just a month ago to try to play a PR stunt. I mean, the idea that they're not trying, they are definitely trying. They're just not succeeding. They're just not winning.
Podcasts in 4 years? What'd you put it? You put it out 2 podcasts?
Keegan, hold on a second. Marcus, you're a little low. If you could speak up a little louder, I appreciate it.
I'm yelling as if it. How much they get from America every year that they only spend $120 million? Right? I mean,
this is a very, very small nation, Mark.
Literally nothing.
This is a very small nation. $120 million for Israel is a good amount of money. It's good amount of change. Social media influence.
No, stop.
Especially during a war. How much is Hamas spending on their social media influencing?
Probably more than they should be.
You think they're spending $120 million?
Just so I understand where you're.
Wait a second. Everybody mute up. Hey, Keegan, I just did a quick Google search. Israel's annual GDP is $540.4 billion. $120 million is not even the change in their drawer.
Exactly. And the fact that you equivocate and say, well, what about Hamas spending? They're not the same thing. One's a terrorist organization, one's a fucking country.
Yup.
Yeah. Again, this doesn't change the fact. And you guys say if they have so many billions of dollars. Again, they came and fund their own war, right? Again, they're being funded by other foreign nations. But on top of that, they're a country that's running themselves.
Right, because it's a fucking proxy war for formation.
Sure, Marcus, but Marcus, my point is,
let Americans die. That's the point.
But my point is that you're saying telling you that they are. Why would Benjamin Netanyahu go on to one of the largest Gen Z podcasts? Why would he do that? Why would he do that a month ago? Why would he do that?
Why would you do it over a year and a half after the fucking war started?
Because they're losing. Because they're losing their image. That's why.
Because it on the land. What the fucking image the Jews have in the world for the last 2 billion years? Every year they have the exact same claim about how the Jews killed Jesus in every major church across the nation of America. And you're saying Jews are somehow losing their image? What the fuck? They have a good image.
I mean, but do anybody really?
Let me jump in, guys. Let me jump in, please. Thank you. I want to say good morning to Daniel, then Shakur. Daniel, good morning, brother.
Good morning. I'm doing good, Mom. I'm doing good.
I hear that when Israel is doing stuff that any other nation in the world is doing, people really get upset here. Like 150 million, just a huge number, which is basically.
I tell you, Mom, that's obvious.
Shakur, hello, Shakur. Hi, Shakur. Can you hear my voice? $150 million is nothing, and the fact that you even talk about it as if people don't go like any other world leader will go on interviews, it's kind of weird to me that the fact that the thing is that I would say, I hate to say this, to use this, you people, but I would say you people just hate to see Jews fight back. When Jews are being massacred and killed, then there is empathy for the Jews that were slaughtered in 7th of October. But as soon as we fight back, it doesn't matter if it's with words, with weapons, with whatever, it just bugs you. Really, really bugs you. And we're not losing. Society loses. When you believe a made-up, fabricated lie, yes, we are paying the price. But it's your society that is allowing it, and it's your society that will have to pay the price. And if you think bringing Bibi into an interview with like 2 children in the United States is what we are doing to fight back, then you're ridiculous. Listen, at the end of the day, Hamas is not funding this propaganda war against Israel. It's a very, very big machine that has been in this for decades, okay? It didn't start now, and it's not Hamas. It's funded by very big pockets, from Qatar to the IRGC. Al Jazeera is basically working in it. But you have a problem, not with this Al Jazeera, for example, this huge corporation, global. You have a problem with Bibi Netanyahu going on an interview on a podcast that no one ever heard. This is what bugs you. This is what you're talking about. Because I didn't finish it. I didn't finish it. It actually bugs you when Jews are trying to say their words. Now, I will end with this. Lies are very, very cheap, fast, and truth is expensive and slow. So we cannot keep on refuting all the daily lies and propaganda. You know, at the end, there is truth. You want to believe, you're talking about image. I will tell you that image for us is not the first place. Our first place is survival. So if we have a bad image, but we are alive, so be it. So be it. If you want to think that we are genocidal demons, but you know, if you're an intelligent person, you know that it's the opposite. That the only place in the Middle East where Arabs, Muslims have rights, equal rights, freedom of speech, freedom of protest, it's in Israel. People say free Palestine. Free as what? As Lebanon, as Iraq, as Iran, as Syria,
Daniel,
as Yemen, as Egypt? Come on.
Daniel, let me jump in here. So, I don't agree with the current policy of what's going on over there, right? Doesn't mean I don't support Israel that idea, but I think there needs to be a change of plans, just my opinion. But also, let me say this. No matter what Netanyahu would have did on October 8th moving forward, he was going to lose the PR war. Because anti-Semitism trumps PR. And that's just the way it is. Because Jew hate is real. People would wake up this morning, they hated Jews for no reason. They probably don't even know a Jew. But I want to go to Bibi real quick. Bibi, you there? Bibi?
Yeah, go ahead.
Nope.
Go ahead. Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Bibi. Thank you for playing that clip. What do you think about that clip? What do you think about what Netanyahu? Can we believe him?
I do. I don't think he wants to to govern those people. He knows it's going to be a catastrophe, a headache. So if he lets the Arab nations govern it, it's going to be a big difference, and it's not on his head.
All right, guys, we're going to go popcorn. Hold on, Marcus. We're going to go popcorn style. We have a one mic policy. When somebody's speaking, you will get a chance to push back when they're done. Again, Marcus.
Maybe so that's the first time I heard that interview that Netanyahu did. He's on record now saying multiple times he's holding it, or they'll hold Gaza to give it to a civilian government. You cannot hold him to that. If he doesn't hold himself to that, if the world is going to hold him to it, and if he doesn't, then fuck, there's going to be ramification. But you know exactly what he's doing. The idea that they're trying to make quote unquote greater Israel, after you've heard him now say multiple times in a row that it's there to give it to an Arab civilian government, I mean, we can see exactly what happened. So I'm glad that he actually gave that statement.
What is happening, according?
Dan, you broke up. Bibi, can you play that clip one more time? Is that possible?
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Give me 1 second.
Thank you. Then I'm going to say good morning to Sig and KP. Daniel, just mute up while he plays the clip, please. Thank you.
25%, a quarter of Gaza has, at the moment, as to where he is leading. Watch here. After this interview, you will go immediately into a meeting with your security cabinet. Will Israel take control of all of Gaza?
We intend to, in order to assure our security, remove Hamas there, enable the population to be free of Gaza, and to pass it to civilian governance. That is not Hamas and not anyone advocating the destruction of Israel. That's what we want to do. We want to liberate ourselves and liberate the people of Gaza from the awful terror of Hamas. And you were in the Gaza Strip today. You met Palestinians who are fighting Hamas because finally they see that they have a future. They can rid themselves of this awful tyranny that not only holds our hostages, but holds 2 million Palestinians in Gaza hostage. That's got to end.
Are you saying today that you will take control of the entire 26-mile Gaza Strip, as it was 20 years ago to this month in 2005?
Well, we don't want to keep it. We want to have a security perimeter. We don't want to govern it. We don't want to be there as a governing body. We want to hand it over to Arab forces that will govern it properly without threatening us and giving Gazans a good life. That's not possible with Hamas. The only way that you're going to have a different future is to get rid of this neo-Nazi army. The Hamas are monsters. Look at what they're doing to our people. Look at what they're doing to the way they massacred, raped, beheaded our people, our men and women, burned our babies. And they are really cruel to their own people, because when we try to take them away from the combat zones, they shoot them. They want people to be civilian casualties. They want a starvation policy that they themselves are trying to put into being, and we're doing everything to reverse that.
So,
thank you, Bibi. What do you guys think about Benjamin Netanyahu's interview just now? Bibi, you want to chime in, and I'm going to welcome Sig and KP to the stage.
No, I want to know what Daniel thinks about that interview. So sorry,
Daniel.
I think that it's a war, and I think people don't realize it. So statement like this, it's basically telling Hamas, 5 days ago or 5 days before the interview, Bibi said that they want to have a deal to release all the hostages, meaning like basically to end this. And then a few days later, they came with this threat, which they are willing to go through, to take control of Gaza. Not to occupy Gaza, yes, words matter, to take control of Gaza. We now have control of 75, to take control of 100. And basically all those statements to the world means to Hamas, this is what's going to happen, this is your last chance. And even in Hamas, there are debates whether it's serious or not. And Naim Qassem, I think, no, this is from the Hezbollah. Who was there? Never mind. I don't think people know here, like people from Hamas, was saying like we should take this threat serious, and some don't. But the thing is that this pro-Pali support is actually telling Hamas, stay on your ground and don't surrender. It doesn't matter how many people die. So at the end, it's not necessarily a plan for now. It's a threat. And we hope we don't need to do it because we don't really want to occupy Gaza in no shape or form.
Thank you, Daniel. So before we continue moving the mic around, let me say good morning to KP. Sig had to step away for a minute. KP, what's good, bro?
Oh, not much. How are you guys doing this morning?
Doing fantastic, sir. We're talking about what's going on in the Middle East right now. If you want to chime in, you're more than welcome. If you want to sit back, you're more than welcome to do that as well.
I'm going to sit back and chill.
Thank you, KP. Appreciate you. Thank you for coming in. Keegan, much love, brother. Keegan, what do you think about that interview just now?
I mean, listen, I think that anyone who listens, it should be concerned that they're like, well, listen, we don't want to govern the inside of Gaza, but we, of course, are going to have to maintain a military control. I mean, this is just what Gaza's always been, right? Is that they're going to say that they don't mind, again, whoever governs the inside of it, but we're going to control the outside of it, meaning that this region will never grow, never prosper. It would still be considered an open-air prison at some point, even if you eliminate Hamas, because then they're like, well, now the threat of whoever is post-Hamas is now going to be the biggest threat. But my question is for people who are pro-Benjamin Netanyahu is, after the war is over, do you guys think that he should be held accountable for October 7th with how he reacted and how they weren't?
I mean, I think there should be an investigation, but George W. Bush knew some stuff about 9/11, and we didn't hold him accountable in that way. Like, why would they hold Netanyahu accountable that way?
Because, like, don't they have almost proof that he knew about it and kind of ignored it, kind of wanted to happen, and kind of been funding them out or something like that? I mean,
no, what you're referring to is something that happened in the early 2000s. As I understand it, Israel did give the nascent group some money, but they didn't fund the creation of Hamas. Those are two different things. In fact, if you're curious about Hamas as a group, I have a very good book I could quote to you from.
Cool. But isn't there evidence that or they ignored intelligence, I guess? You know what I'm saying? But you're right. They didn't prosecute Bush. So, yeah.
Let me jump in for a second, Danny. Because I have to be honest, and I'm not looking for smoke. I'm really not. It's 8:30 in the morning. But to say something so fucking asinine that Benjamin Netanyahu knew an attack was coming, he was going to let 1,200 people get murdered, raped, butchered, babies killed. Come on now, that's the ultimate cap. That's bullshit, man. Yeah, Danny.
A few things about this funding Hamas. So, no, Israel did not fund Hamas. Actually, Qatar funded Hamas. And the problem with Hamas that they are a dual-use organization. They are a brutal, barbaric terror group, but they are also the government of Gaza. So if Bibi or Israel says, yes, Qatar can provide money to Gaza, then it's supporting Hamas. But imagine for just 1 second that Qatar wants to give, millions of dollars to Gaza, and Israel would say, we are not allowing this. Would you say, good job, they're not funding terrorism? Or would you be on stage here saying that Netanyahu is starving Gaza and not allowing aid? Because it seems like it doesn't matter what we do, it's wrong. Even if we don't do anything, just let it happen, it's wrong. Now, Bibi is getting his information from the Mossad and the IDF, where Israelis work. My friends, my family, no one would allow this. Too many people need to be involved in this, allowing this, and it's against anything that we stand for. So just, even this claim is so ridiculous and so out of touch with reality. Even in your country, I don't know what country you're from, do you think it's possible that a president will know something that no one else would and will allow, the citizens to be slaughtered like this? It's just a weird claim. It's just a claim that says Israel is wrong, and now let's see how.
Well, I mean, there's nuance in the conversation, so I'm not saying he let them, hey, come on in. But there's nuance to the conversation, and I think when people we have these arguments and people be like, "Oh, you're calling Israel Jews bad." No, I'm not saying that, and I never said that. If you read the New York Times article that I put in the chat, it's just saying that ignore, like they say about Bush, right? Maybe ignore the intelligence or didn't take it serious or something like that. So I'm not saying that. Yeah, he had a hand and he was like, "Yeah, come on in, this will bolster me." No, I'm not saying that. I'm not on the side that Jews are bad and all this mess. You know what I'm saying? But there's nuance in the conversation.
And nuance means that this is how intelligence works. You have signals. You don't always know what they mean. Sometimes those signals are meant to see what the other side will do. So, for example, if I would move my troops to a location, it's not to say that I want to attack. I want to see what the other side does as a response. So you don't always respond because you don't want the other side also to know what you know. And there are signals like this all the time from everywhere. And there's always a threat. No one imagined something like this.
And that's the thing with 9/11, right? Because people always say nobody imagined stuff like this, and then of course we find out there's a whole report that people did imagine stuff like this. So that's the nuance in the conversation. You know.
No, again, this report was an option. It's a possibility. There are many possibilities of things that could happen. It's called the pipe, like basically a playbook of things that could happen. If Iran will do this, if they will do that, or like what could happen. There's something called Ifra Mistaba, like it's a department that basically their job is to think the opposite of what others are thinking, to see what we miss. Unfortunately, with intelligence and with counterterrorism, there is no 100%. Well, and blaming the victims, it's a bit fucked up. Let's be honest.
It's not a bit fucked
like
up.
Blaming,
it's a lot
like
fucked
blaming,
up.
Yeah.
Well, let me do a quick room reset, guys. This is Healthy Debates, Coffee and Conversations. We got some amazing people on stage. We got Paola, we got Sig, we got KP, we got BB, we got Marshall, Keegan, Marty, Daniel, Uncle Jay. Hey, Tony, Andre. Andre, I'm surprised you're down in the VIP section. Hector, how you doing? Rabbi, I invited you up. I'd love to hear your perspective. Rachel, good morning. Lovely smile. Saturn, how you doing? Guys, if you have a pink ticket, cash it in. Also, if you look on the Jumbotron, that's a link to my room tonight on Chatham. It's gonna start at 4:45 p.m. Definitely come on over. If you like this conversation, you're gonna love that one. So let me say good morning to Uncle Jay. Uncle Jay, good morning.
What's good, family? Rich risings to one and all in one.
We're talking about the Middle East right now. Do you want to chime in?
As far as that, I mean, y'all are more knowledgeable on that. I just feel like we shouldn't even be going to war with none of these people. I don't really do the whole politics thing because people get mad at me because I feel. Because I say fuck them all. Fuck every president we've ever fucking had. And the reason I say that is because if we can send millions of dollars to wars that we ain't never been in, but we still got homeless vets walking around this motherfucker, fuck all of them. If none of them can take care of the people who fought for this damn country, I don't give a fuck what color you are. I don't give a fuck about none of that. If you cannot protect the people, even Jimmy Carter said, anybody who fights for this country should have a square deal. That means they shouldn't be worried about shit.
Hey, Uncle. Uncle, you're entitled to your opinion, but that's totally off topic of what we're speaking about.
I know. As far as the Iran and all of that stuff, I mean, I can't really speak on that. So I'm going to let y'all go ahead and rock that, family. Let me get some knowledge and understanding from y'all first before I comment.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Uncle. Hang out for a while. Get Marty.
So, yeah, like, exactly. I think 9/11 is a great example. But at the same time, the intel that they were receiving, that Iran is going to come in, Hezbollah is going to invade the same exact way on that day. I believe they did wait and see if that was the case. Because even if you just throw all your army into one direction to the south, the whole north is going to be having that same exact consequences. Thank God Hezbollah was just completely tanked on that invasion, because if they did invade, we could probably having different conversations today. And I believe the intel that they didn't wake up says this openly. They did not wake me up. They did not tell me what was going on. They were waiting to the other shoe to drop to be able to see how to respond the right way. And then once they realized that Hezbollah is not coming in with what they were expecting, that's when they're like, all right, let's send everybody to one direction, because that was the plan. I think everybody could be a Monday morning quarterback, but at the same time, Intel's never precise. They never tell you what's going to happen. They just said something's brewing, so you should be more afraid. They targeted us on a holiday, the last day, which was basically everybody was like able to go home and be with the family. So the army was also spread out throughout the whole country, and these are the types of things where the results is what we saw, but it could have been so much worse if even Hamas didn't think with their dicks and they just started raping and doing all this savagery, and they actually took over towns and kept them hostage instead of taking them out. The conversation would be totally different. Israel would have been on its knees, but since Hamas just stole with their dicks and Hezbollah not going in, it's why I think there was a big delay in the response, because if there was going to be two fronts, it's a totally different conversation than having everybody just focus on one area.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. Everybody hold on. Dan,
yeah, but we're Rockets, not with the invasion.
No, 100%. They stood down until they got things in order. Before I say good morning to my co-host, Nye, I definitely want to say good morning to Rabbi. Rabbi, good morning.
Morning. How are you? How's everybody?
Fantastic. Glad you're here. Do you want to chime in, sir?
I'm not exactly sure what the particular question is at the moment.
Well, we're banting about. Yeah, I love these conspiracy people that Netanyahu knew that 1,200 people were going to get murdered on October 7th, and the response of Israel and the current situation that's going on, what's going on with Gaza. I think they need a different plan, Rabbi. Just my opinion. I don't think the plan they have in place is working, and all it's going to do is grow more fanatical terrorists. Just my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little bit worse than that. I don't think there is a plan. That's worse. They have not spoken about what happens the day after, and I think the reoccupation of Gaza is a bad strategy, because it means I don't know how you split occupying Gaza, but having somebody else manage the insides of it, right? I don't know how you split that up, and I don't see a multinational force already volunteering to come in and do that. Look, I don't trust Netanyahu as far as I can throw him, which is not that far. I think he needs to be out. I think the reoccupation of Gaza will rip Israeli society to shreds from the inside. I think people are weary and tired of this war.
Well, let me say this, Rabbi. Thank you for your share. And I said it earlier, and I believe it. You're in America, I'm in America, Marty's, him and I are neighbors, Daniel's over in Israel, but I truly believe that these moves that they're making over there impact you and me. Because what it does, it makes an easy target to be a Jew now. I mean, it's been an easy target, but it's even easier now, because now people are saying, well, I told you it was just about the land. It was just about occupying the land. And that really puts us in even greater danger. I truly believe that. So my thing is, what's the alternative? The plan they have in place, all they're doing is cultivating more terrorists. But let me say good morning to Nye. Good morning, Nye.
Good morning, JB, Sig, Marshall, everybody on the stage. Happy Friday.
Yes, it's Friday. Nye, you can jump in anytime. Guys, we're going to go popcorn style. One mic at a time, please.
Can I say something in response to Daniel?
Be my guest.
And I think that when we have these arguments, sometimes it's like people's like, oh, because you're questioning or you say something, and this stuff has been in the news about Netanyahu, about the intelligence or whatever. I'm not pulling out my ass, but people will say, oh, you're to blame the victim, and that's not what we're doing. That's like saying the 9/11 Commission was blaming the victim. No, I mean, it's just talking about the topics we're talking about and just saying that, hey, this is what has been brought up and this is what is in the zeitgeist per se. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want that to be the narrative or this conspiracy theory or not. I mean, this has been in mainstream. This has been all over the news. So
Let me ask you a question. So hold on a second, Uncle. Hold on a second. Let me ask you a question, sir. I believe I read your profile correctly, where it says you're a teacher.
Yes, sir.
So how do you feel about when Hamas was in control of Gaza? Their teachers were teaching the students. If you have 6 Jews and you kill 4 Jews, how many Jews do you have left? How does that resonate with you?
I mean, that's a horrible thing. I'm in the Middle East. You know what I'm saying? So it's a horrible thing. You know, so I mean, of course, you know, it's a horrible thing. Like, and I've taught, you know, Arab kids and kids that are Palestinian, Emiratis. I'm in the UAE. So you know what I'm saying. So I've, you know, talked to all people from all walks of life or whatever. You know, when I first came here, I fished out of water a little bit. You know, so I've got to meet a lot of people from different walks of life, and I mean, Jews, Arabs, French, Russian, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. So that is horrible, and I think they shouldn't be teaching that. You know.
Thank you, sir. Uncle Jay, you wanted to jump in, and then I want to go back to Daniel.
I heard y'all talk about 9/11. I'm just, from what I've been hearing about 9/11, man, wasn't no plane. And I mean, let's just be real, wasn't no plane. And
Are you saying all the Americans that watched planes crash into the tower saw a visual illusion?
It is. When they was cleaning up all of that wreckage from all of that stuff, where was the plane?
Well, when you fly at like 500 miles an hour and you crashed it into a skyscraper, the plane kind of goes into tiny little pieces.
Family, let me break something down to you.
No. Let me break something down to you real quick. I'm in New York. I watched those towers fall. I saw those planes hit. I lost friends in those towers. So that's a conspiracy that I'm not going down. That's disrespectful to the victims. It's disrespectful to my country, right? It's disrespectful to a lot of people. So you're more than welcome to have your beliefs, but I lost friends in those buildings. So you're more than welcome to go to another room and spew all that shit, but you're not going to do it on my stage. Not when it comes to 9/11. Because I have a man on stage right now, my man Sid, who fought for this country. Not disrespectful that is to him. So we're not doing that. Omni Tedder, how you doing? Good morning.
Yeah, what's going on, brother?
Hey, brother JB, no disrespect. I just want y'all to understand something. Around where we at and where y'all at, y'all get news before we do. So
I was in New York when it happened, bro. What are you talking? My eyes don't deceive.
No. I dig that. No disrespect. I want you to understand something, but like we all know that in certain places, news changes the narratives. We know the news changes it to suit some other people's thought process. So what y'all are seeing there, we don't get to see all the way down here like that. So we can only go. We're in the South.
You're saying we never seen.
No. Here's what we're saying. Here's what I'm saying, because I can't speak for nobody else. I'm saying 1 minute they're showing planes flying next to the thing, but you just never found no plane in the road.
Okay, wait, Marshall. Do not bring that dude back up. I just said to him, I'm not going down that rabbit hole, but he can insist to persist.
It's like saying that the planes hit the towers, but where are the towers? I don't see any towers. There were no twin towers. It's a ridiculous claim.
Well, let me tell you something, man. Once again, my lived experience, I was here on 9/11. I know what I saw. So for this bullshit, listen, man. Did Bush know about 9/11? I don't know. Some people say he did. Where's the evidence? But to come up here with this conspiracy, once again, let me reiterate this. You may not want to hear this, people. It's disrespectful to the people that died. It's disrespectful for the people that fought for our country. It's disrespectful to all Americans. That was probably, in my lifetime, the most tragic day in this country. I lost friends in those buildings. So when you say there's no plane parts, when you take a plane going over 500 miles an hour into the side of a building, guess what? It disintegrates.
And JB, for the record, there were plane parts found. There were
of course there were, bro.
Of course. There was absolutely plane debris found.
Of course there was. He lives in his own world. And then to give us this narrative, the news changes from north to east. Like, Nine, why do you bring these lunatics into my space? I'm just curious. All the crazies follow Nine.
It's not even possible. If his theory, the bombs went off on the ground, more people would have died because there's FDNY and so many first responders on the floors near the buildings evacuating people. If it blew up that way, the story would be very different as well. And I lost my cousin the second day of the job. Was killed in the South Tower with the planes hit.
I'm sorry for your loss, Marty. I lost very dear friends in those buildings. And here's something you guys don't know. I wasn't always a criminal. I had a real job. I worked on the 97th floor of Building 2 of the World Trade Center for a company called Fiduciary Trust Company International. I lost many friends from that company because they weren't getting down from the 97th floor. So I asked you to stand down and not bring that up, but be my guest. BB, you want to jump in there? I want to say good morning to Zach.
No, I agree totally with what you're saying. I think it's a rabbit hole, and you're gonna get these weird fucking conspiracy theorists like to give the most outlandish theories. I think we should totally stay away from this topic. There was video evidence, and I think it should just stay at that, and that's it. People need to have more respect and common courtesy to understand what actually happened that day and leave it alone. I'd rather talk about the Middle East and the threats that Bibi was getting. And people need to remember that they threaten Israel every day, every single day, just to see how their security moves. Why should Bibi take that day any different? And as well, they didn't wake him up to let him know. Was there other people that wanted the attack to happen? The way I look at Bibi, he's a true patriot. And then you have these outlandish theories that the reason Bibi let it happen because he's trying to evade a trial. People forget how old he is. Even if he was to get found guilty and go through the whole appeal process, he'd be like 88 years old. He wouldn't serve a day in fucking jail. Like, it's just people will come up with the craziest theories and blame
Wait. But BB, let me just say this. You have to, do you know where these theories are based in? They're based in anti-Semitism. That's really what it is.
100%.
And Bibi, the trial is still ongoing.
Wait, can I just ask a question?
This has all to do with Jew hatred. It has nothing to do with Hamas. And I understand whenever somebody was talking about earlier that Israel only spent, somebody said, I think 120 million. Why would they spend a fucking dollar? They understand it doesn't matter what they put out there. Jew hatred is Jew hatred. You're not going to change the narrative of the Jew haters. People wake up, cut their nail too short, they blame the fucking nail clipper saying a Jew made it. People wake up, their wife's fucking their neighbor, they blame the Jews saying Jews sold them condoms. Jews on the media, Jews on the...
Come on. Can I just clarify what's being said?
It's not come on, bro. This is all about Jew hatred.
Really quickly, are you saying
Hold on. If you're going to clarify things, understand the context that we've been talking about this for about 2 hours.
I've been listening the whole time.
You've been in the room the whole time.
I've been listening the whole time. You're talking about the October 7th, correct?
So give us clarity. Go ahead.
I think what was just said was Bibi is saying that anyone who claims that Benjamin Netanyahu had prior knowledge of the October 7th attacks or there are a faction of the Israeli government who had knowledge of the October 7th attacks and allowed it to happen, that's anti-Semitic?
I said that Israel receives...
But on October 7th, the attackers, the attackers themselves didn't even know. That's not what's being said. Let me clarify. I'm clarifying. That's not what's being said.
Okay,
right?
What's being said?
So you have a misunderstanding about the phrase prior information. You're not understanding that from the Israeli perspective, in the realm of reality, there is always a threat of an attack from Hamas. There is always prior information. They're planning this, they're planning that. I was watching the attacks unfold on October 7th, October 8th, October 9th. On October 7th, the day it was happening, October 8th, I was working that day. I could not concentrate. They sent me home early. They said, you can't focus, just fucking go home early. You're staring at your phone all day. I was looking at Telegram channels from Hamas members who were posting, everything is in Arabic. I don't speak Arabic, and I'm not posting, and the only thing that I understand are the videos that they're sharing. and they did not know themselves that it was happening until the morning of the attack. There were people who said, "Hey, we're going to do this. It's go time." So when you say that Netanyahu had prior knowledge of the October 7th attacks, you might be referring to one of two things. You might be referring to there was like a 20-minute delay, which I don't think is what you're referring to, but we could talk about that. The delay in communications because it was a holiday and who knows what the fuck was going on. That was a 20-minute delay or something that's been widely reported. The other thing that you could potentially be referring to is that he had some knowledge like days or weeks in advance, and he knew that Hamas was planning the attack, and he let them in like it was Red Rover, that you like let them break through.
I'm not suggesting either one. I'm just challenging the idea that the mere suggestion that he had prior knowledge.
Right. So I didn't conclude with that. So the reason why it's anti-Semitic, or people are saying it's anti-Semitic, is because when you hold Jews to some other double standard that you would not hold a normal person to, that can be interpreted as Jew hatred or otherizing the Jews or something.
Could you point out that double standard?
Hold on a second. Hold on. Everybody, hold on a second. I can't believe I'm going to say this publicly, but I actually agree with my friend. He actually made sense today. God bless him. He had coffee. But go ahead, BB.
Does racism exist in the United States? No, I'm asking you a question because people say that in Israel, Jews and Israelis are racist towards the blacks. It exists. Racism exists all over the world, but why is it under the microscope when it happens in Israel? Israel's not allowed to be like any other country?
You don't think that's true? Really? Okay.
No, I think racism is pointed out by like everyone, right? No matter where it is, right? There might be groups that you don't like. You're not privy to. But yeah, like there's people screaming like about atrocities about everything.
Check this out. Racism exists. It's rampant in America from every side. But so does anti-Semitism. See, before October 7th, people would whisper under their breath anti-Semitic thing. People in America will use the N-word like it's nothing, bro. They'll throw it around like it's Halloween candy. But they weren't so free to use the anti-Semitic tropes that they use until October 7th. And now it's been normalized in our society to hate Jews. That's not just my opinion, that's my lived experience. But go ahead, nobody interrupt this gentleman. If you want to grab the mic, Ami Theater, be my guest.
I can't deny that there's been an uptick in anti-Semitism since October 7th. Like, that's just undeniable, right? But when we're making comparisons, I'm not sure if we want to do the oppression Olympics thing, where it's like, who's more, discriminated against black folks or Jewish folks. I don't. First of all, I don't think it's close. I think there's a lot of anti-black sentiment that's just like historically baked into this country and into society. As much as we wash it away, there's still, the remnants still like linger there a little bit. So, and I think largely most people. I don't think anti-Semitism is like.
Can we agree that? Can we agree that anti-Semitism? Well, because you're saying stupid things, and I just want to get an agreement.
No, I'm just saying things you would disagree with.
Okay, well, you're doing a good job. But you won't agree with me that anti-Semitism and racism is prevalent in this country?
Prevalent? I would say there's an uptick. I don't know if anti-Semitism is prevalent in this country now. I'm not sure. Okay.
All right, let me say hello to Stan. What's up, Stan?
Hey, GB. Hey.
Do you want to chime in?
I'm just curious. Sorry.
Go ahead, the mic is yours.
Hey, I'm just curious. Like, how is Jew allowed to be hate? I mean, Jews can do whatever they want. They can kill like a lot of the civilians, and they're not getting punished. They're not being like
people
is not allowed to hate like
You put
Jews
2 million
after
people in concentration camps in your country.
Dog, no one's allowed to disagree with you guys, I guess. That's what this kind of room is. Healthy debates is a room where everyone gets dogpiled that disagrees. That's what healthy debates is about.
Concentration camps in his country. Why is he?
Yeah, but Marty, respectfully, Stan was talking. He just bull-guarded, and that's what makes. I'm not gonna bullshit you here. You know, you can call me anti-Semitic, whatever, but your people do that a lot. When someone
Your people do that a lot. Say, come on.
Yeah, no.
For fuck's sake. Don't be fucking with it.
Well, here we go. Now you're cutting me off. Because it happens. No.
Well, maybe because your people.
You can say Marty.
Because it happens.
Hold on, everybody. So then you can get the fuck out. Okay, if it's that ridiculous, if it's not up to your intellectual capacity, you're more than welcome to leave. Okay? But you know what? I'm going to let my people speak also. But when a mod is speaking, guys, stand down. Let him speak, and then everybody will get a chance to speak again. Okay, Sid.
Thanks, brother. And when I say that, I say it because whenever we have these talks, I've noticed a pattern. Is that when someone comes in with a sentiment that disagrees with the Zionist narrative, you guys do dogpile, and it makes you look bad. And that's all I'm trying to say. It makes you look worse. So let the man speak. He was speaking. Don't cut him off. And then once he gets done, then you can rebut. But it's very simple. I say the same thing to the blacks. The blacks are the same shit.
Daniel, hold on a second. Let me say this. I want Stan to continue. Because Stan is telling me he don't like Jews without telling me he doesn't like Jews. But go ahead, Stan, land your plane.
I have no knowledge about Jews, and I have no interest in hating or I have no emotional.
If you have no knowledge of it, why speak on it?
No.
You just said that. I'm using your words, sir.
Before October 7th.
Oh, now you're a scholar on Judaism in Israel. Please.
Right.
He got a degree. He went back and got a degree.
No, guys, seriously, go ahead, Stan. You got a minute to land your plane.
What I'm seeing is that the Israel is killing a lot of the civilians in Gaza, and increasingly, I feel like I have negative feelings on Israel people. That's one feeling.
Wait. Do you have negative feelings on Israel or Jewish people?
Israel.
Okay.
Yeah, but can we stop gaslighting? Can I say something now? Because you didn't say Israel. You said the Jewish people are getting away with killing people. That's your exact word. Maybe English is not your first language, which I obviously can't hear. It's not. But the reality is you said Jews, and the idea that Jews are just killing random people is a conspiracy.
Marty.
And anti-Semitic because it doesn't appear.
Marty, Stan, hold on. Let me just say this. So, Sig, you're my friend, but I'm going to tell you something, man. And you may not agree because, I don't have your lived experience, you don't have mine. We gather up like this and we dogpile on people, and I'm keeping it real with you because we're targeted right now. And that's really the truth. Jews are targeted. And you guys can give me all the emojis you want and shit like that, but when we get targeted, we gather around each other. So that's I just wanted to say that to you.
And
now,
if I may, just one sentence. Not only are you 100% correct, we are targeted right now, but also when you talk about the anti-Zionist narrative, when things contradict the Zionist narrative, Sig, respectfully, things that contradict the anti-Zionist narrative abound. Anti-Zionist narratives abound. They are everywhere. And Clubhouse is one of the few places where I personally in my life can feel heard on my pro-Zionist narrative. And so it doesn't excuse the dogpiling. I like it when people don't interrupt each other. I like it when people are brief, I'll just say this, along with the one mic policy, you've got to be brief, right? So it's frustrating when people drone on and on. It's also frustrating when people interrupt. But to agree with JB, we're targeted now, and Clubhouse is one of the few places where we can feel heard on our pro-Zionist beliefs. Thank you.
Yeah, Okay, so let me respond to that. So I hear what you're saying, but that was not my point. The point is Stan was talking. Stan was barely off mic for 15 seconds, and Marty just came in. And what I've noticed is a fucking pattern with this. It's like October 7th last year. I came into JB's room, and JB said, "Hey, Sig, welcome to the stage. What are your thoughts on this?" I said, "JB, I'm just getting into this. I'm not well-versed, but I hate to see innocent people dying on both sides." You know who a bunch of people came off mic? A bunch of Israel supporters came off. What, you support Hamas? What, do you support Hamas sympathizers? What do you mean? I'm like, whoa. I said, calm the fuck down, bro. So all I'm saying is, when you guys act like, and you guys act just like the blacks, because I give the blacks the same shit. So get offended by you people. I do the same shit to my fucking people too when they act like fucking idiots and get their panties in a bunch and can't control their emotions. Is that it makes you look bad, and then people don't want to hear you out, and people don't want to fucking support you. That's all my point is. But
Well, let me jump in. Hold on, Daniel. Let me jump in. And I don't speak for all Jews. I just speak for this Jew, this cracker in the corner, Sig. I know it's been 2 years since this war has started, this conflict, whatever people want, this genocide, like some of you idiots like to label it. But for some of us, and I'm going to keep it 100, it's still very raw. It's still surreal what happened on October 7th. And I'm not justifying people dogpiling on other people. I want to hear what Stan has to say. I want to hear what Nye has to say. I want to hear what El Normo has to say. But for me, it's still very raw. The images I saw on that day are embedded in my mind forever. Doesn't make it right to dogpile on somebody. I'm just telling you my perspective. But before we continue, I definitely want to say good morning to Rachel. And now I'm going to go to El Normo. Good morning, Rachel.
Can I raise my hand? How do you do it?
I have no idea. But the mic is yours, ma'am.
Just good morning, and I love this discussion. I love your room. I just have 3 questions that you can answer, probably anyone else. Let me preface by saying, as I said before, blacks don't really know much about Judaism or being Jewish or anything because we have our own plight. Now, there may be some blacks who know and are racist against you, but we don't know if it's a race or a religion most times. That's number 1. We don't wake up thinking about, we aren't anti-Semitic. There probably are some, but as a whole, black people aren't anti-Semitic because we don't understand it. We know what we know, what happened to millions of people. And when you say you're being targeted, we don't know who's targeting you. Now, on your daily basis, you do have people probably that are being nasty or mean, but it's likely not because you're a Jew. It's because they find maybe you rude or something, some circumstance. Number 2 is, I don't know what a Zionist is. And I'm well educated, but I don't, like I said, I'm just maybe talking about me. I don't know a lot of these things. And number 3, I think it helps if you're more specific to say who you're being targeted by. Because it sounds like Zig said, sometimes it sounds like everybody's against you, and really you're a non-factor to a lot of people in a good way. We don't know who you are unless you're going in LA, unless you're going to church on Saturday or whatever day it is, walking because you can't utilize mechanics, or if you're away because of certain holidays in the office or something. But I never come across people at my job that say anything about being having anti-Semitism against them or even being a Jew, unless someone says, my husband's a Jew, so I have to do this. A girl told me she can't be home in October for Yom Kippur. We don't hear that stuff. So we feel kind of like, I don't know what the word would be, but we're being accused of stuff that's not true. And I just want you to be more sympathetic to that.
Everybody, hold on, BB, hold on 1 second, because I promised Norm he can answer her questions, and then I'll come to you next. And I also want to get Rick and Albert in the conversation. El Normo, good morning, my friend.
Good morning. So, and thanks for bringing me up, and Rachel, thanks for your question. So, the reason why other people don't really know who or what we are is because we are very complicated, and we don't always know who or what we are because we're different. Because we were around before these ideas of race. It didn't exist when we were formed as a nation. And religion didn't exist before we were formed as a nation. Essentially, we are a family, a tribe, a people, a nation, with a founding document, the Torah, and a language that we speak when we pray Hebrew and the land of Israel. And Zionism is the belief that we get to live safely and securely in our home, and that home is Israel. So all that stuff you hear, oh, Ashkenaz is from Europe, this is just an attempt to kill us. Because we're not from Europe. Europe is a Christian continent with lots of countries, and it's irrelevant to us. We're home in our historical homeland of Israel. I understand it's hard for people to understand. And all we want to do is live safely and securely there. And if somebody attacks us because we're small, and because we're surrounded by unfriendly neighbors whose goal is the opposite, they feel they supersede us, they feel there can be no Jewish state, we often have to fight them. But we wait until they attack us or until they're ready to attack us, because we have a thing, if your enemy rises up to kill you, rise up earlier than them and kill them first. And that's, again, because we're little. So that's what Zionism is, and that's what Judaism is. I'm happy to answer any further questions because I don't want to give a long lecture.
No, I was just speaking to your plight in America. I'm not speaking to. I appreciate that lesson. It's a great lesson. But I'm talking about here in America, the things that I said previously, they pertain to being in America.
Well, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Rachel, I know you see what's going on in these college campuses now. Jewish students are being targeted. I know you see that. Everybody sees that. But I'm going to pass it to, I'm going to pass it to BB. Maybe he can answer it. Then I want to get Albert, Dave, and others in the conversation. Go ahead, BB.
I just wanted to point out something. I'm not sure, Rachel. You know that there's Jamaican Jews, there's Black Jews, there's Chinese Jews, there's Colombian Jews, there's people from Thailand that are Jewish. Jews come in all different skin colors. That's the thing. People think that a Jew is just a white pasty guy with a little hat on his head, and they become indifferent and they act. I just wanted to bring that up because it's confusing to me when people don't. They have this stereotypical thing of what a Jew looks like. 'Cause there's Jews in Italy, there's Jews in Spain, Morocco, where I'm from, North Africa. Like Jews we're scattered around the world, and we come in all shapes, sizes, and color.
Oh, I appreciate that, but I'm asking you, in America, please be more specific to who is being anti-Semitic to you. And I guess sometimes I don't watch the news, but I did see something about it. The college campuses, yes, I see that, and that's shameful. But I'm saying that you seem to log us all in.
I think that, respectfully, I think you're getting a little confused because your question is phrased in kind of a confusing way. When you say who is being anti-Semitic towards you guys, the answer is very simple: anti-Semitic people. And so when you say, one thing that I thought was the most confusing when you were speaking, Rachel, is when you said something about how the black community as a whole is not anti-Semitic. That may or may not be true. It probably is true. But saying any community as a whole, I mean, the whole point of the Enlightenment, of the Renaissance, and individual freedom and personal responsibility is that we can't speak for people as a whole. So we can say things like, the origin of the Jewish people is in the land of Israel. That's a fact that can be supported with archaeology. But you can't say things like, all Jews are racist, or all Jews support Netanyahu, or all Jews are this, or all Jews don't eat pork, or blah, 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 blah. That you get into, and saying all... So does that make sense? Your question is like...
Yeah, I understand your thing, but I tell you what. I challenge you to ask every black person that comes to the stage, what do you know about Judaism? Or what do you not know about being a Jew? I'm totally ignorant. The only thing I knew is when I was growing up that my father mentioned that the person that we had an account with, a tailor, was a Jew. That's the first and last thing I ever knew until, I got to work with people and blah, blah, blah. But I'm saying I'm not speaking for all blacks, but I'm speaking for, a majority of blacks that we really don't know.
Well, let me jump in, Rachel. Because I'm going to say some polarizing things. That's okay. All I ask is people with respect to one Mike Powell's. I wasn't around in the 60s. Maybe El Norma was when the civil rights movement went. You know who stood shoulder to shoulder with the black community? That would be the Jewish community. Shoulder to shoulder. And I have to tell you, I find it very disheartening that, and I'm not saying you, Rachel, I'm just saying people in general from the black community don't honor that we stood shoulder to shoulder with your community. And I'm gonna keep it a buck with you, Rachel, because I like you and I respect you, and I'm not saying you, I'm just saying in general. My lived experience, I've seen more anti-Semitism and hate coming out of the black community towards the Jewish community than any other community, and I just don't understand it. So, but let's.
Is that in New York? But be specific. Is that in New York?
Of course, it's in New York. No, it's in New York. I'm talking on my lived experience.
Okay, see, that's the thing. New York is a whole different animal. So I understand you probably see it there because you guys are shoulder to shoulder, and I do understand that Jewish people did help us. And I'm just saying that I don't see it. I just don't see it. Maybe, I live in Los Angeles. I don't know. In Florida, we weren't around the group because you kind of have your own community. Even here in LA, you have your own community, but you live everywhere. But I won't belabor the point, but I'm just saying, be a little more,
Well, let me finish my thought, please. Okay. Because not all Jews are monoliths, right? I'm a different type of Jew than El Normo or Rabbi or Bibi. I have tattoos. I eat pork. I shouldn't have either one of those, but I do. It's not a religious thing. It was me living my life. But rest assured, October 7th came. I'm a Jew. I've always been a Jew. I just don't talk about it on this app because you know what? It's like these people grab the lowest hanging fruit and say, "Oh, he's a Jew. Let's automatically hate him," which is bizarre to me. But let me tell you this: here in America, we are the bullseye right now. Walking down the streets, and listen, there's parts of Brooklyn I can go into right now, right? That I'm not going to be accepted as a Jew. Most of the people on the stage aren't going to be accepted. Very secular people. It is what it is. Doesn't mean I'm less of a Jew or I'm not proud to be a Zionist. I came on this stage early this morning. I had this room open since 6 o'clock this morning. And one of the first things I spoke about when we were speaking about Israel, Zach, I need you to mute up, man. Zach, can you mute up, please? So one of the first things I said was, I don't agree with what the IDF is doing right now. Doesn't make me less of a Zionist. Doesn't mean I don't love my Jewish brothers and sisters. Just means I disagree with the government. But let me say, hold on, bro.
All right.
I know you're sensitive. I brought that up earlier.
I was going to agree with you, actually. But
Thank you. I don't need your agreement, but thank you. You can go listen for a while. Now, I brought this up earlier, how the men on this app are hypersensitive. He kicked me out of his room 3 days ago. They were talking about normal. I'm like, who gives a fuck? It was 3 days ago. Grow up. You hurt my feelings. Man, squeeze your balls and be a fucking man. Stop the bullshit. But anyway, part of my language, Miss Rachel. Let me say good morning to Albert because he's been patiently waiting.
I wanted to bring you up short for 1 second, Jay. You said I was around in the 60s. Did you mean the 1960s or the 1860s, man?
1860s, Norm. 1860s. The 1760s.
El Normo was out there protesting with Lincoln. But let's go to Albert. Albert, good morning.
Hey, good morning, JB.